Okay, so now.
So just to not waste too much time, just a quick reminder of the we are in this is the second edition of Pycon Portugal. For those of you who were not here yesterday, the first edition was in Porto. This year we are in Coimbra. If you have any technical issue, please look for somebody with a green T-shirt or a green lanyard. They can help you. Please be kind. In terms of code of conduct, the best rule is respect everybody. And if anybody has any problems they can always reach to our code of conduct team, and they will help you. There will be a lightning talk session. You can register in the whiteboard outside. It's a 5 minutes talk. It's a great place to start speaking in this kind of conferences, or to share a small idea. As I told you, this is the second edition in Coimbra. We are looking for the next venue. So if you think you have a good city to host Pycon Portugal, please let us know. In the end of this day, we will have our party, and there will be a special treat from these premises. We were in touch with our tuna, and they will play a bit for us. And if you still want to have a t-shirt, we still have some t-shirts left. And if we don't have your correct size, we can ship them over after the conference. And these are our handles. And just a word to our sponsors. This would not be possible without these guys. First of all, Coimbra Business School, which is hosting us in terms of the space. Municipality of Coimbra, which also takes an important role. Logic. And then for the grants, Python Software Community Foundation, EuroPython Society, and Joint Software Foundation. And Evoluto is our company that is helping organize this conference. And we will continue with the Christian talk.
So good morning. Can we have the room lights down, please? My name is Tiago. I have been forcefully invited to volunteer something like this, right, David, as your session chair this morning. So I will be hosting these sessions, helping speakers feel comfortable and keep track of time. So please, if you want, come further down. You'll get the better experience if you come further down in the room. Don't be shy. And out from all around the world, Christian is coming from Chile to tell us about, Python and C. I suppose some of you might be using Python. Certainly most of you, of us, are using C Python, which is implemented in this funky language called C, which used to be called the high-level language. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Christian.
Thank you very much. I'm still waiting a little bit for sharing the screen. Hopefully soon they will give me. But of course, we're all waking up, so it's fine. Oh, I think that now I will be able to share my screen. Yeah. So a few changes here. So we can start. I think everyone can read that. Cool. Don't mind the little things on the top. My desktop manager is a little bit weird. So yeah, thank you very much, Tiago, for the introduction. My name is Christian. As maybe many people here, of course, I like Python. That's my only special skill. A couple of years ago, I decided to start joining communities and conferences. I thought, how difficult could it be to organize a conference? It's only sending a couple of emails, right? So then I discovered that it's not. So I really want to thank the organizer for this conference and the level of the quality of the things that we have been getting so far. It's really difficult. If you believe you can do it better, join any conference and community. You can find me on social media, and that's my tag during the talk, in case you want to reach out for anything that you see here that it's weird or you're interested into it. So yeah, but this talk is not about me. It's talk about one of my passions, which is C Python. First of all, I did something, and I'm not sure if you will handle that information or that material in a good way or a bad way. It will be depending on you. So Everything that I share here, I do not recommend to use in some of the code in production, of course, because you will see things that you will be tempted to maybe. And also, depending on what I show you at the end, I'm not responsible what you do with that. That will be your own thing, so be advised. The whole point of this talk is for you to try to figure this image here and try to discover what is in the middle. Everyone here is used to writing some code, getting some results. But what happened in the middle? Well, that's the key that I want you to, at least after this talk, to finish knowing. It's how Python works. So the main thing here, besides understanding this, is that I want you all to rediscover Python, because you use it at some point, but when you understand how things work, the knowledge that you have on that thing is completely different. Maybe many of you here had some, when we were kids, opening some toys just to see how it works. The same thing happened to me when I discovered how things work, and I expect happens to you all. Brief recap of 3.11 and 3.12. Maybe you heard about, maybe you are using 3.11, hopefully you are using 3.11. You heard about maybe some things called faster Python, exception groups, the tunnel leap, fine-grained error location artifacts, typing features. And if you are maybe checking the what's new section of the Python website, maybe you already know a few of the things that are coming now in October in 3.12, which are per interpreter guild, syntactic formalization of strings, improving error messages, and even more typing features. But my question to you is, where are those features? Where are those changes? Does anyone has any idea where those things are? And the solution, of course, is in Python. So now everyone's like, yeah, of course, I mean, you're wasting my time now, right? But now the question was not where this change is, but when we are talking about Python, what is that Python that we are talking about? So I do this exercise in some of my talks, and I show the following snippets. If you know basic of Python, you will understand what is written here. Can you tell me which one of these is the Python that you are using now? Any guesses? No? You can see some difference, right? I mean, you see in some of those, there are like 4 greater than, in some of them, weird ones are 5. So what is the Python that you're using? You use it every day, you should know, right? That's the tricky bit, right? Python is many things and it has many implementations. That's the interpreters that you see there, the Python are using. The first one you see is MicroPython, then it's PyPy, the Python written in Python. Sounds weird, but it's real and it's better sometimes. You have Jython, the Java implementation of Python. You have Rust Python, if you like the Rust language. You have Piston and C#, and you have the vanilla Python or C Python implementation, the first implementation or the general implementation that everyone uses as a reference. So when we are asking the question, how does Python work? We need to be more specific, right? So the question is really how the C Python works. Maybe you have seen this diagram. There are many talks out there. I really recommend it to how it works when you have your Python code, a little like a print statement. And there is a whole process that you need to follow, like decoding, tokenizing, parsing, then the abstract syntax tree, and then the final compilation step in the Python virtual machine. You saw something yesterday in the talk when you had all this module and weird things there. So this is the process that we are used to it. But have you ever looked inside what is happening? I see some nodding, so maybe some people have. So what I want you to know, it's not try to figure out everything that I will type here, but I will show you like a simple way of looking what is inside, right? There is a program in C, don't worry about it, treat it as a black box, called GDB, that you can use for exploring these weird things. And you need to believe me now that there is a function that I want to break. That's what the B. So built-in print. Found something in some weird file. So now I will just run Python. I will maybe download some of the things here. So that is Python as you know it. But when I use a print, oh, something happened, something was captured there, something stopped. I can see what is inside. And without further ado, that's the print function. That's just the beginning of the print function. If I continue listing the code, you will see many weird things, right? Maybe if you are using print in an advanced way, you can recognize these keywords that you can pass to the print set, right? You can do print with a different separator file, the N using the file, slash, and everything. And also you see these many weird things, stars around, pi objects, pi whatever's inside a print function. It shouldn't have been simpler, right? But it's like full of, and we are not even finished. Like if I continue here, there are like many other, we are still parsing the arguments of the print function and so on, and then we reach the next function. So it's weird, right? So the same happens when with any other module, right? So for example, you know that if I now completely break like this, so we can do next, we can do steps. But if we just quit, if we start it again, I can also tell you that sometimes you have functions for strings. You maybe are familiarized with strings, right? I don't remember much the name of the function. Maybe I will forget, but it's I think that it was Unicode title. Yeah, I found something. So if I run now Python, and if you have like a string, any string, and you do a title, something is found there. And then you find that that's implementation of using something else, title implementation. Can you see anything suspicious in the last line there that is a new start? There's a method called PT. Anyone knows what PT might stand for? No? We can use help, right? What is doing that? We can check it out. Weird. Did you know about this thing? Is it true? I don't know. And it kind of works. Rodrigo, give me a talking phrase in English, a simple one, so I can write it down. Yeah. Simple phrase, perfect. Simple. And you can even, I guess, use other languages as well, because I was trying, I said, did you know about this thing? Is it true? Because I tell many lies during my talks. So you need to be careful. Weird things happening inside Python. Let's go back to a presentation. Maybe now you're thinking, oh my God, what's going on? What is this thing? But don't worry. It's really simple to get there and try to understand these things. So if you go to GitHub, that's the main repository of the Python project. So you see there the CPython implementation. You have many weird directories and stuff. In a nutshell, I try to summarize them. Don't worry about it. You can always pick up these slides afterwards. You have the doc, the include with some header files. Header files are just think about definition of modules in Python. You have the grammar, really important. It's a language after all. We need grammar. You have the standard lib in Python, the standard lib in C, built-in types, and the runtime itself. So we need to talk a little bit about C. How many people here, I will not ask you a question directly, so don't worry to be in the spot, but how many people here know C? Perfect, no hands that I. How many people here, of those people believe that they are C experts? That's a proper answer, of course. So yeah, I want to show you here the first algorithm that I remember. It is not my code. I just quickly went to the internet and I found it. I remember that I was in charge of implementing. It was assignment in programming class, whatever, bubble sort. If you're not used to C, I want you to see, no pun intended, this code and try to find some similarities with Python. There are some things that you might recognize. There's a main function that sometimes you can create. You need to put a lot of these int things everywhere. Oh, this receive an int of some weird parentheses, int everywhere. This printf also looks like print, but without an F, you know, all these things and are kind of similar to Python, right? So We don't need to do that in Python. You can do A equal hello, A equal 42, right? So how does this magic work in Python? The whole structure of Python, or the whole like abstraction of variables, it's in this little struct called PyObject. If sounds weird to you, don't worry about it. It's just saying that every time that I use PyObject, underneath, we know now that it's a struct underscore object. So what is a PyObject that is doing everything? Again, complicated code, don't worry about it. All these things are just in case you're on Linux and Windows, have a weird version of Xcode or whatever. And but if you, for example, I'm running Linux here, and if I try to simplify all these macros, it will be something like this. Easy, right? At least the first time that I saw that, I said, okay, I can understand everything that is happening inside. But then I noticed that there was something else called PyType object. And then I checked what was that. And that was inside. I don't want you to understand each line there. Maybe you will not be able to read. But there are many, many, many things. But you have some details that can help you understand what is going on here, why there are so many things. You find here, for example, you will not be able to read maybe, but TPS number, TPS sequence as mapping. So you get an idea. When I say sequence, you already know because of yesterday talk, lists, sets. When you see mappings, maybe you think of dictionaries, or number, floating point numbers or integers or something. So it looks complicated, but it makes sense. And I think that the best analogy for me to understand PyObject is this little piece of furniture. If you put it in your kitchen, what do you fill it with? I don't know, some cutlery, dishes, or whatever. If you put it in your bedroom, maybe you put like what? Like pills or I don't know, some night Googles or whatever. If you put it in your office, documents or whatever. So you use this thing, but you fill it depending on your needs, right? Well, a PyObject is exactly the same. Do you need a number? Fill it with things related to numbers. Do you need a mapping? The same thing. So with that, this brief introduction to PyObject, now it's time to learn C, which is of course the #1 goal of any Python conference, right? You come to the Python conference and now you're exposing to learning C. I promise I will be brief and it will not be so tricky. So I want you to look at the code on the left. You all know really Python programmers, so you understand what is going on there. Some of you will say, you are using the print version that is deprecated, usually F strings for the wing. It's just for the example. Does this code make sense to everyone? I will not ask you. I just want to know. Does it make sense to you? Okay. So what is the C version of this? That's a C version of it. Some of you will think, okay, that makes sense. Some of you will think that's look complicated with some extra semicolons all over the place. But if I add type annotations to the Python code, is it now so different? The same reason that maybe you as a Python programmer can complain about all the semicolons, maybe someone will complain, why do you put colons before your variable thingies, right? So it's not so complicated, right? I hope you believe that. So a few more details. This is the part that maybe some of you will start looking into Twitter to see if something happened, if there's some fire or something. But 2, 3 things, nothing more. Integers. In Python, we're used to have integers. That's it. Bye. But in C, since you have an access to other low-level things, there are like many things besides integers. You have shorts, you have longs, you have longs. And also, if you are working with signed or unsigned integer, you have many variations, so you can be really specific of what you're using. Of course, C is a low-level language, so you need to have this access if you're writing something for a microcontroller. You cannot use like, yeah, long, whatever. No, you need to be certain that maybe the precision that you're looking is necessary. The same with decimals. You, instead of having only floating points, you have floats, you have doubles, and many other options. It's possible to declare a variable without initializing. So many of you maybe do this thing when they want to just declare something and assign the value later. So in C, you can do it without initializing into node explicitly. And as you can see in the little example, there's difference between declaring something and initializing something. Memory management. It's one slide. Something that we don't know as Python developers. Sometimes we do. That we can do like, oh, let's do a list. They have another list and append whatever we want inside. Because again, Python objects, we don't care. We can put whatever inside. But in C, it's a little bit different. You need to specify. For example, the first one sounds quite familiar because it's like, okay, simple. But then the things start to be weird because you need to do some memory allocation if you want to assign items, whatever. Maybe this code will not compile, so don't worry. And you cannot put, if you say that it's an array of integers, you cannot put a string there. Everything will explode. And of course, since you're allocating memory, what do you also need to do? For the C developers out there, you need to free the memory that you're allocating. If not, you will start to have memory leaks, whatever. So things start to be a little bit hairy, right? Pointers, really simple, one slide, no, 2 slides, I promise you. When you declare a variable, like a equal 42, there is in some place in the memory of your computer, and it has a value. So the memory address 1000 has a value of 42. And if I have a pointer to where this thing is being, then that has a different memory address, but the value of that, it's the memory address of the other one. So you can have things that point to each other, right? Sounds simple until you start working with them, right? So if I have the following, you know that at least when B is pointing is the value of A, so it's 42. But then what happens when I have like C equal to A or D is equal to when B points? This is what you will get, right? Everything is 42 so far. But if I change it a little bit, the outcome, so I will not, I mean, it's early in the morning, don't worry about calculating what will be. I can just show you, is this. Because doing equal to things that in case of C doesn't affect A because there's no reference, no pointers or nothing. So it's different to what we are used to work sometimes. You know, maybe many times that you did something equal to a list, then you send it something and then the original list was changed. Weird things can happen. So in a nutshell, this is pointed just for you to understand what is the concept of this star. And last but not least, C is a compile language, so you need to compile. And for that, this is the simple hello world. And then you compile with in your terminal, whatever, with your favorite compiler. This is just one. And then you execute it. So that's it. So now I prepare with the organization your certificate outside, so you can proudly say that you learned C, but at least the main concept of C, that it's enough for understanding everything that is happening in this story. So now is the part that I really like because I enjoy looking at your faces with how the slides will start to change and your face will start to like, okay. Who thinks Python is easier than C? I will remember all your faces. And no, don't worry, I will not ask you. For some people, this is complicated. Not everyone knows lambdas, right? Who can understand this? Perfect. What about this? It's a little trick. Who can understand it? Come on, this is level 2. I wanted to, there are like 7 levels here. This is weird. You can try it in your computer later on. The slides will be available. You can try it. It's, you know, I will keep you up to it. Okay. Who has ever done meta programming in Python? Few hands. Cool. What about this? What did this code do? No, you know. I try to usually put this snippet in all my talks. So if maybe you watch some, you will know what. Yeah, homework. What about this? Okay. And my favorite, because it was an experience, personal experience that I have. I needed to learn. I would do some code challenges, and this is a solution that beat me. If you don't know what it is, it's how to determine it. If n is a power of 2. It's valid Python code, by the way. And what about this? No, I just kidding. This is Python. It's a golfing programming language based in Python, but it's not for this stuff. If you like golfing in programming, you can check it out. That's the Fibonacci sequence, by the way. So all languages can be hard or easy. It really depends how we are using it. So I really would like for after this talk that you don't have this assumption of, oh no, C is too difficult. Yeah, it can be difficult, but Python 2 can be difficult. You can encounter this kind of code there. So, but don't worry about it, because CPython helps a lot. All these things that are a little bit weird and quirky in C are really simplified in a way by the CPython API. So for example, we saw before there was kind of a string in C. If you want to create from the CPython API a string, you can do PyUnicode from string. Then you have your PyObject that has a string inside. So then you can do whatever you want within the C interface, of course, get the length, for example, of a string, quite easy. The same with lists. You have already your string from the last example. You create PyList new, PyList append in the list L, the object S. It looks even like Python. I mean, you can read this code and understand what is going on. If tomorrow you are, asked about, oh, what is this thing does, you know what is going. Maybe you will forget one of the stars here and there, but it's something that is closer to you all because you know Python, so you can follow these things. And even if you want to check, since everything is in this Py object, this our little drawer that we need to fill with whatever we have, you have functions to understand, like, is this a string, a list, a dictionary, whatever. So you have all those things. And yeah, sometimes things are a little bit more complicated. You saw already, you remember in the print function that we saw, there were many keyword arguments that we had. Well, here's a kind of a way, if you have like two, maybe you are familiar with glob. This is not the real code, I just invented it, but you have directory and recursive keyword arguments to your glob function. And then you can parse all those things magically in this if statement, and then you get all the variables in this directory and recursive things. So even those steps that in pure C will be like lots of lines are simplified a little bit. So it sounds more reasonable. It is like more approachable so far. Can you not? Don't worry. Not? Yes. Okay. So just for an example, some freshly served snippets from the CPython repository. Oh, what is? Okay. So this is, for example, the list append. If you ever use an append on a list, this is what is inside. And then it's a little bit boring because it's calling another method called PyList append take ref. And that's implementation of that. There's a lot of characters there, but it's not so complicated. You see, first we're getting the size, and then we're trying to resize it. And then we are setting the new item. Not too complicated. There are details, I know, but I want you to demystify that. See, this code can be too complicated. And I have a few slides, 219 CPython about objects lifecycle, but we have time, so we can do it. So everything in Python objects are controlled by the reference counting. So it's really simple. So you are using a variable, one reference. You're using it again, two reference. And if they have no reference, then you garbage collected, you destroy it, right? So the use in here has a special star because in some cases you don't need to, but don't worry, it's out of the scope of the SOAP. Slide number 2. Let's do an exercise. I just told you, when you use something, you have a reference. When you're not using, when you stop using it, you decrease one, right? So I have a list here. How many reference that has A? 1, right? We can agree that it was, yeah, that's correct. There is no tricky question here. Okay, 1. And now I'm using an assignment to another variable, which will be a reference. How many references do we have? And now I'm checking how many references does A has. How many? Don't be shy. I will not. 3? Who said 3? Who said 2? 3. Come on, I'll be crazy. 2? 1? 1? It has 3. Why it has 3? Because you use it 3 times. You're calling a function with the variable, so it also has a reference count inside. So it's this thing which looks complicated when you are debugging reference counting. It can be hell. It's really complicated. You need to keep track of it. But that, I would say, in my opinion, is one of the difficult things of this Python. Okay, we'll keep the other slides for another occasion, of course. The other question is this useful in real life? What I am just told you. Well, yes, mainly because of Python extensions. So this is 3 snippets of how to create a module in C using the C API to expose it in Python. You understand most of the things now because you already know C, you have your certificate. So you know the first is a string, there are some other functions there that I'm creating. So don't worry about it. I'm just doing, there is a method called hello that I will register in this method definition structure that is only has one, which is called hello, and it will use the hello function. There is no arguments to the method. Then we said, okay, we will create a module called Pycon_PT that has those functions that we just declared. And then we say, let's create a module. Then you do some tricky things, you compile, and then you can have this. So this literally is what you can use now, tomorrow, to create the super new Python module that it's written in C, so it's faster than Python, right? So you can do it. And also, similar things happens if you like Rust. This is something, my personal battle, that I would like more people to create C or Rust modules for Python, because of course it would be faster. I mean, like, sure, you can compile language, so go for it. You can just copy this thing and you have your beautiful Python PT module, of course. But it's not so complicated. And with the material that you have in this talk, you can create tomorrow a little module, maybe just for fun, that creates hello and bye, I don't know. And then that's it. You start doing it. And you can, of course, in CPython, it's open source. You can see how CPython does, how CPython implemented title function of strings. And you can see the implementation and try to adapt it to your module. So it's not so complicated. So you may say, yeah, but that's a silly example. Is there real projects about it? And the answer is that yes. So I work at the Qt company. If you heard about Qt, maybe if you are young enough, you have never, but you have used it for sure. As an example, I tend to use, like, I saw many Teslas around in Lisbon and stuff. You know the beautiful screen that the car has? Yeah, that's written in Qt. It's a software that started in 91. And many appliances, cars, software, if you use Linux, KDE, if you use Windows or Mac OS, there are many tools like VLC to play videos, VLC. No, something that's written in Qt. So that's a real example of a software that is written in C++. And at least I work in one of these projects that expose this beast in C++ into Python world. So the project is called PySide. And it's a real case. So on my daily basis, I need to read C Python code. That's why I'm trying to encourage you to also look into it. And it happens in the outside. So it's a real thing. It's not just for this talk, like this weird technical talk that nobody uses anymore. It's real. Many projects out there are using for example, if you're, I don't know, NumPy or Pandas, they are based in, Fortran or C. So all these people need to deal with this stuff. So as I told you already, it's not simple, and but don't worry about it, because all this manual process that you do, you can kind of like be helped by binding generators. And yesterday night, I had a discussion in some restaurant. There was a person that really liked tables. So if you like tables as well, I don't like tables, but this is a summary that lists the tools that I experience, and you can check it out. I highlighted the green one, which is the one that I am developing with many people, of course. And the red one, because we know Rust is so popular. So in case you want to do your Rust project, you can use those things. So these whole snippets that I show you with the hello and Python PT module can be simplified quite a lot if you're using one of these binding generators. But this talk is not about binding generators, right? So then I thought, what can Python do for the Portuguese community? We already saw that Python has the PT module, right? So I thought, what else can be done? So lists, we know how to check if an element is in a list, right? So if I want to check if 3 is in the list, what do we write? In. No, but we talk about Portuguese, right? So you can also program Python in Portuguese. You can check that. And of course, I don't know Portuguese very well, only a few words. So I thought, but I have the PT method already. So how do you say while in Portuguese? Enquanto, okay. So I can say enquanto. Limit. Okay, and they have because also you can have Portuguese Python, right? But who uses while loops? I mean, let's be honest, everyone uses, but I don't know what it's for. It's para, I mean, the para, right? Okay, so we can, of course, do, how do you say range? Limited, well, yeah, I know. I think it was tricky to me to get rid of this part because I did it wrong. And then you can, okay, let's do the simple one. How do you detect if a number is pair? It's pair, sorry, it's pair. It's even or not. So you say, yeah, you need to check if and then you can include the X, and I am not sure if this is how do you say par? No. Okay. And you get the numbers. So yeah, you can have Python in Portuguese as well. But the question is not really what can Python do for particular community, but after all the things that we discussed in this talk is what can you do for Python, the community, the local community, the language, and everything else. So thank you very much. That will be my talk.
Thank you very much, Christian, for your amazing and funny talk, informative. I suspect we might have a couple of minutes for questions. Hopefully, Claudia is getting ready for her keynotes. Christian, are we available for questions today?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Does anybody have a question that they want to share with Christian? Raise your hand.
Maybe if you want to know how things happened. That someone wants to see the code, how it doesn't happen. Which part?
We have a question from Rodrigo. Here's a mic. Well, here. Turn it on. Here, there you go.
Thank you for the talk. Thanks for Portuguese Python. I just wanted to know how you went about making sure that Python works in Portuguese. So in quanto para
So you mean the keywords that were in Portuguese?
yeah, exactly.
So this is a funny story. For that, I read the book. No, I didn't read any book, of course. I literally went inside, not knowing anything that was inside, and think, oh, what if I copy this? And I can show you here the grammar of Python. And I literally, for example, for the M operator, right? I thought, what do you use in Python? In, right? So I noticed, I will spoil it here, but sorry, it's M. With this, we'll almost finish. So there was an in bitwise or statement in the grammar. This is grammar definition. It's not Python. Don't worry about it. So what I did, Rodrigo, I just copied that grammar, duplicated it, and then I needed to do some weird make stuff in Python, and it works. When last time I was in, what was the country? Slovakia, and another. I did the same with the interpreter in Slovak, and then they have the word for in. Thing is V, and in Czech Republic. Yeah, I was in EuroPython. Yes. And then it was, okay, easy, I compile. But the problem was that there are many variables called V in Python. So the moment that I did that, Python said, no, that's an operator. So it took me like, I don't know, hundreds of files and everything. So yeah, I think that we don't have much time, but I will be here the whole day. If you want to check out the code, I can open the laptop and show it to you. I will upload the diff, of course, into the repository that will later be available. So yeah, thanks again.
Thank you, Christian, again. Okay, now for our delayed, but nonetheless impressive keynote of the day, please, let's welcome Claudia. She will be talking about bias. And for those of you who work in data science, raise your hands. Okay, this will resonate with you. And for those who don't, this will even resonate more with you. This is important. It's about bias. It's about things we might not be aware of regarding, well, humans, people, and technology. Please welcome Claudia with a huge round of applause. Welcome, Claudia.
Just 1 minute, guys.
Okay.
IT things, right? Sorry, guys, just to set up this. Good morning, all. Are you all awake? Yes? Familiar faces in the crowd right now. So I'm Claudia. It's glad to be back to Coimbra. So this is my hometown. And I also graduated here in computer science. But you are the experts now. So I'm talking to you about bias in data, bias in IT, and how bias will impact the future and your role in future to that analysis and to make a better world on that. Disclaimer, I'm not an expert in these areas. I work with women in tech to promote more women inside the IT roles. Why? Because we need diversity. And you say, oh no, not again, we need more women in IT. But it's true. Because if you see over here in the crowd, how many women in IT are here? Can you see the percentage? It's really, really, really low. And why? Because we are not promoting this since early ages. So a little bit of my background. When we talk about diversity, we talk about how we have all the dimensions of diversity. Easily, we'll talk about gender, male or female, but there are very and enormous dimensions inside diversity. So I'm going to introduce myself with the diverse dimensions that we have. So I'm a woman, I'm a computer science girl, I'm a mother of 3, I'm Portuguese. I was born in a small town in the country, in Portugal country, where we didn't have access to IT in the time. So I was with 14 years old, trying to figure it out, what was a computer at the time. I'm 47 right now. So you can imagine back then, we had no cell phones, we had nothing, we don't have, well, we talk about internet, but it was something very, very, very far away. So how I am in IT right now? Because I experienced that. And why? Because I have the community and I have the society surrounding me that put me in that place. And you may ask, how? My father was an engineer at the time, and he needed the computer to draw simple maps. And he bought one. You can imagine how the cost of the personal computers back in 90s. So it was very, very, very expensive. And when he brought that to home, I was experiencing the computer and how we're going to talk with that machine, okay? But at the time, when I enter in the phase that I need to decide what kind of things that I'm going to do in life, later in university, all the things and all the tests send me to medicine. Okay, 98% of my tests were sending me to medicine. And I went to IT, to a professional course where everybody was a male at the time and I was the only female. My directors in the school tried to pull me out of that class because I was a waste in that class. But I stayed. Because we have the stereotype that when you go into professional courses, you are trying to go to something or achieve something immediately to work, and you don't have the ability, you don't have the skills to pursue a career or to pursue a major in university. This is the stereotype, the wrong stereotype that we have. So I stayed and then I went to the university. I was not such a great student, as I may say, because I like to talk with people. I like to understand people. I like to network. I like to go to events. I like to organize things. And I didn't see that in IT at the time. I see very focused people, a lot of male professors and a lot of male colleagues. At the time that I was almost going to the market and to corporate, I was scared because I thought that I was not so smart as my colleagues, or I cannot deliver, or I not envision what I'm going to do in the future. And this is also stereotypes that we have at the time Now we have more information, but at the time we have these kind of stereotypes and information of succeeding role models in these male-dominated fields as male. Because if I ask you and raise your hands, I know that you are not Portuguese public, but raise your hand if you think of a female founder of a startup tech company who, do you know someone? Female, you can raise your hand. Raise your hand if you think, okay. Lower your hand. Do you know some female CEOs that raise a startup company, that founded a startup company in IT? Okay, lower your hand if this woman has a disability. So you remain your hands. And if you know someone that has a disability in IT that raise a company, just lower your, do you know it? Okay, see, but there is. We have actually one person from Leiria, a town next to Coimbra that raised a company and founded a company for disability people in IT. So created a platform to create more inclusive spaces for people with disabilities. But you don't know it. And why don't you know these kind of platforms, these kind of people that are doing such great things in IT and female? Because these kind of information are not amplified in the algorithms that we use every day. Okay? So let's just see a little trailer. Okay, we don't have sound. Can we use the sound? Well, you can guess, right? Everyone knows this series, TV series? Geek Guys? I'm sorry? Okay, so we need to just pull over this because we didn't share with sound, apparently. So can we get back, because we have a lot of sounds over here in the videos. Can we get back just, okay, can we do this right now? Okay, because otherwise this will, okay. Okay, let's go.
Would you like to hear another reason why men are better than women?
Sure, let's make it an even 100.
You would never kiss me and make me say I love you and then break up with me.
I wouldn't.
And you know why? Why? Because you're a man, the champagne of genders.
I may be a man, but I think I'm the one that screwed up on this one.
Yeah, well, and you admit it, like a man. Element should be called radium. That last one was Madame Curie.
I figured that out.
She had a penis made of science.
I can't believe I'm spending my way.
Okay, did you see here the stereotype? So everyone, when we think of stereotypes, this is conceptions that we have all life. This is not about men or women. This is not about gender, because we are humans, right? If we are women, humans, so we have these unconscious bias that we deal with that all our life and we don't know how. And why this happens? It's just because we have a brain, this is a muscle, and we consume bits and bits and bits of information every single day by our eyes, by what we hear, by the society, by the touch, the feelings that we have, we do these kind of conceptions. And how? Imagine that our brain is like a drawer with little boxes. So everything that we see and we know, we put it in the boxes with the label that we know, we categorize them, okay? So we have a lot of boxes of things that we know that is similar to us. So when we saw fear, we recognize the fear, right? We don't need to go to check the box to know if we are in front of a lion, we need to run. So these kind of things is the conceptions that we have in our brain. When we saw things that are not natural to us, that are not in the society that we live, that is different to us, we try to work around and put that in a category in our brain. And that's where the unconscious bias starts to rise, okay? And let's see when this starts to happen.
As a girl, I'm expected to be your little princess. As a boy, I'm expected to be your hero. I'm supposed to play with dolls and look pretty. I'm supposed to play sports and act tough. Crying makes people think I'm hormonal. Crying makes people think I'm weak. If I spend more time at work than at home, I lack devotion. If I spend more time at home than at work, I lack devotion. People will question my sexuality if I choose to join the army. People will question my sexuality if I choose to be a nurse. I'm expected to define myself as a boy or as a girl.
Now the easy part. This is the bias that we know, and you as a programmers, you as a coders, as a leaders in the company, as the IT people doing business, know this kind of bias. The problem is the ones that are hidden, the ones that we don't know, the ones that you're going to see in the databases after a lot of tests, a lot of effort. And why? Because the data sets that we have nowadays are biased. Who knows that? Everybody knows that. Who had to code something and face it by after testing and testing to see that the code was biased? No one? Really? Try to do some kind of insurance application or application for a loan. These are the kind of data sets that are really, really biased. Probably we heard a lot more because of the United States, because they have actually this kind of a system different from the Europe and the one that are really scrutinized, but they are biased because the information that we have, the tone of the skin, the people, the background of the people, where they live, what they are doing, the consuming they are doing in the stores, all of that is putting in a database. Our data is there. So people with minorities have actually lower rates in the loans and the insurance rather than the white males, and also the white people and the white males against females and against women in other minorities. But this is actually, we want to talk about diversity in our teams and how we're going to create more products for good and actually use the technology for good. Why does matter? Report shows that the companies that have diverse teams outperform by 12% the ones that don't have. So this is not just a nice to have, or just not just a buzzword or a trend that we have. It's actually business. If it's not for the more equitative world, or for the good, as we say, as the humans, for the good, it's business, because money talks, right? So if you cannot just give people to the right directions for the right reasons, we can say, can show them money. And we can show them money about that. And diversity in innovation and in IT is really, really, really crucial. Who remembers like a failure in the IT products in the market recently? No one's? You? Do you want to speak? Sorry? Twitter, Twitter, X, yeah. So a lot of, if you know, the person that was responsible for the human rights and diversity in Twitter just left with a lot of people also and founded the T2. So it's another social they are trying to found with with less biases in the algorithms. But yes, this is another one. But I'm going to show something that it's really, really close to us and sometimes we don't notice. And could be in IT or could be in our real life, okay? Did you ever try to go to a bathroom and try to wash your hands and you have the thumbs over there and you try like this? Yeah. Sometimes you don't succeed, right? Yeah. You have a sensor over there. And you have good sensors and you have bad sensors. It's like you have good computers or bad computers or fast computers or slow computers. It's the same. So you invest a little bit in the algorithm or in the sensors actually because it's a light to try to read your hand. But if what happened curiously in the United States, it was a speaker that was in a conference like this one. And two speakers went to the bathroom at the same time in the hotel. And it was a white male and a black male. The white male could actually get the dish soap, the soap of these kind of machines, the dispenser, but the black one didn't, the same dispenser. And they start to laugh and recorded a video and put it on the internet because they say the soap dispenser, it was racist. Actually, the sensor that was used in the dispenser was not the best one and it was not tested to all kinds of skins. It's the same when you try to do your fingerprint. The fingerprint from white are different from the fingerprint from the black man. The sensors don't read it the same way. Let's say it put this way, don't read it the same way. So that's why we have to have a diverse team to see all dimensions of diversity over here. Who went to ATM recently? Yeah. Back in time in Portugal, when we saw the ATMs, they were like this tall. Okay, so you almost had to put your in your finger toes to get cash. No one at the time remembered to put it lower ones for the people with wheelchairs, because the study they went through, it was with the median height of people of Portugal. No, so we never thought that people with wheelchair has their own life and need to get catch. Did you ever see this kind of lipstick? Did you buy this kind of lipstick? No. And why? How many men do you see in the streets put lipstick while they are walking, or they are a few if you go to the north and they have a lot of cold, sometimes to protect you. But this was launched with flavor of and smell of Cheetos. I don't believe this is a flop. This was a flop of obviously, but I don't believe that was a lot of people and a lot of women over there telling them to not launch this kind of product, and millions were spent to develop this product. Millions. Another one. Let's see if I have the picture. Who has a cell phone over here? Come on, IT guys. Yeah, everyone, even the kids has a cell phone. Who struggles to just hold the cell phone with only one hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 women against 2 or 3 men. You know why? Because they are the conception of the cell phones are have the basis of the average of a male hand, the size of a male hand. And with that, what they do, they put the best specs in the large and the biggest cell phone. So you say, okay, we're going to do a little one, but the best specs are in the biggest ones. So if we are a small man with the hand a little bit with the size a little bit lower, or a woman, we cannot have the best specs and the best features. Another thing with cell phones. Who has Apple in your cell phone? Who is consumer? Come on, IT guys with Apple. Okay. So remember when Apple released an app for measure your health? Okay, you can have an app with your health over here. You can measure your steps. You can measure what you eat. You can measure everything. And we want to know your data. Do you remember that? So when they launched that app that you all have, so we have women and we have men that consumes that kind of device and app, they forgot to put a feature to get data for hormonal things like the period. Come on, there was not diversity enough in the team to develop this product. They took almost a year to put this feature available after that. Okay, so this when we say, okay, this is diversity and it's a hype, no, it's not. It's actually we spend millions of dollars or euros to develop a product to everybody to use, and then we miss the society that we are serving, right? And that also reflects in people that are launching their own business. They are trying to raise the funds, for instance, in startups, okay? Female women or people with disabilities or with other minorities don't get so much funds in Series A's and Series B's as the males. And one study was conducted that they put it, the business model of the startup without any data related to the people and to the founders. Okay, one was from female founder, and they remove all of that. And they put a female founder presenting the same business model, the same idea in the stage, and a male pitching also for investors. The male get the funded and the female didn't get it. So it was the same business model, just presented by 2 different genders. And this is because of the bias that we have. Okay, women are raised to be more empathic. Men are raised to be more bold. And because society always see at us and look at us to take care of the family, sometimes they think that we lack our goals in business. And that's why we don't get funded so well. Who drives over here? Every single day, who has a mom that drives and have a car? Okay. Did you know that the seat belts and also all the protection features that we have in the cars were obliged to put like the male human model inside the car to test the car crashes until recently? Last year, it was a law that obliged every company to do that, because until there, the human body that you have, it was a male, and to represent a female, it was a little bit shorter. But we have different body, right? We have different physicals. body. So why? But the cars that you have riding in the streets right now, the traffic in the traffic jam, all these models were with the past laws. So it's scary, right? But it's even scary when you see the insurance, because the male has more probability to have car crashes, but the woman has more probability to die of that car crashes. Okay. Any questions so far? This is interactive session, so you can just interrupt me, ask any question if you want to. Okay. And now for your role. Who knows or who are working right now in data analysis? And who has in their company these kind of guidelines to figure it out if the data that you are dealing with every single day have some kind of biases or not for the market that you are serving? One. Okay. I'm not going to tell you that this is a thing that it's a must be. Of course, every time, and our society has using algorithms every day, but they don't notice, right? The people that are not from IT, that don't have this curiosity to know what they are doing when they go to the websites and go to the internet, they don't know what they are informing the data sets, the data that they are giving to them. For instance, they don't know when they are asking to do the puzzle to solve and to prove they are humans, they are actually teaching the machine what is a bridge or a red light or bicycles. They are teaching the machine that that object with that name probably will have some functionality. Also, they don't know when they are trying to log in and create an account with the data they are giving, they are creating a data set and they are feeding the data set to receive a lot of more information about buy these and suggestions about what they will need to buy next or what they need to do next. And with that, the data that we have so far, who go to Google and try to search for images about entrepreneurs or CEOs, what you get? Do you want to try to guess? White males, some handsome ones, because they want to attract us also for being entrepreneur. But most of them, and the first results that we get from a CEO or entrepreneur, it's male with a suit, good looking, and mostly white. But if you search for a nurse, what did you get? Women. Only women. And same as teacher. If you go to primary school teacher, you get women. But it's true. You have a lack of gender and diversity in primary schools. So they get in touch, the primary schools, they get in touch with people that are representing their moms, the caring, and not the bold ones to create a mindset of creative things, of being bold, because they are women and they are more empathic and they are more caring. So with that, who is the villain over here? I don't have the magical solution for you. One of the things that I just said previous, I want to create awareness for that. One of the things that we need to have in mind is that all data sets are biased. And we know how to treat them because Google, Microsoft, other platforms, social media, we can actually hire people to treat these biases. The problem is the hidden biases that we don't have. They have the amplification with AI, okay? And one of them is with health. Because we have bias that don't harm us. We have things in the internet or in products that don't harm us at all, because don't create the impact of life or death. But over here in health, it's really, really serious. Can you guess what this is? This is an image that I searched on Google about skin cancer, okay? And when you do that, you get almost white skin with black spots or different signs, but mainly white skins. Other colored skins get skin cancer also, not with the same probability, not with the same rate, but they have. But what people see is this. What the algorithms see is this. The data that they have is this. So if they are biased, probably when a doctor said, oh, I need to put your data in a database that it's spread all over the world and see what the probability is or the odds are of you getting something, probably you get bias over here. I was worried when my doctor said to me, I need to put your data in a database to see if I can do your surgery in that way. And I said, oh gosh, you know, because it's the eyes. And if I lose the sight, probably this will impact a lot in my life because I need to learn everything again. Who saw Barbie? Hi, Barbie. And now everybody went crazy and just went to AI generation images and AI things for everything. And they want to look like AI and like Barbie and Ken. But actually, these images were amplify stereotypes and biases about the countries. So if you see here, this is from Sudan. You see a woman with a weapon. This is the thing the AI generator image thought about a woman in Sudan, like Barbie. Stereotype, biases, yes. And really serious, because we can laugh, yeah, because we saw it and we know that it's not like that. But this is, I have other implications rather than just entertainment. Okay. Let's see if this works. To see a little bit about my work.
It started with a dream to close the gender gap in tech, and the purpose to help women embrace technology. And it turned into action. Women in Tech promotes girls and women's empowerment around the world, focusing on 4 main pillars: education, business, digital inclusion, and advocacy. This bold vision is what has united our movement across the boundaries of culture, geography, and status. Our mission is to empower 5 million women and girls in STEAM by 2030.
We do this through a number of programs and services offering skilling courses that go from digital literacy to blockchain and mentoring. Our Talent Hub brings together companies who are searching to hire diverse talent and skilled women looking for jobs or new opportunities. Today, Women in Tech is one of the world's leading organizations for inclusion, diversity, and equity in STEM.
Our community counts thousands of members across the world with chapters in all 6 continents.
And thanks to our team, Women in Tech has already impacted 250,000 women across the world.
230,000 people have taken part in our events. 20,000 women have completed our education programs. 2,000 mentors and mentees have been paired. 250 computers were donated to South Africa, India, and Brazil. But more than numbers, we have impacted lives.
Our work has been recognized by presidents, ministers, and a royal princess who has given us their high patronage for our global summit and awards.
Our journey up to now has been so difficult, but it has also been paved with amazing human connections beyond my wildest dreams. Most of our team are volunteers, giving more than just time.
We are paying it forward. We're sharing our love and our commitment within our communities.
Our strength is only greater when we come together as one.
It started with a dream.
One of the things that I do, I am ambassador for Women in Tech. We are trying to promote as a show more women into tech. So only in European Union, we lack 8 million profiles in IT. So we are not promoting so well the roles of IT for female in these areas. Because as myself at the time, we don't envision what we're going to do with tech. Everything is technology nowadays. You can go to lawyers, you can go to medical areas, but you need technology in your life. You need to understand technology, even though you are not coding the technology, but you need to understand them. And this is the bias that we are trying to break over here and the stereotype of gender in technology. This is my volunteer work for the last 5 years, but to put food on the table, I work for Siemens. And we have actually a motto that is IT for good and IT for sustainability. And with that, we have actually a hackathon for female science girls that want to join. I'm going to put that in the Slack to make a call to action to apply to solve 5 pillars we have in these areas. And you can actually earn prize money on that, okay? So one of the things that I want to have a call to action for you is like, I didn't give you the solutions how to identify biases in text to speech or how we're going to translate or the translators that we have in AI or the images in AI or whatever, but Google it for good. Try fact check on the information that you get, but you get a lot of information how these biases are amplified in the data analysis in the data that you're going to deal with your life in IT, okay? Because it's nowadays we have also communities that are getting together, researchers that are getting together to create databases, trying to create databases without bias or in the way to get, they don't have biases. Search, join your work and create awareness in the companies that you have that diverse teams are necessary. If you find yourself as a leader in a team that are not diverse, that don't have the dimensions of diversity, just ask yourself what the HR is doing and request for diversity in your teams. As a leader, we try and tend to hire people that are close to us, that we can relate it with. But I don't want a mini-me in my team. I want two people who ask questions, who is annoying, who lead me to question myself and my decisions. Okay? So think ahead and thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I need some help with someone with the second mic because I'll be on this side of the room and maybe someone else.
Last video, but it's for after the Q&A.
So Claudia, may I start with my first question, given that I'm the session chair and I have the mic? So thanks a lot for raising the attention for this diversity issue. I myself have experienced it from let's say from an observational standpoint. And I feel that as a whole, this bias that we have in society has brought us into this negative feedback loop. So there are certain behaviors that feed bias, and bias feeds behaviors, and we need to break this negative feedback loop. Well, from birth, as you mentioned. So one aspect that I've seen is clients of mine are recruiting people, technical people, say data analysts, okay? And I've been through this 3 or 4 times in the past 2 years, okay? And the particular case is a team of about 10, okay? And they want to bring someone else in, and they want to grab a girl. Let's bring a girl because we have too few girls in the team, okay? Making things simple. But apparently there are not enough girl candidates. So we must go further back in time, right? And our girls in studying tech, our girls studying blah, blah, blah. In the simple case of, you know, she is a girl or a boy, there are many other aspects. So the question, how do we break this negative feedback loop?
If I had the straight answer to you, I had the next unicorn in Portugal, and I'll be rich. So there is not like a magic solution to get more girls in tech or to have more diversity in tech. So we have guidelines and we have tools and we have a lot of research that lead us with data that lead us to possible solutions for that. One of the things that we saw in a video previously is that we are raised by our community with certain stereotypes from the society. So if you had a society with some political mindset late in time, you are led with that. So women were not allowed to vote until recently. People need the permission of the husband to open a business. So some kind of, or open a bank account. So these kind of biases perpetuated in time and also in the education, okay? I don't have the solution, but I can tell you that it's by education, the parents, and education in early ages. We need to break these stereotypes in professions in early stages from the primary school and to teach them what is actually technology because they are digital natives, okay? This is one of the rules. Another rule is, okay, but I'm a company and I need my data scientists right now and I don't have it because you are struggle for lack of resources. It's like being in the jungle, trying to feed your family and you don't have meat for all. So someone will die, right? So what do you need to do? That's why we need to raise our own meat to eat them, right? So one of the things that we need to look back is to the students or people that want to reskill themselves. But you will say again, okay, but I need the data scientists right now to outperform because I need them to just outperform by the time they will sit in the first day in my company. This is a mindset also the companies need to change because they need to be prepared for a lot of struggles like the COVID. Companies need to reinvent themselves to face the things that they cannot predict. Even the market, it's changing in the fast pace. So how can we also look into our company and reskill our own employees or get people that are employed and reskill them and put them working with mentors? And then you probably will have people committed with you, with your company, because you give the hands, you give the skills, and you bring in technology. Technology for women is very, very attractive because they think, oh, I could be a digital nomad. I can work from everywhere, from the beach, I can earn more money. Yeah, I'm going to tech. But they probably will start to do code without knowing where these will impact. So it's very, very important to you if you want to reskill someone or if you want to bring someone that is not from tech into your company, to tell them your work will have impact here, because it's very easy to relate with, okay, if I'm going to the hospital and I'm going to save lives, right? It's the ultimate goal. But if you ask me just to do some kind of API for a product, and I'll say, oh, bullshit again. What is actually changing the needle of the climate changes or making a better world? They don't know. So it's very, very important to say, okay, our goal as a company is to make our world more sustainable, to create products that will help our lives and the way that you cannot imagine. Okay.
Thank you. So we have questions up there. Can you help? Who had a question?
Yes, we have here.
Thank you.
Missed you.
Thank you for this amazing talk. My English is a little bit rusty, so I will try to talk what I want to say. What about left-handed? I work 20 years with a mouse in my right hand because we left-handed, we really adapt faster. However, now I have a disease in my right hand and I have to use the mouse on my left hand. When I try to do a simple Control-C, Control-V with my right hand, because my left hand is on the mouse, it is really hard. It is really difficult. In the software, the movements that are developed by the developers are thinked for right-hand people, not for left-hand people. So what I would like to ask to the audience is, why does anyone think about left-handed people?
Business.
So, yes, we are women, small hands, and left-hand people, okay, really difficult.
It's all related to business. So if you are in a country that people has habits, they don't eat bugs, are you going to open a restaurant that only serve meals with bugs? You're probably going to bankruptcy, right? It's business. So you have some hardware and some manufacturers that will do something about this minority, but this is not their goal, because ultimately they will not do for the good, they will do for the business. They will have some, but the investment on this minority is dictated by the data sets and information. Probably a lot of people that with left-handed don't raise their voice so many times to demand for these kind of products. And when you have it, they are more expensive than the other ones because they took a lot of time to develop. So the life cycle of the product, it was longer, and probably you'll get it. So this is also discrimination that we have due to the data that we had in the manufacturing of products. So ultimately, when we saw, well, we don't have this business, and we need to change that.
We still have one more here.
So I'm part of the recruitment process at my company. We are very intentional to try to bring diversity in. But personally, sometimes I find it very hard because on one hand, I know I have biases. Sometimes I don't know I have them, but I know they're there, right? So always try to be on your guard and just try to keep that in mind. But on the other hand, too, we want to hire the best people, right? So I don't want to hire, and I don't think anyone would want to be hired like as a woman because you're a woman and not because you're the best person. And I have a bit of a struggle how to draw that line and how, I don't know if you have any tips or what's the right frame of thinking here. I will also try to bring more people in these interview processes and whatnot to try to reduce bias, but still, that's always something that I'm wondering, am I being fair? How can I be more fair, et cetera, et cetera?
So you have two questions. The first one is how we know our bias and how can we be more fair in our company. And the second one, how we promote more diversity in teams, not just to be a woman or another minority, just because of minority and the diversity itself, but the best fit for the job. So the first one, for the biases, we all have biases, okay? I'm going to give you an example. A lot of companies think that diversity gender, women, faces, and male, just that, okay? Oh, we have a lot of female in our company, so we are diverse. And we need to look at diversity, inclusion, and equity in our company. So to be fair and don't have biases, we need to create some kind of mechanism to prevent that persons with the same roles, but different genders or other minorities are paid differently for the same job, okay? Secondly, you need to create awareness about these biases. For instance, if I hire a neurodiverse people, like, and try to put them to present themselves, this kind of presentations on stage, they will not do it. They are great to coach. They are great to do their own tasks alone, not interacting with people, some of them. So why we are trying to change? We need to adapt to them, to take the most advantage of these people. These, as a leaders, we need to recognize our people. We need to know with what we are working with. The people that I'm working next to me, it's not just their skills in IT. They're playing that role. They have other things around the society, other things they do outside the family, I don't know, hobbies. And that makes the beauty of diverse teams that you have. So you need to know her. Do not hire more people just because a woman. You need actually, as a company, to amplify what is actually your guidelines of sustainability that has the social insight and also the guidelines of diversity inclusion. As a leader in a room, you need to understand who is quiet in a room and give them the voice. So start to create these little steps to be fair. You ask me, how can I be fair with my team? How can I be more inclusive? Because it's not diversity. What you're asking is, how can I be more inclusive with my team? I want to hire more diverse teams. So, and by diverse, it means could be the same ethnicity, the same minority, but one that has the privilege to study without any economic failures in the way, and the other one that has to work, to pay for their studies, to struggle in life, and they are at the same level in the company. So you have two different peoples with different backgrounds, with different faces over there. So you need to understand your people and give them voice. If you are in the meeting that you have always one that raises the hands and wants to talk every time, but you also need to look and pay attention to the one that is always quiet and only suggest something when you ask. So give the same amount of time to all of your team. You probably get more ideas and probably get more diverse ideas. We don't want to have more women or more minorities or to get more refugees or get more people from from the ones that get out from prisons and need to be included in society, in the companies, just to say that we are diverse and we hire these kind of people. We want also the best fit for the job. But the HRs, and also nowadays they are using a lot of data analysis and CVs. Sometimes they are lacking a human to see the CVs and actually make the best fit for the job, because the data is biased and can just pull over the right candidates for the job. So I think this is a process that you need to understand in your company. What is the guidelines of diversity that we have? How we include them, okay? Because it can be a global team. So you are not making appointments to India, in Portugal, in an hours they cannot attend or they must be to sleep. So you need to be attention to that. And you need to accept they have different habits, different cultures. And by the time they have religion things, you need to accept that. And not saying the project is more important or the deadline is more important. So this is the way that you can actually be inclusive. With that, your employee satisfaction will be increasing, and they will amplify that in your company you are inclusive and you take care about your employees, you know, and that you get more diverse teams because people want to apply to your company. Nowadays, the companies are not choosing their employees. The employees are choosing the companies. It's the other way around. And one of the things that we are asked a lot is, what is your social responsibility? What is the programs that you have? How can I reskill myself inside? How can I move? How can I work remotely because I have a family? How can I adapt or adjust my schedule? How can I be a leader and a head and a CEO and work part-time? Because if you say, do you want to be a CEO, you assume that you are working double of the time, not just 100% of all location. But there is companies that are offering this kind of solutions. You can be a CEO, can be a head and work in part-time. If you are the right for the job, you have it. So this kind of little things that seems that doesn't make a difference, makes a lot of difference. This is the little details that will make your company more diverse and want people from different corners of the world work for you and you as a leader.
Okay, so thank you, Claudia, very much. I think our time is up. I'm sure we can all grab Claudia during our break, but she has something else to wrap up, right? So go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is in Portuguese, so sorry for you, but I'm going to explain to you prior to the presentation. This is a girl that was interviewed in Brazil for a Santander. And they were trying to have some kind collecting feedback of how nice it's working here and diverse teams we have and so on and so forth. And the first question she said, you are asking this bullshit just because I'm a woman, right? And then she's like so fed up to be in a male-dominated world in IT that she said that working in the IT is like working for the devil, okay? Because when you're trying to code, you always find the bug and always find people younger than you that are way ahead of you, and you are struggling to learn every single day just to survive. And in the next life, she will hope that somehow she has any other great skill like painting and art or something else, okay? It's just to see how we are right now and most of the women in IT are right now feeling. Okay, let's try.
Na moral que vocês vão fazer eu gravar essa merda só porque eu sou mulher, né? Ah, já tá gravando? Tá bom, beleza. Bom, ser profissional de TI é um inferno mesmo na Terra, assim, eu acho que é a simulação do que é estar do lado do tinhoso, porque todo dia você acorda, você já está desatualizado, não importa o quanto você estude, sempre vai ter 10 pessoas com metade da sua idade que já estão anos-luz da frente, e aí você tenta fazer seu melhor, e aí o que acontece? Dá pau, dá bug, não é o suficiente, não é rápido, não é escalável, enfim. Eu espero que na próxima vida eu nasça com um talento aí, sei lá, de pintar quadro, de vender minha arte na praia, algo que me traga mais paz de espírito do que eu tenho hoje. Tá bom? É isso, valeu.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll now do our customary morning break. We will pick up back at 11:20. Okay, see you soon. Thank you, Claudia, again.
Leandro Henrique. Não, gente, põe outro aqui de apoio só. E assim, é sempre que já estão. Eu acompanho. É a única coisa que eu acompanho, eu posso ver. Hello. Hello. How are you? Hi, my name is Stefan. Sir, the next. Yes. Okay. Okay. I expect you to return for your computer. Yes, okay, perfect. Today I told you what and after sharing screen.
Alô, 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 alô.
Yeah.
Não, peraí. Eu tenho que dar o ID da oração. Qual é o computador que vai ser usado? Ok. Tem que ver as permissões aí. Certamente. Porque elas eu vou ter que fazer porque ele
Não, aí tu tem que share screen.
Ok, how disable?
Tira o som.
Tu tem que...
Tira o som. Muta total.
Pronto, ok.
Aqui.
Ah,
é o microfone.
Ixi, a Cláudia não saiu. Aqui.
Não tem pressa.
Test.
Não, acho que eu gosto desse aqui. É só ver aqui.
Alô, 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 alô.
Acho bacana. Complica, né?
E podemos falar aqui sobre... Xixi.
The guy was yeah, you have a new one. You have a new house? I will have, yeah. Okay, so you need to connect and specific input. I don't have the IP, so I have the IP. So you connect to the Zoom and you need to show your screen that it's your right. So yeah, they are the right. And you can no, you can't like the so you think you live in the road. Yeah, okay. Then you can appeal, you can no worries, I have a copy.
Thank you, bye. Ok. Não, ainda não.
Mudar estas notas? Acho que eu posso mudar manual dois, né? Manual dois. E aí tu muda manual, não sei. Ó, quer ver? So I'm using your laptop here to read my notes. Meu Deus, não cai não. Oh. We can do that. The finish at the time. By the end of this conference. You can. Eu não, olha. Eu emagreci 5 quilos. Eu sempre tive, mas agora estou. Ela adora ser independente, é engraçado. Ela não gosta que a gente. Ela come com a mão e com o gato. Se a gente der a comida, ela não come tanto. Engraçado, 10 meses já, cara. É esse o menorzinho que dá mais trabalho para ela. Não, deixa eu falar. Vai lá e vai bem sempre. Mas é creche no trabalho. Agora começa a tarefa de de casa, sério. Uma coisa que eu descobri aqui que é muito legal é uma coisa chamada estudo mesmo. Para você, é muito legal você não ter relação humana, você ficar no seu tempo, né? No Brasil. Muito legal.
Como é que tá?
Tô com a Licedama.
Licedama?
É. Licedama. Carlos Fonseca deve ser o dono da sala, né? Cara, eu vou falar uma coisa. Eu acho que eu aceitaria. Eu vou te falar uma coisa que eu gostaria de. Eu quero aposentar aqui. Vou aposentar aqui. Volto no Brasil, eu quero aposentar aqui. Muito. Em Viana do Castelo. Né? Mas eu acho que eu queria. Para ser de base mesmo, eu sei que aqui é muito bom. Mas para ser uma coisa na vida, eu vejo professor. O país, assim, cara. Eu acho que ela ainda tem um balanço legal de cara. Mas eu não iria para Amsterdã, não. Eu iria para o Crash, qualquer outro. Não, eu acho que eu é muito longe já. Eu iria para alguma coisa mais perto, tipo o Crash, se essa coisa está muito fora. É muito tranquilo. Eu acho que para ela seria bacana, sabe? Não?
Não, mas vai aprender inglês também, porque aqui eu para ir bem. Então, seria isso, mas eu não quero ver ele. O país que eu vou apresentar é muito vermelho. Pode estar comigo. Portugal tem basicamente tudo que o Brasil tem. Aqui. Praias, Brasil que é quente e tal. Tem tudo que tem no norte. Eu nunca morei no sul. No norte, a galera, o pessoal é mais aberto. Tirando os mais velhos, que mais velhos são os portugueses antigos, eles são feitos preconceito, essas merda, mas o pessoal não é mais novo, da nossa geração, assim, já é super aberto, festa, tem tudo mais, não tem preconceito nem nada, e temos praia. E assim, pode parecer mentira, mas eu odeio o calor do Brasil. Eu odeio o calor infernal do Brasil. Eu gosto desse tempo, assim. Você tem uma semana quente, mas você tem uma semana quente ali, dá para ir para praia, brincar e tudo mais, tem finais de semana bom, mas no verão aquela 18, 20 graus. 20 graus para mim já começa a ser muito bacana. Agora, o calor da terra desse homem, onde esse homem vem aí, dependendo da outro lugar lá, meu amigo. Geralmente ele tem uma opção de outro, por exemplo, no chat que eu falei que tem algum ele, tá? Vamos lá, vou levar o computador lá. Not a very thing. Que é esse CBS, alguma coisa, que é o do carro, desculpa. Só que ele não é o rosto. O rosto parece ser esse CBS. Por isso que o Carlos também não consegue, porque quando eu tento, olha. Start screen. Tá funcionando.
Guys, I like him. I'm not going to confuse that.
Hello?
Que é justamente o dia. Tá legal. Aí é? Pronto, ok.
Ainda tá proibido. Ah, tá vendo? Olha, tá vendo? Muita tecnologia. Eu sou da Era como assim, você mudar alguma coisa? Você tem que mudar a visão, e aí o vídeo, a experiência da mulher foi totalmente prejudicada. Porque o vídeo estava travando e tudo mais.
E a outra coisa que a internet está vendo, mas, claro, o vídeo é prejudicado porque você pode compartilhamento interno, e aí o computador vai buscar o vídeo. Olha, aperta aí.
Ah, agora vou share screen advanced.
Não, é lá mesmo. É o aí vai ter que dar
Ah, ok. Deixa eu reabrir ele. Qual é o número? 977-7609. Pode colocar com áudio. So, is everything working? No. Ah, eu acho que ele tem que me dar de novo, porque eu saí e voltei. Fala para ele. Yeah, we have the first slide is this one. Okay. Tem naquele computador? E agora o anfitrião é ele. Agora o anfitrião é ele. Não, espera, deixa eu ver se eles acham. So you have to if you need help with the time of the presentation. Teste, teste, teste. Pode ser. Teste, teste. Ou aquele lá andando.
Hey, everybody. Hope you folks had a good lunch. So just wanted to ask, how many of you use AWS? A lot of you. How many would like AWS's tools to break down after a change? Nobody. Okay, so for our next talk, we're going to be talking about living and breathing backwards compatible changes. Please welcome Leandro and Enrique.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, as I was introduced, my name is Leandro. I have here my colleague Henrique. We work with maintaining Power Tools, open source tool that help customers to adopt best practices in Lambda. So today we are going to talk about living and breathing backwards compatible changes. So, and let's start this with this meme. So every time you need to make changes, every time you need to evolve our systems, every time you need to fix bugs, every time you need to create some new code, and it can lead us to creating breaking changes. So sometimes it's inevitable. You can avoid that, but you need to evolve your system. So today we are going to cover how you can do that on Power Tools and how you cover that and you try to avoid making breaking changes. So let me start with this big guy, the PAP 3000. Most of you, I'm sure that know this proposition. And in 2006, Python needed to update the version. Python needed to add more features. Python needed to add more performance, fix some bugs, and it was needed to update the major version. So Python needed to update from Python 2 to Python 3. And there are very interesting things in this PHP. So you have a statement here that say, not even a subset of your code will work from Python 2 to Python 3 without changes. Of course, some piece of code works, but this is a good statement to understand what is a breaking change. And how was the cost to developers, to the business? Some of developers took like years to migrate systems from Python 2 to Python 3. Some companies abandoned Python because it was hard to update and you need to have more performance. I don't know why you heard some things about that. But not even all changes must be huge like that. Not all breaking changes must be huge like that. And this is why we'll try to cover this today and demonstrate to you that you can make breaking changes with profit and letting the customer know about it. So let me ask a question if someone give a word about that. What does breaking change mean for you? If someone wants to give a word of that. No, I see people think about break changes in two ways. The first way is breaking change is you can't break the contract of your API. So given API, you have a method that exposes two parameters, A and B, and you have customers consuming this API, consuming this method, and you can't remove for example, the parameter B. If you remove that, you are breaking the contract. So for someone that depends on your API, won't longer works because you remove the parameter. But I see people talking about breaking changes if you change the behavior. So given the same API, you release a new version, you didn't remove any parameters, but you introduce a new behavior. Instead of these APIs returning all records from database, it's just an example, it just returns paginated records. And you need to invoke many times the same API to get the same result that you had in the last version. So not all breaking changes is just about the breaking the contract. And if you think about breaking changes and say, hey, I see these two options, and I think that it depends what is breaking change. In my opinion, you might be wrong. So let me introduce this guy. Who is this guy? This is Hiram Wright. So sorry, Hiram. I have problem to pronounce your name because it's the problem of Brazilians speaking English sometimes. But this guy is a Google engineer that he's famous for a very specific statement, the Hiram's law. I don't like to read the slides, but let me read this one. With a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your systems will be depended on by somebody. Let me focus on that. All observable behaviors of your systems will be dependent on somebody. So what that means? Let me get this case from XKCD, a famous web prompt website. And you have a new version that was launched, and the CPU no longer overheats your computer. And it's good because we fix a critical bug. But we have the user force say, hey, you broke my workflow. When you updated this behavior, when you changed the behavior that pressing spacebar don't hit my CPU, you broke my workflow. So we have here a clear example what is a breaking change, what a part of breaking change. Okay, breaking contract is a breaking change. But if you change the behavior, you never know the all workflow that your customer has. You never all behavior that your customers expect about that. And in Python specifically, we have some challenges. Python is my preferred language. I love that, but you need to talk about challenges in Python. Dynamic type in Python could lead us to introduce break changes because you can change it in the runtime. For example, the code is running, a variable from string to int. So if you don't use MyPy, for example, to check static type in our development environment, you can create a break change with no intention, but you can create. Global namespace, I can't see it many times, but if you create a namespace, it can conflict with another API from the customers. And the thing that, in my opinion, is one of the most problematic things in Python when you try to avoid breaking changes, no visibility modifiers. Basically, when you define an API, understand an API like a class with a lot of methods, we can define, for example, private variables. We can define private methods by using underscore or others. But even we do that, the customer has access to all properties in Python. The customers can rely, for example, in a private property that you define it, and if you change that in the next release, so you can break a behavior of the customer, you can break a code of the customer, because we never know all the situations that customer, all the behaviors, all the workflow that customers are using our code. And what's the impact of a breaking change in an open source project? In an open source project that we work on. So we have many of impacts, but I would like to focus on 3 of them. Compatibility issues. If all the releases that you do in your open source code, you introduce a problem to have compatibility with previous version, you have a problem of breaking changes, and you can lose the confidence of your customers. Adoption challenges. Imagine that you have an open source project, you wanted that to have more styles on GitHub, you have that the community, you wanted that the community adopt your project, but the community have a vision, have a understand your project that every release you expect a breaking change, or every release you never know what is expected. You need to review your code, you may break your pipeline. So this is a problematic to make breaking change every time. And the most dangerous for me when working with open source, because open source you basically depends on the community, we depend on the adoptions, and to make the project successfully, we need the community engagement on that. So if you make breaking changes and if you don't communicate to your customer, if you don't have a process to do that, the customer can go to the Twitter, even GitHub, and say, hey, please don't adopt this project, don't do that, because every new release, this project introduces a breaking change. I tried a lot about problems, but from now, we'll try to explain for you how we did that, moving from updating from version 1 to version 2 in PowerCase.
Thank you, Leandro. Good morning, everyone. So as we mentioned at the beginning, my name is Henrique Graça and my colleague Leandro Damasceno, and we're both specialist SAs at AWS. Although we live and breathe for AWS, we are almost full-time developers. We are SAs as well because we talk to customers, get their feedback, and essentially that's what we do. How many of you are familiar with AWS hands? How many of you are familiar with Power Tools and Lambda? Do you use it? Nice. Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, we're in a Python conference. So yeah, the Power Tools, for those who are not familiar, is an open source project. So we build, although we are AWS employees, we build everything in the open. And we obviously do that for this tool. So to talk about the beginning, the journey, right? So there's always a beginning. This all started in early 2020. when we released, or AWS released, the well-architected serverless lens tool. Essentially, this is a tool that gives you insights and best practices to assess your serverless workloads. And if you are using serverless, you're probably already familiar with this tool, this assessment. So while this was ongoing, in the first 6 months, we had probably more than 10,000 customers applying and answering this assessment. And one of the main questions that we ask is which services should be optimized to improve your customer experience using serverless? And those were the three main answers we got. So, and the challenges customer had while using serverless, while implementing distributed tracing, structured logging, and metrics, right? So these were the three things that we found customers struggling more. And if you built serverless in the past 2, 3, 4 years, you felt this pain as well. So if we dive a little bit into the metrics example, by default, we all get from our cloud providers, in this case, AWS, system metrics, right? HTTP errors, success rates, failure rates, etc. But how about business metrics, customer experience, operational metrics? How do we know what it was placed on the customer's cart? How is the latency? How long do they take to add items to a cart? Pipeline, operational metrics. How do we know the release frequency? So all of those things we can get with metrics. And this is something that we as developers and engineers, and since we are in the Python conference, and I was sitting in the crowd and I saw some laptops open, terminals, VS Code. I saw someone trying to exit Vim as well. So we are in a developer conference. And as an engineer, something we would do is just get into Lambda and start writing some code, right? And this is an example for a simple metric. We call the AWS Auto 3 SDK, right? And then we just call the API put metric. This is very easy, I think. But for one single metric, for me, as engineers, we are lazy, and that's a good thing. This, for me, looks like a lot of code. And as well as in the note there, for every 1,000 requests, we pay $1 to send these metrics to CloudWatch. The other thing is, as you see there, this is not asynchronous, so you're going to introduce some blocking, right? Some latency to your Lambdas, which is not great. A lot of people do it, but we think there is a better way of doing it. And this is why we then worked on and released Lambda Power Tools for AWS, which you can see as an easy example of metrics. We instantiate metrics. We can even decorate our Lambda handler to get Lambda context information like cold starts. And then we push to the API metrics.add metrics. Simple API, clean and easy to use. The other good thing is all of these metrics use EMF, embedded metrics format to push those metrics. Essentially, we put those metrics in the logs asynchronously. CloudWatch or AWS will push those metrics to CloudWatch, and you have those metrics there in a more cost-efficient and non-blocking way. And yeah, Power Tools for AWS Lambda is a collection of utilities that adopt these best practices. As I mentioned, is open source. And at its core, we provide these three utilities: logger, metrics, and tracer, but there's more we can have and see under the hood, like we're going to mention now. So for Ops1 solution, to answer to that question, how will we deal with metrics, tracing, and logging? This is it. With 3 lines of code, we just decorate our Lambda handler. We can code push metrics and tracers as we want, but the bare minimum, we just add those 3 annotations to our handlers, and we take care of that situation. And this is a much easier way to assess the health of your serverless application and conform to the serverless lens tool we saw. But obviously, logger, metrics, and tracer are not the only things we do. Most of our work, as I explained at the beginning, is to talk to customers, get their feedback, have interviews, help them adopt Power Tools, and much more. So we did this almost 4 years of having serverless land, creating Power Tools. we have come up with a lot of pain points and trying to ease the pain of customers. For instance, idempotency. Let's imagine that you have a Lambda running on an SQS or something, and you don't want to repeat events. You can have idempotency, batch processing, streaming, secrets, parameters, feature flags. So we have all of that. And we are, since it's an open source project, we have issues. We can get feedback from customers, either customers we talk to, or if you want, it's an open source project, create an issue and we can discuss with you how to implement it or contribute. That's the best part, contributions. And obviously, Lambda, Power Tools for Lambda was initially created for Python. It's the best utility in terms of the runtimes. It has more support, more features, but we also have other languages. If by any reason use Java in serverless, I'm sorry, but yeah, you can use it Power Tools as well. TypeScript and .NET are also good options you can use. And lastly, in terms of community. So as you've seen, since 2020 has been steady growth, right, of stargazers on GitHub. And we always welcome contributions. For the people that raised their hands in the beginning, thank you. And if you have any feedback, features, let us know outside. Me and Leon will be here. For those that don't use it, if you want to chat with us, come have a chat of how to adopt this in your companies. And this was always at the beginning of the journey. And the reason why we live and breathe those breaking changes is because we felt a pain on building this real world software for our customers in the open, which is even more challenging. So in version 1 released in June 2020, version 2 after 2 years of release, and this is something that Leandro is going to talk about our journey to get to that stage. And after we released V2, it took almost 7 months for people to migrate from V1 to V2, and that was, again, another one of those challenges. So with that, Leandro is going to talk about the lessons we learned throughout our journey, and thank you for listening.
Hi. We spoke a lot about problems. Now you understand Power Tools, what you did, but we spoke a lot of problems. Don't do this, don't do that, and do the same. But what you learned about when you make the journey to updating, to maintain a open source project, we don't know, we don't have all the answers. We are failing, we fail sometimes, but you learn from these failures. So I will try to show here what you did and what you're doing to maintain an open source project and avoid losing confidence from the customer. And let me split this one in 3 phases: before, during, and after. Before, you may think that avoid breaking changes, hey, I use semantic version. Because semantic version is I have a patch release, I have a minor release, and I have a major release. And usually, libraries use the major release to release a new versions, and in breaking something, and breaking API contracts, and in breaking other things. But now we have 3 problems. And I'm not to say that semantic version is not good. We use that. But we have 3 problems. The patch problems, the minor problem, and the major problem. And why this is a problem? Because semantic version defines some best practice to update your library and define the versions of your library, but it's not very clear about the compatibility changes. This is not very clear what you need to do to avoid break changes. So it's not forward behavior, for example, when you release a patch release. So semantic version is one way to do that, but it's not all the answer for that. And here I start saying what you did. So the first thing that we did to gain the confidence of the customer and to make clear our communication to the customers is creating a public roadmap. So the customer can now know exactly what expected about our releases. We have this roadmap saying, hey, in the next release, the next minor release, or the next major release, we expected to launch this feature. So what's the benefit of that? Because by seeing that, the customer can go to the repositories and say, hey, I don't agree with this new release, or I don't agree with the new feature that you plan to launch in the next major release, or you may include this release, or you may not. So you are working on a public repository, you are doing open source. So a good practice, and you have a lot of feedbacks about that, create a roadmap. So the customers know exactly what expected about the next versions. Let me pass here. Working public. And this one is the thing that particularly we do the best. So everything that you have is public, except the confidential data, because you can share, of course. No one can share confidential data for company, but everything that you do is public. We keep it this board, this is a project in GitHub, updated. So the customer can go there, the customer can look at the issues, the discussions. We have some discussion that we need to interact with the Lambda team, the Lambda runtime team that manages Lambda, the service Lambda. We put that on the issues, and the customers can go there and understand exactly what's going on. So, and GitHub has a lot of automation that you can create a project to automate that, and you have a good governance and clear communication to the project. Let me say a thing that you did before creating a breaking change. This was a breaking change that we created, but we should go there. We would go there and say, hey, we are breaking change in the version 2, and you are removing the support to batch processing using the decorator, the legacy code, but we didn't do that. Instead of that, we deprecated this utility. We removed that from our first section of the documentation and put that on the bottom. So the customer, it's harder to find how this works in the legacy code. And you promoted the new code to the first sections of the documentation. I have another very useful case about the deprecating path is Pydantic. I know some of you are using Pydantic. Pydantic has released the version 2 months ago, I don't remember. And Pydantic made a very good thing. So Pydantic, instead of removing support for the Pydantic v1, they deprecated most of the methods. So the customer can seamlessly move from Pydantic v1 to Pydantic v2. It's the same that we do in PowerTools. So, okay, it was before you make a breaking change. And when you need to do a breaking change, when you need to have a decision and say, hey, we need to make a breaking change. How do you do that? So, oops. One thing that you try to do is not break it in the first place. I mean, this piece of code, snippet of code, you have a utility called the event handler that manages request from API gateway. And initially you have the first field allow origin. So it's our force control, and the customer could inform just one origin. But customers went to the repository and said, hey, I want to allow more than one origin. I want to add more origin because I have a lot of domains. I have a service site as a service. And what we could do in this case? Okay, I will transform the first field allow origin in allow origins in the plural, and instead of it sees a string, I could change the type to be a list because it's a type more than once. It's a breaking change. Someone that using that and rely on the type that is string, now it's have a breaking change because it's not more a string, it's a list. Instead of that, we created a new field called extra origins that now we allow the customer that want to use more than one origin to inform that one in the next field. It's hard because you need now to maintain two codes, but you are planning to remove that in the next release, the next major release of PowerTools. So try to avoid to break it in the first place. So make it obvious. Every time that you need to make a breaking change, go to the repository, open a RFC, open an issue, and make it explicit. Say to the customer, hey, this RFC will introduce a breaking change, and you are planning to do that in the next release or the next one. You updated, in this case, we updated our roadmap based on RFC that is a breaking change. Test your documentation snippets. Another thing that we are very good is providing documentation examples to our customers. when you create the documentation and when we integrate this documentation in our core, we can test the documentation. We can run linter, we can run MyPy against our documentation, for example, and MyPy can detect some changes that we made in our code and avoid breaking changes. End-to-end tests. I know that most of you do that, they are familiar, but I see that many open source projects or many other projects don't run end-to-end tests in every commit. We do that. Every commit that you have in our repository, we run end-to-end tests because it's good to avoid regressions when you are creating new features or when you fix bugs, and it makes clear that you are not breaking anything for the customer. Okay, now we know that we do before what you do during, but after breaking change, what is needed to do? Now we have a breaking change. Now we have customers that want to update from version 1 to version 2, and Enrique explained it. It took like 7 months, 1 year. How to help customers to adopt this new version with breaking change? So the first one, invest in the documentation. So if you go now to the Power Tools repository, doesn't matter the language, you see a lot of examples of documentation, diagrams saying, hi, hey, to use this documentation, to use this feature, you can copy this snippet of code, and this feature will work like that. That customer invoke a lambda and blah, 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 and follow this workflow. So documentation for open source projects is very important to trust, to gain confidence of your customer. The other thing that we spend a lot of time, I can say that I spend sometimes almost a day, is to make a release note. It's the only part of our pipeline that is manual. We do that manual because you have a human right here, and you try to show to the customer what features, what bugs, or doesn't matter why, introducing this release. So we spend, I can say by my experience, and the same with Enrique, I spend sometimes a day to write a release note because it's very important to have a clear communication with our customer. So try to add some snippets on your release notes to make easy customers adopt this new feature. This is an example that we introduced Datadog as a provider. Upgrade guide. Let me spend it like 30 seconds. I know that we are running out of time. I did this for 2 minutes. Okay. Let me spend just 1 minute on the upgrade guide. Now, okay, now we have a new release. We made break changes. The customer wants to update to the major version in adopting that because it's very important. But how can I help customer to adopt this new version? Create an upgrade guide. Tell to the customer, hey, to upgrade this utility to this new version, do this and that. So we broke code. You need to more IAM permission. You need to change your code. Create a clear upgrade guide. It's very important when you are working with open source and you want that the community adopt your product. So this is a quick summary of our upgrade guide from version 1 to version 2. And you can see what you broke. So the changes that you made, if you need to change your code, and if you need to change IAM permission. Because if you need to change either your code or your IAM permission, this is a breaking change because it's not working in the new version without change. So this is another example of legacy batch process. I will skip this slide because we are running out of time. And reduce MTTF. What that means? We have best intentions. We strive to avoid breaking changes all the time, but we fail. Sometimes we will do that. Sometimes my pipe can get the problem. Our pipeline can get the end-to-end test can get the problem, but we create a problem and you create a regression or a breaking change for a customer without intention. So what do you do to avoid that? We have a fast response when you do this. So this is an example that a customer releases a new version and a customer that are a heavy user of Power Tools say, hey, you create a patch release and you introduce a breaking change. So what you did in this case, with only 30 minutes, by the customer open the issue, we release a new patch release, we release a new version, fixing that breaking change. So reducing the time of that you respond, that you give a response to your customer, and they again gain confidence of the customer, it's very important. This is an example of our pipeline that take like 10 minutes to release a version, to build a version, create layers and lambda layers, and publish the PyPy release. So I would like to say thank you for you all. Again, my name is Leandro Damascena with my colleague here, and we are here to talk about a little bit more about the community where you can find power tools and how to do it.
I don't know if there's some questions. We have time for questions.
Thank you for the talk. You told that you can take up to a day to write the release changes or the release notes. What about documentation? And I know it can vary from a couple of minutes for a simple feature to.
You mean how many time I spend
How
writing
much time do you
documentation?
spend on documentation?
It's very interesting power tools because most of people think that we are developing just write code. But I think that writing code is just 20% of the time writing the code, just 20%. All the rest of the time we spend writing the documentation, we spend in researching, we spend listening from the customer. We have a Discord channel that you can join there. And if you want to learn more about that, we can help you to write the documentation. But documentation is a very important piece of our job, our work. We have a pull request that if you want to go to the repository and see that is to introduce middleware support in our roles. You see that more than 50% of these pull requests are commits with documentation changes. So this is very important because we need to help customers to adopt our solution. We need to help customers say, hey, use our library like this. You have these downsides, you have these improvements, you have this problem, you have this benefit. So we spend a lot of time writing the documentation. No, it's me. It's me. It's a hick. Yeah. Not exactly, because every
Yeah, we have some processes in place. We obviously have which is the mentor of this project. He's the principal on our team. We have some guidelines on how to write good documentation, and one of the things AWS is known for is they value a lot of writing, which is something most people are not used to and is not natural for us as engineers and developers. We don't like to write documentation, to be honest, but it's something we have to do. Like Andrew was mentioning, if you want to have adoption, especially on an open source project, or even if you're working in your organization building something and you want to evangelize your tool or your CI pipeline or the next big framework, you have to write it and tell it. And to answer your question, we all write. We obviously have a process, but we all are empowered to write, and it's recommended and you get used to it. But yeah, we all have to do that. 60 or 70% of the time, that's what we spend doing.
When you write the documentation, sometimes we feel the pain of the customer, and you go back to the code and say, "Hey, this is not a good experience. We need to improve that experience." So it's very important to write the documentation because, as you call, feeding the dogs. So you feed the dog, and you learn by that. Thanks for your question. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can call offline. Go to the Discord server, go to the repository. If you want to contribute and you are not confident working publicly, we can schedule one-on-one session and help you. Thank you so much.
Folks, we're just getting set up here. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay.
Test. What is it? Good? Not good. The screen. Okay, good. I think there's no.
All right, time for our next session. Before we start, how many of you use Django? A lot of you. How many use the Django ORM? All right, good. Even our speaker does. And so this talk is going to be Practical Guide to Database Logs with Django. Please welcome Efe.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? People at the back? Yes, thank you very much for your feedback. So the talk will be about the practical guides to the database logs, especially with Django Web Framework. Let me introduce myself beforehand. I've been working professionally for 7 years. My current role is like a tech lead and senior backend developer. I mostly build APIs, infrastructures, and services. For last couple of years, I mostly focused on decentralized blockchain applications. But some people say me just Django developer. So I also organized Pycon Turkey and Py Istanbul. And we also organized one of the Pycon in Turkey. I see that it's really hard to organize a Pycon in new country. So I would really like to thank the Pycon Portugal organizers for having this event. Also, I have a well-maintained blog under efe.me. You can also reach out to slides after my talk from here. So let me start with the table of contents. So it will be around 30 minutes, and hopefully we will have a Q&A at the end. Take your questions. My main experiences with the PostgreSQL. So most of the related content will be also the PostgreSQL. So I'm not sure about will it be same for the other databases like MySQL or Oracle DB, but I would like to give you some perspective about the logs. So I think that it will fit most of the databases. And the examples will be on the Django Web Framework, but thanks to Django simplicity, most of the frameworks are really easier to exchange between each other. So If you are a Fast API or Flask developer, don't be shy. They will be related to you. So let's start with the why question instead of how question. So why do we need actual logs? Do you have any ideas about it? For sure, it should be a, maybe you can ask it. Yeah, for the safety of the safety of the program or system. So actually, I have an example in here, a funny example. So we are in Portugal and we really enjoy pastel de nata, and we ordered a plate of the pastel de nata for the share. But we get some bites at the end. We only have the last piece, but actually all of us would like to have this. But actually, who would like to have, or who is going to have the last piece? Actually, all of us. So actually, it is called a concurrency problem. Also, we have this problem in modern web applications. So actually, the logs try to prevent this type of concurrency problems and try to have this not only for one person at a time. So then let's dive more technical side with another example or challenge. We need to make a platform for selling event tickets, for example. Basically, it will be similar to Ticketmaster or Songkick. We will just selling tickets for many events. There are a lot of events ongoing in the world. In according to your preference, you can list events, search events, and you can get the tickets for these related events. Imagine that also Pycon Portugal or Dua Lipa concert as a event in this platform. So, as most of the modern web applications, it's also an online platform, so there will be multiple users at the same time who would like to use same application. So if you start with a naive method, we will have two models. The first one will be an event model, which only have two fields. The first one is name, basic information, and we also have a capacity left field as an integer field. I would like to have a bunch of fields to keep it simple. So as I mentioned before, as an event ticket seller, we have a constraint. Events are for limited people. So each venue has a limitation. So we use capacity left field for it. Then we have a ticket model. It has a relation to user. In the user, we have a name, like personal information, like IDs, telephone numbers. And also we have a secondly ticket as a foreign key to the event model. So there can be a multiple tickets in an event, and at the same time a user can have multiple number of tickets, basically. So we should be a good developer and put the creation logic inside of a specific method and not call the directly ticket object create in the where we use this creation logic. So let's take a look at this. We fetch the event object at the line of 6. Then we check the capacity. If the capacity is 0, then we just raise an exception that will say that there is no capacity left. Then we already did our check. We need to create our ticket. Then we reduce the capacity by 1. Then we send an invoice to basically the user. Looks good, right? But on a sunny day, maybe Sunday or late Friday, you will get a report from the user, not from actually a Sentry, even Sentry. It's the worst type of reporting. Then you get issue from the user. And it says that for Pycon Portugal, we already have 201 tickets, but actually our capacity was 200. So how actually it happened? So let's take a closer look to the creation logic. And I would like to point the line 8 for this slide. As you can see, we check the capacity left and we create the ticket after it. So when we're reading the code from top to bottom, it seems like it should be working right. But actually, in our modern applications, we have multiple processes at the same time. So actually, multiple processes can reach these lines at the same time, and we might have a race condition in here. So let's dive in this. But before this, I would like to mention a principle or term, which is a time of check to time of use. Time of check to time of use is a race condition that occurs when a resource is checked for a particular value. That value then changes before the resource is used or resource affected. This race condition is really common, by the way. In March 2023, like 6 months ago, a cybersecurity team found out that this problem in the Tesla Model 3, and they awarded it at $100,000. So it might happen to you too. So on a sunny day, actually, Mari and Pedro would like to buy a ticket from Pycon Portugal for themselves. But there was only one seat left at that time. As I said earlier, we have multiple processes and app servers. And we start with the process, like process 1. It checks the capacity, is it 0 or not? If it's not, okay, then the process is going to continue. Then at the same time, we have another process, which is process 2. It checks the same thing, but for Pedro, not for the Mario. Then we don't have, we cannot be sure that process 1 will always be quicker than the process 2. So this type of processes can be slow because of they might be in different machines. Operating system can be prioritize different things at the same time. So at that time, process 2 can create tickets for Maria beforehand. But on the process 1 side, we already did the check for the Pedro, and it was okay. So we actually created another ticket for Pedro too. Then it became the race condition for us. We created an extra ticket for event, but we don't have actually enough seats for our event. So what should we do? As the name of the, as you can understand from the name of the presentation, we can lock the table as a brutal solution. So what did I change? In the line of sticks, you can see that I have a context processor, which is transaction atomic. And you need to have a cursor object of transaction for having the table. And in here, we will get details of it. No need to confuse about the naming of the logs, but we will actually have exclusive log in here. What does it actually mean? What does it actually do? So when this happens, no one can actually read anything from the ticket table. So if we run same process at the same, different process at the same time, one of them should be working at a time, other one should be waiting for the others. But as you can see, it's a bit slows down our application. Because we have multiple events in our system. For example, we have Dua Lipa concert. There is a, for example, there is a really high demand at currently people would like to buy it, but actually buying Dua Lipa concert ticket will affect on the readings of Pycon Portugal too. So actually we really have a system which cannot scale on the long term. So what can we do as a improvement? Basically, we can just lock the related Pycon Portugal row for this. So in Django, there is a native support for select for update. In the line of 7, you can see that we when we create a query set, we just say select for update and get the event ID. And basically you did a pessimist locking and you learned something new. It's called pessimist locking. Actually, there are 2 types of locking strategies. The first one is optimist locking and the second one is pessimist locking. As I said to you before, you learned pessimist locking. So what's pessimist locking strategy actually? As soon as one of the users starts to update a record, a lock is placed on it. Actually, this is the really pessimist approach, maybe. On the other hand, we have another strategy, which is optimist strategy. To be honest, I'm not a fan of this strategy because I'm a lazy developer, but we need to have a version field in each table when you like to have a optimist locking system. So how does it work? Actually, you need to pass the version when you update the object. And as you can see on the line 14, you just update the related version. But if there isn't a version or another process updated this version only, this update statement won't update any rows actually. So it needs to introduce a new version field. So as you can see, there is a lot of repetition in this, and Python suggests us contribute yourself. So basically, there are already packages for it. You just need to install them for a project and add these mixins to your model. And basically, that's it for having successful concurrent writes for your applications. But as Steve Jobs say, there is actually one more thing. Actually, this is really important for you. These are actually the forgotten logs. So we learned how we create log, how can we use, why do we need it? So it's time to have a quiz, maybe. In here, we really have a simple SQL query. And what do you think about this query? Is this query gonna create a log during the execution of this query? And I guess who says no? Who says yes? Okay. Actually, it will create a log during this execution. When I see this, I really shocked because it just selects from a table, just reads, don't write anything. So why this should be creating a log? So I'm going to deep dive in detail of it. Also, we have another thing. So we can also insert data to our database, like this SQL command. What do you think about it? Will it create a log? Who says creates log? Who says no? Okay. Actually, this is also going to create log. So as you can understand that in the first part of the slide, I mentioned the logs that we create as a programmer or backend developer. So these are for having our database more consistent in our application perspective. But actually, PostgreSQL creates same thing for their own consistency, because PostgreSQL can support multiple processes at the same time. So they need some kind of locking mechanism at the background of it. So this is my favorite web page up to now. I read this web page almost 100 times and I didn't get anything. Maybe if you like to torture yourself, you can read this documentation when you get bored. It's really hard to understand, actually. But I think it's a bit because of the design of the documentation, not the feature. basically we have four types of logs, table level logs, which we already did in the first implementation. Then we have a row level logs, and we have a page level logs, which even PostgreSQL or DBAs don't know anything about it. And we have advisory logs. So databases also need log for themselves, not only for us. So we have a two perspective actually about logs. So let me introduce table level logs for you. We have access share, row share. This is actually a table level log, but there is a row naming inside of it. I don't know why. Row exclusive, share update exclusive, share row exclusive. So we have exclusive rows, shares. I think they are not seems very intuitive to understand, right? Also, there is a giant conflict table of logs. So when I see that, I don't actually understand anything. But I try to create an analogy from it, which is basically, I try to think like logs, instead of their names, I would like to have a color for them. Like, for example, when you have an access exclusive log, it's like a really red thing. So you cannot conflict with this log with any operation, even select operation. So in our first example, actually, we used access exclusive log, then it's log all the things. So also we have row level logs, which also don't make any sense, but thanks to open source and thanks to Hüseyin Nasser, he created a documentation by own. People also do this type of thing, not only packages, they can also do documentation for other people. So actually, I don't really care about the conflicts of logs as a developer. I'm just interested in the conflicts of SQL commands. For example, when I insert something, should I block my selects, or if I create a new index for having quicker responses, will it affect my selects at the creation of the index? So thanks to Hüseyin Nasser, it's by the way, quite new project, almost 3 weeks old. You can see the, for example, when you have a select operation, what will happen? Which operations are blocked? So also I would like to mention about the downtimes on deployment with migration. Who had downtimes while having a migration or deployment? I think every backend developer should have in their CV this type of thing. Funny or happy accidents. So if you try to reduce this or not having downtimes in your future deployments, I think this is the part which you are interested in here. So most of the time when you open the homepage of your application, for example, this event application, you see the list of events, featured events, these type of things. And most of them are actually read operations like select queries. Actually, in this pglogs.org documentation, you can see the conflicting commands, SQL commands with the select operation. So as you can see, when I, for example, reindex something in the DB, all of the select operations are blocked. So if I alter table or drop table itself, or truncate and delete all the data, so all the select operations will be blocked by this other command. So, for example, you have a new index added, or you rename your table, and during the deployment, also if it's a giant table like with millions of rows, it would also take time for the database to complete this. And during that SQL query to run, your users will try to open your web page or web application. The application itself will execute the queries, but they won't get any response from the database. So Also, there are other things to do. But also we have another alternative SQL commands for the not conflict with the select command, which is re-index concurrently, create index concurrently. So actually in PostgreSQL, you can do this type of things concurrently. What does it mean? Actually, you start doing, for example, creating a new index, but it doesn't need to be ended at the draft time. It triggers the process. You can finish your migration. You can start having new users, but on the backside of the PostgreSQL, it will create the index tree by your own. So if you not like to have a downtime on your deployments, you need to use this type of concurrent operations instead of blocking operations. So Django already support this in the migration operations. So you can use add index concurrently or remove index concurrently. Basically, you can add the index in your model, call make migrations. It will create a migration file. You just need to change add index to the add index concurrently in the migration file. Also, you need to do something else. DDL, a data definition language, which is a transactions which contains create, drop, alter, or truncate, don't support atomic. So when we have a migration, if we have an atomic enabled, it will fail. So you need to set atomic to false in these migration files if they have a concurrency. Then you need to add index first as a concurrently. Then you have another deployment to do, which do this index-related application checks applied. So I also have another warning for you. Don't create not null column in a deployment for a large table at once. So you need to create as a null, fill it after your deployment. Then you can change it afterward. Then don't create column with default value because database would like to fill all of them at once, but it will problem for you. And I hope that you won't have any downtimes on your deployments. Obrigado. That's all from me.
All right, thank you, FA. And you have used the correct database. It's always Postgres. Anyways, folks, we have time for questions. So do we have any questions? All right, you, sir.
Hello, and thank you for amazing talk. And I have a question regarding the first part, the example with conference tickets. I'm wondering if logs are really necessary here, since if I would implement it, I would probably use some sequence, since we're already using Postgres, and just get numbers from this sequence, and they're already atomic enough.
Yes, you can have another solutions for it, but to understanding or for giving an example, I would like to have a project like this, but I'm not sure that sequence will be suitable for it, because it might be, for example, a ticket. Anyone can buy a ticket, for example, more than one at a single time. So at that time, you need to use sequence. You need to call sequence more than once. So it might be a burden for us, but it might be happen. I don't know, actually. I need to give it a try. Thank you for your opinions. I'm gonna try. Do we have any other question? Thank you for your time. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. We got one more. And then I have a question.
Okay.
Have I skip or you don't use select for update?
Sorry?
You don't use select for update?
Actually, I use in one of the examples.
Probably I skip it at first on first slides on there.
Yes, maybe I can show you to you.
On first.
Yes. It will take time. Oh, time passes quickly. No, not local type. This is the example of select for updates.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna share the slides on my blog. If you like to reach them again, you can find on my blog. Thank you for time again.
All right, so I have a question. Regarding PG Listen and Notify, do they also log down your tables?
To be honest, I don't have any idea. But if you are curious about this type of things, PostgreSQL also transparent database. So this type of logs also available on PG logs table. You can start transaction and you can have also another process, and you can just select start from PG logs table and you can see the detail.
Thank you very much, Hefe. Round of applause, please. Finally.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. But we have to begin from somewhere. And Qiskit is a platform, an open source software for working with the new way and make computation. And mainly to understand the new levels of and artifacts made by circuits, pulses, and algorithms. Of course, many of you don't remember the beginning of the era of massively computation since the 80s of the past century, when we have to understand the real things where things happen. And 40 years later, we return to some kind of rewind to the circuits and the algorithms. Understand this primer about quantum, Python, and Qiskit also as a starter on fire, some form of ignition, to understand the real meaning of the words circuits, pulses, and algorithms. The names are equal, but the approach is really very, very different. This is a picture about a quantum computer. This picture remembers the old computers of the 40s of the past century. And what we can expect is that all this machinery will be even more diminutive, even more simple. Simple sometimes is the aggregate of the very complex, as you know. This is a picture about a new kind of circuits, the quantum circuit. The quantum circuit is a new processing way to compute about qubits, not bits, but qubits or quantum bits. The qubit is the new information unit. The circuit is the new processing information unit. We have a stack to understand these different layers between the physical layer and the logical layer. As you can see, we have a new kind of processor, the physical quantum processor, with its controls and amplifiers. A very important unity of quantum error correction. The building of the qubits is very, very sensitive. It has a problem or not of decoherence. The steady state of the qubit is not very, very secure. And this phase of the quantum evolution is characterized by the quantum error efforts to correct the states of the different levels of the evolution of the qubits. when you enter the logical layer, we built logical quantum processors to emulate, to simulate the new working up qubits without errors. At the top, we have a new kind of algorithms, the quantum algorithms, whose principal names are Shor, Peter Shor, mathematician from MIT, and Grover. Shor is the mathematician Shor, and Feynman were the guys that have the temptation to translate the absurd, the bizarre of the quantum philosophy and the quantum mathematics, representing the new physics of the infinite small. That make the first algorithm, the algorithm of Shor, that launched the idea to create the opportunity to prove difference and advantages between the quantum computation versus the classical computation. We will see names like quantum primacy, quantum advantage, and quantum supremacy. In 2019, Google, through the quantum process, whose name was Sycamore, tried to prove that it was very, very fast than the classical computer to make the factorization of great prime numbers. Some people really believe that that was true, and Google reached this objective. Sometimes have some doubts because there is a difference between the notion of physical qubits versus logical quantum qubits. Three areas in evolution in quantum computing area, or more than quantum computing, is the quantum communication and the quantum sensing. Maybe much of us don't have the real understanding that we are now entering the second revolution, the second quantum revolution. The first quantum revolution was when really the transistor was born. The society is taken by storm, 10 to 11 years, months ago, when artificial intelligence done the sensation that artificial intelligence was really begin in 2022, but of course it is not true. What some people now is thinking is that and I totally agree. If you are surprised what artificial intelligence can make now and for the future, quantum computing enlarge, expand all the goods and the bads, and artificial intelligence is able to do in the future. If you think AI is hot, wait until it meets quantum computing. Is an article from Forbes. So people and in Europe, the European Quantum Industry Consortium starts the beginning of a new era of the industry based in the quantum technologies, understanding quantum technologies, quantum communication, quantum computing, and quantum sensing. There is a new area very important, that is the quantum metrology, that will make it will have a great impact in the future also. Where we are in terms of the perspectives about the future, when you look at the hype cycle from Gartner, quantum technology, as you can see, is ascending at the start of the curve in the phase of the innovation trigger. Machine learning is in peak of inflated infections, and virtual reality, IoT and 5G is being entered the plateau of productivity. We have to link. We can't treat the quantum technology isolated from the rest of the technology. Okay, this is a group of the technologies that advance as a group and influence each other now and in the future. Quantum technology, the second revolution of quantum, will accelerate very much due to machine learning and artificial intelligence. And the other is also true. Machine learning and AI will benefit from the gradual introduction of quantum technologies. The first things first, the militaries are the first great group to make use of the new technologies. And there is a lot of impact in military terms, not also in the battlefield and fighting simulations, but mainly in the associated technologies that make up the absurd, bizarre, phantasmagoric way to do things about war and about military. 3 areas in the next future, with a great impact: energy and the quantum batteries, the quantum chemistry, quantum technology in decentralized finance. This is absolutely disruptive. Chainlink, that is one of the players of blockchain in DLT areas, is launching through its Chainlink Labs applications of quantum technology in decentralized finance. We understand that because we really have a great problem to solve in the future about the need to establish from the beginning, from the design, quantum safe and quantum security applications through the post-quantum cryptography and the technology of distribution keys. There is some experience from telecommunication operators, because we are on the verge of a situation of strong impact and in the infrastructure of telecommunications and all the infrastructure related with blockchain and DLT. The quantum networks and telecommunications, mainly about from US government investment, allocated 24 million for the development, for research on quantum networks. I would say that this is for research, but the numbers for the operations, for the implementation of quantum networks is much, much larger than 24 billion. Europe has, through the flagship program, 2 billion allocated for research in quantum area. Think quantum is powerful? You're right. Well, but the wait-and-see attitude could cause organizations to miss critical opportunities. This is a challenge for the different kind of entities, such companies or governments. They do have no need to lose the opportunity to test and experiment things before the harmful impacts of technology so disruptive, so different of thinking about for now and for the future. Not also about the competition, but the need that society have to establish the ground of a new way of communication and cooperation today and in the future. So all people is challenged to make some study, to make some research, do your own research about the understanding of the impact of the technologies, try to develop a strategy, monitor technologies, and improve the crypto agility. What is quantum computer? We have mainly a change in the substructure of operations, and mainly the difference between thinking about deterministic versus probabilistic. This is the great difference. This is the great challenge, and all have need to change about way of sensing, thinking, and also talking, saying, and writing. That phase, that transition phase, 5 to 10 years between a world with a linear thinking, deterministic thinking that comes subliminal from the artifacts we use in day-to-day, will be challenged by the new artifacts that sense and think in a probabilistic way. In any way, artificial intelligence is the start, is the on fire to this new world of probabilistic and of block spheres and so. There is already a lot of startups to researching or working in these areas in different levels, applications, software, offer of software, quantum processing unities, and also hardware. So from this slide, you see that there is already one company in the exchange of Wall Street, that is IonQ. The global quantum investment is growing from 2018 to with 248 million, 2022, 2 billion, 226. The technologies that are being used are new technologies, very difficult to describe in research terms, and even more difficult to implement in the physical world. Some kind remember a metaphysical world in reality. We are talking about technologies about under 10 innovators minus 15 inside the nucleus of the atom. Implementation of supercomputing circuits is being tested by Google, IBM, Intel, Rigetti, etc. And there is also new technology being implemented to work at the room temperature. It is very important to make a jump, a quantum leap, and are being tested a lot of technologies since cold atoms, the photonics, the silicon, and carbon nanotubes. The quantum software, of course, is also an extremely important piece to make this sector, the growing of the sector. And these are some startups and companies to implement different parts of the industry, since quantum simulation, quantum optimization, quantum machine learning, and in quantum cryptography. In all of these sectors, the role of IBM, Qiskit, and Python is extremely important to make simulations, optimization, machine learning, and encryption. Open source software development incumbents taking the opportunity. Qiskit is, as I said, a platform where IBM is giving access to any person remotely. So any one of us could test a quantum computing from their notebook, from their smartphone. This is a synoptic of the relation with the Qiskit platform. Of course, we don't need to be a developer, maybe a normal user trying to develop its curiosity. And here in this picture, you see a lot of and the new numbers about the participation of different countries in the quantum effort worldwide. The future of quantum is impacting improved search through exponential data sets, the streamlined analysis, the optimization, maybe in searching for the best solution of complex and very complex problems, and mainly the great tests being used now are in the area of financial forecasting and risk management. According to Gartner's, as the hype cycle, we are 5 to 10 years away. And the IBM's team, 1 million quantum computers connected in global networks. We don't know if these numbers are real. We know that the president of IBM in 1945 said that the world has capacity for only 5 computers. If there is in 5 to 10 years, we will attend a ChatGPT momentum, this 1 million could be 5, 10, 20 million. A brief about a quantum. I named quantum Hello World to getting started to use this the platform the Qiskit platform in the Python, only to in a way very fast to understand what could be a hello world in trying for you to use this kind of new technologies, where Python is of course a centralized point. Circuit basics, building the circuit, visualize circuit, simulating circuits using Qiskit IR, state vector backend. All you have to do is to access the Qiskit.org platform and follow with an IDE this simple pathway to learn the new way to communicate with quantum computers, the circuit basics, the implementation, the creation of the and visualization of the circuit. Here we are testing three qubits. It's a very simple circuit constituted by a quantum gate, here a Hadamard gate, two CNOT gates. After the design of the circuit, we can run the simulator, the Qiskit AR. We have access to this as I said before, choosing a lot of 20 to 26 to 25 different simulators at the IBM Qiskit simulators platform, and we can see and analyze the different the results of in a graphical form of the software implemented. A lot of simple course is being put it in action. This is one from Udemy, quantum computing in Python using Qiskit, and you can see different terms such as the operations with single and multiple qubits, the big O notations, and the communication protocols, Oracle algorithms, and the different and the most important algorithms since Grover and Shor. Finally, a challenge. I would like like to launch some ideas about the opportunity to think about the quantum careers in order to develop the quantum workforce. And I would like to remember that this is a very challenging domain that begins at university, but we need even more technicals in intermediary terms to make and to build the different opportunities of the sector, creating new quantum jobs, and as I said before, the opportunity to train new quantum team building. I hope in the next year, one of yours could stay here to remember that the evolution of the quantum, and also the opportunity to establish a group with Evolution and Slack about this theme, in collaboration and cooperation with the women in tech that we have listening a little bit about the opportunity, because as I know, and I would like to end with that message, if we all recognize that there is some biases, some problems associated with the development, I have the sensation that we have a lot to do in terms of the tests, the test of codes, not also in the classical programming, but also in the quantum programming. Only some reference for you to explore even more this kind of subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco. We don't have a lot of time, but the next session is lunch, so we'll take some questions. Anybody? No? All right then, thank you.
Thank you.
Vocês ficam bem.
Ou não. Eu não sei. Test. Sorry? Are you the next speaker? Yes. We're gonna call the person that is gonna. Okay. I'll install Zoom in the meantime. Yeah, sure. Test. Somewhere? Yes, you have. Okay, great. Isto aqui, sinceramente, parece menos assustador. Eu não posso falar com ele, mas a gente está no programa de esperança. Mas é maior falar com as pessoas todas. E neste momento eu tenho que ler. Não é com este. Posso? É que para mim é mais fácil andar. Eu sinto mais à vontade de andar a pé e olhar e aprender. Ok, parece-me bem.
Olá.
Ok.
So today, test. So today we are talking about
I knew no problem.
Can I switch those? Oh, good. Sorry? Yes. Actually, I need to actually okay. I think it's open to I don't need to okay. And then 77, 76, 9. Here's my father. Yes. 7, even 9, 35. Yes. Oh, you bet your head that. Again, try again. No.
No, no, not really. No worries.
No, 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 just. I need to share, I cannot share the screen, but aside from that, everything's okay. No. Yeah, right? I mean, I have the slide, so we can. Once we begin. Okay, that's very clever. Yeah, because I'm trying to upload those on a static website that doesn't work.
So you're the person doing the thing on phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, certo. Vero. And no, actually, I need to share the screen, but aside from that, I can try to make it like there, sharing, so that just in case I can just search on the website. But I'm proposed. So basically.
Will you be doing a some live coding?
No.
No, just slides.
Yes.
So you're good.
Desktop. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, it's asking for permission. It will tell me to restart them.
If you're using Google Slides, I can give you like an extra screen.
Oh, right, I'm not using the Google Slides, sorry. Thank you. So, I'm. Yeah, I think if you need to, yes, and because I had to restart. Sorry.
Yeah.
Works. Here. GGI.G. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
You are Italian.
Yeah, Italian.
Yes. Eu capito un po', però non falo niente.
Ma no, dai.
Capito niente. Bene.
Okay, so Okay. I think so. Okay. Can I go to the bathroom just a second? No, no, I have to hold it. Wow. Backpack here or? Okay. Oh, that's the new one. Like that one. Thank you for the line. I will grab something to drink.
Good. Yes. I actually remember about those when I was in. Oh yes, it was. It was great, right? The pipes. I was in elementary school using these old computer. We were also using floppy disks. Each one of us had their own floppy disk with a name printed on it on a label, and we use that to like save our Google Word files on that. Yeah. Yeah. And then you realize everything there. What a time. Like, what a time. Yeah, right? Sorry? Oh, yeah. Where's the microphone? And I use this, right? Say something. Say something. Okay. I've turned off my mic. I will turn it on when we start, right? Good. Just a thing.
Did you hide those Pokemon cards that you had?
Does anybody see there? Oh yeah, sure.
Hello. It's me. I was wondering if after all this lunch, you'd like to see some code. All right. Let's go. So listen. Some of you might have a pandas problem. But now you're going to have a polars problem. Please welcome the next speaker, Luca Baggi. I know polars is fast, but my data pipelines are written in pandas.
Hello, everybody. I'm so stoked to see so many of you here. My name is Luca, and I am also one of the local organizer of Python meetup in Milan. But as a day-to-day, like my day-to-day life, I am a data scientist. Actually, I'm a machine learning engineer. I really like to move data around. And as many of you, I think, have learned, I've started working with data using pandas. I've loved pandas. I've hated pandas, as every good long-last relationship is based upon. Of course, there is also love and hate. But back in 2021, I found out about this project called Polars. It was obviously a ripoff of pandas, right? That was incredible. I used to come from an R background as well, from the data analytics part, unfortunately, for good or worse. And Polars had everything I wanted, I always wanted from pandas. A beautiful syntax, but also speed. And so today I would like to show you how you can move your data pipelines from pandas to Polars, because I'm pretty sure that many of you have known about Polars for a while now. So as every good keynote should start with, I would like to ask you some questions, because I would like to get a feel for how many of you already know the project. So how many of you already know Polars or have ever heard about it? Yeah, fairly good amount of hands, right? So good. I also have like a sort of an overview of it for many of you that we will see for the first time. So how many of you have done exploratory analysis on a small machine like a laptop with 8 GB of RAM or something? Yeah, it becomes a pain, right? When you hit a critical threshold and you get pandas out of memory errors. Once the creator of pandas wrote that your RAM should be about 5 to 10 times greater than your database size or your data size if you want to work on it with pandas. So that's a common pain point, right? How many of you still, though, use it in production? Wow. Okay. What was expecting? So yeah, how many of you actually use something like PySpark then? Even like, good. Okay, not a lot. I'm here to tell you today that you can use Polars. You will be able to use Polars, hopefully after this one, to run for workflows, data workflow in production. One very last thing. How many of you know about DuckDB? Okay, good. So that's nice to start with. Do you use it in production? Okay, almost. Okay, that's a good point. That's good to start with. I hope I can satisfy all of these questions, because I think the public is really heterogeneous, and I'm glad I can try to strike the balance. So today we're going to cover the improvements that have been going on recently since pandas development, but why also, that's the key point, we should use Polars. Why should we use Polars, right? We've had enough of bears, okay? There was also koalas for a certain point. Definitely not going to go that laying down again. And also, of course, where you should start with, and what are some other killer features for Polars. I want to be straight about this. Pandas is getting faster. It is improving. And it's all thanks to a project called PyArrow that was founded by a guy named Wes McKinney, who was also the founder of Pandas, one of the core contributors back in the days. And at a certain point, he realized that what was lacking was not like an API problem, was more of a data representation problem. So he founded this project named PyArrow, actually Apache Arrow, and that has an interface in Python called PyArrow. Arrow at its core is a memory format, which means that it is a compact, efficient representation of the data in memory, which means that dates are represented not as strings, but as integer objects, for example. So this makes up for a great representation, not a lot of memory to be used, and very fast computation. This is great about Arrow. Pandas has been using that since 2.0, and actually there was a sort of a pre-release on Pandas 1.5. This Arrow is great, and future compatibility will improve, because PyArrow, for example, offers a great native support for nested data types. So with PyArrow-backed data types or data frame libraries, you can work on, say, columns that are made up of lists of objects. The great thing about Arrow, though, is that being a protocol of something that lives in memory, you can exchange data between libraries and programming languages that speak Arrow. And this is a killer feature that enables seamless cooperation most of the time between libraries such as Polars, Pandas, DuckDB. Anything that uses Arrow can speak with other, even across different languages. So you could have a pipeline that starts and reading something using, I don't know, a library, and then end up on the other one, but also a different language. Arrow has another nice thing. It is called Acero, which is a query engine, another piece of the puzzle. So you have an efficient memory representation, and you have a computer engine that can perform efficient data operation on the data. And Pandas has been tapping into this potential since at least version 2.0. And will do more and more, because at least since from version 3.0 that is due next year, PyArrow will become a mandatory dependency in Pandas. This made it possible for Pandas to unlock new potential and use, for example, more efficient data types. We cannot exclude that in the future we will see Pandas with decent support for nested data types, just so getting rid of objects columns, which are very inefficient and will kill your performance. If you want to know something more, at EuroSciPy this year in Basel, Joris van die Bosch, which is one of the maintainers of Pandas, made a really great keynote about what's coming up in Pandas, but also some blog posts, for example, what's new in Pandas, for example, 2.1 that was made possible with this Arrow integration. And so you might say, okay, all is good and well, but why then would you make a case for polars? And I'm here to tell you that, yes, of course, Pandas is leveraging PyArrow for the memory representation, for some readers, for example, to read CSV or Parquet file in memory with lots of efficiency and multiprocessing. And it is also, up to a certain extent, using some Acero operations. The point is, not all of Pandas is compatible with Acero. Not all of Pandas is using Acero for every operation it does, even though it is using the Arrow data types, or will be using the Arrow data types. The code so TLDR, the code is still just on one thread and not optimized. If we're writing df.filter after a selection, for example, or the operation order will matter and will impact your performance. And this is where Polars comes out. Polars uses all cores on your machine because it's written in Rust, so it has just like goes well beyond the GLOC. And it optimizes queries, and this is not trivial, okay? What happens in Polars is that, for example, we use, so there is a query engine that understands the graph of operations that you're working with and optimizes them so that you do not need to manually tune the operations. It will perform the operation in the most efficient way, caching data where it's needed or eliminating operation where they are not needed. And the great thing about Polars is that it can work both locally and at scale, at a reasonable scale, I just say. It can replace PySpark right now, but it works wonders because it also has a streaming engine, which means it can handle data that are bigger than memory. So you could theoretically work on a 50, 80 gigabytes data set on my laptop that has 8. And this is wonderful because it will process the data in chunks. Finally, given that also Polars is using Arrow, it has great support for nested data types. It has a really complete API for working with nested data types, and it is expanding, something that you do not have in Pandas right now. But most importantly, and this is where I would like to sell you Polars on this one, is the syntax. You come to Polars for the speed, you stay for the syntax. It helped improve on so many levels and go beyond Pandas syntax on so many levels, and Pandas API was great. To start with, there are some idiosyncrasies, but whatever, Polars brought it to the next level. And Polars is production ready. I gotta tell you this one. You can just seamlessly move from your Polars code from your experimentation, exploration that you do on your laptop, even on your Jupyter notebook, and then bring it into a production environment, orchestrated with Airflow, for example. And this is all possible thanks to this amazing query engine that Richie Vink, the creator of Polars, talked extensively about at EuroSciPy. It was really intelligent, really clever to see that basically he came up with a way to say, guys, there is like a huge amount of research on how to handle data because relational databases have been going on for like 4 decades at least. So how to implement an algorithm that performs a group by operation is basically a problem that is solved now. And he hooked all of this knowledge about algorithm to manipulate data with the incredible multiprocessing framework in Rust called Rayon. And basically what happens under the hood with Polars is something that is called work stealing, that basically whenever a core is not using 100% of its capacity, it will steal the work from another core so that basically almost all processes, almost all threads on your laptop, the physical threads, are working on as much data as they can. And so basically this quick engine can split data in bits and small parts and work simultaneously on all of those and then materialize everything back together. This is like a key enabler. So that brings Polar's performance on a whole different level compared to Pandas, even when it is using PyArrow as a backend or basically any other data frame library, barring from DuckDB, but they're both on the same order of magnitudes in terms of efficiency. How do you do that? How do you get started with Polars? You just import Polars as PD. Actually, no, you don't. It has a different syntax. Okay, you cannot unlock this much performance, but the syntax is kind of intuitive, right? You import Polars as PL. Polars is also type annotated, so you can annotate types out of the box. I'm a huge fan of typing. I don't know how the people sitting here, and you basically see how it is to mirror the kind of operation that you would do in Pandas. So with read something, you will read the object into memory. So read CSV, read Parquet. And you can also, rather than do something else, you will write something to a destination and it will become like saved to that kind of file. I highly recommend using Parquet files for ETL and data manipulation. But in case you have weird data formats, there is a way to work on that. But the great thing about Polars is that it can work on the so-called lazy mode. So it does not evaluate operation on the fly, but it basically just builds a representation. So with a scan something, scan NDJSON, CSV, Parquet, you can basically tell Polars that the data is there, but it doesn't have to read it all in memory at once. When you do pd.read the CSV and the CSV bigger than memory, you just get an out-of-memory error. With Polars, and if you use it scan something, it will not be read wholly into memory. So you can handle data. This is how you can handle data much bigger than RAM. Even before then using the streaming engine, you could read a database or a data set that is much bigger than memory and perform a filter operation that will just read the bits that you actually need and will read only those into memory so that you can save up space and power for execution. You can also scan a Parquet and you can also sync a Parquet. So which means when you're using these lazy operation, data will be written sequentially in streams, actually in batches. So you will never have to read the whole data into memory if you risk going out of memory. And this is how you can start working on database with data that has much bigger sizes than your laptop. I was once talking with the head of data science at Nexi, which is a processing payment company in Italy. They handle millions, if not, yes, millions of transactions every day. And he's like, why should I use PySpark when I could just spin up an EC2 instance with 700 gigabytes of RAM and just use Polars with that one, for example. And if in case you need to read something else from a whole different format, then you could just simply read it with Pandas in case you need to read, I don't know, from Stata or SPSS, other files like that. And if you're using the PyArrow backend, you can simply call .pl from Pandas to convert the data from Pandas to Polars, leveraging Arrow, and so with zero memory copy, which means that you will create a Python object, for example, in this case, which is a Polars data frame, and you will also have a Pandas data frame, but they will not have to copy the data. Whenever you create a new copy of a data frame, for example, with Pandas or other libraries like an NumPy array and then a Pandas array, they're not reading the underlying memory representation. They're just a copy of the data that lives as both a Pandas object and say an NumPy object. When you do that with Polars and everything that is backed by Arrow, basically the objects are there at the Python level, but the data is read directly from the same regions of the memory. This is what enables seamless interchangeability between data and libraries that use Arrow. And then it comes the syntax. And this is a hell of a ride, guys. It's wonderful. You have a .select. You do not have to use .lock, for example, or actually you do not have a .select method in Pandas. It's called .filter that performs selection on columns, which is quite counterintuitive. You can select columns using just a syntax, a list of strings, but you can also use pl.col. You can also say, I just want some columns of a certain data type. And then you can say Polars data frame .select pl call of that data type and retrieve all the columns of a certain data type. You can also use regex to filter. And you can say, okay, I just want every column, pl.col.pl.all, which feels like a bit like select star, right? And exclude some other columns. But since like version, I think 0.17, you can also use the selector syntax. And say, for example, you select all columns that are numeric in a much more seamless way. You can also select all columns except the string ones using these algebraic notation. You can select the categorical columns. You can select date time columns of only a certain time unit. For example, suppose you have timestamp or some dates represented as hours or as days. You can only select those that are represented as days. You can select only a collection of columns from a certain time zone, for example, if you're working with time series data. And you can say everything, like you can try and match against AV pattern without writing out a painful regex expression. And you can use algebra notation, for example, to select all columns that are not numeric and not integers, for example, or not, I don't know, strings, and retrieve everything that's left. Filtering is another wonderful thing, but let's keep that aside for a moment and still talk about how to create new columns with this with column syntax. You see how basically whenever you enter a dot filter, a dot group by, a dot with, or a dot select, you're entering this context where operations are lazily evaluated and optimized for you. And what's happening here is that you can work on the columns start and end, for example, extract the day and add a suffix to it. Doing this with pandas is possible, but you will have to use a lot of lambdas and the method called pd.assign. Actually, pandas is getting a pd.call equivalent. So we're going to see that at least in version 3, hopefully sooner. But still, see how this is, in my opinion, much easier to read, more compact, more flexible, more powerful, because you're creating 5 columns in one statement without having to resort to square brackets and crazy stuff. You can, without having to copy paste stuff, without having to use for loops. And inside this with column statement, optimization happens. So you can guarantee that not only it is more readable, but even faster. And see, for example, we can fetch the seconds, we can change the data type to an unsigned integer and provide an alias, so a different name for the column. Or in this case, we can work on string columns and, for example, replace these characters. And this is something that Pandas already has, but Polars takes it to the next level, the capability of, say, having these dedicated namespaces for operation on certain data types. And you can extend Polars, you building like a third-party library that will register a new namespace. For example, if you're working on time series, you could create a .tsa namespace inside of which all of your custom function will live and will benefit from the Polar syntax and optimizer. We can even work on arrays, and this is great because it's something that natively isn't supported in Pandas, for example. So see here, for example, I have a column name. I want to split into like whenever I found a space, a blank space. And so basically what happened up until here is that I will get basically a column that contains a list of 2 elements, for example. And I can fetch the first one, calling the .arr, the .array namespace, and the function inside of it. And we can do basically the same with dictionaries. But since everything is using PyHarrow under the hood, you will enjoy from parallel multiprocessing, parallelism, and multi-threaded code working on your operations, like on these expressions. So it's not calling .apply and doing a for loop on every element on the inside. It's much more smarter than that. You can also do filtering, and this is where it becomes sick. For example, here you can filter on some columns, and this is where the magic happens, because basically when you say read some data and then filter, and if you're in lazy mode, what Polars will understand is that it only has to fetch from the file, the Parquet file, for example, only the rows that match these conditions, which will save you so much memory. Natively, this is not possible to do in Pandas currently, unless you're using Parquet, but that's another thing. And group bys are a whole other thing. I've always thought that it was a bit tedious, and I never fully grasped how you use square brackets in Pandas with group by operations. Here you just say, okay, I want to group by, and then you enter the .aggregate context, where you can create and manipulate, you could do so many manipulations. You can do this in Pandas, .ag creates like a similar namespace, and it accepts a dictionary of columns and operation that you want to perform on those. I think this is much better. And you see, because you get all of the expressiveness of polars inside this statement. So you can fetch 2 columns, compute the mean, you can fetch another column and get the unique values. You can shrink the data type if it's a numeric to have it like it become as small as you can to save up even more memory. Or you can fetch just the first element, just when you want to perform, like to get the first one, and you do not have to do any aggregation on those columns. Even better, it works on time series data. You see here, for example, group by rolling tells you that you want to, from the column DT, you want to perform an aggregation every 2 days. And this is great. You can also call window function, which are amazing to have. You can say, I want to select the minimum over those 2 columns, something you could actually do at the very beginning only with SQL. We're going to talk about SQL as well, I think, a bit. But doing this in Panda is a bit more cumbersome. What this will return, basically what's happening here is doing a group by, but it's actually returning the results of this c.min column on every row without doing the aggregation. And this is really great when you want to compute rolling features or stuff like that, or create a design matrix or a feature matrix for a machine learning problem. But it does end here, and this is the great part. Here you start getting new stuff. For example, this show graph method will actually show you the whole optimization that happened under the hood. And if you switch optimize to false, you will see the order of operation, eager operation being executed. And then you can compare and see what kind of optimization happened and maybe where the bottleneck is, especially because you can call .profile after any context and get the time and even plot the time of the operation and how they happen and identify where the bottleneck is in case you have these kind of constraints. Another great thing is that you can create lazy objects and cast an object into lazy mode anytime. And when you want to switch from eager to lazy, it's so effortless. It's just as enough as saying calling .lazy on a data frame, or just using scan something. It will always return a lazy frame where every operation will be optimized and fed into the query optimizer. For example, here I have this lazy frame. I can filter. I can do whatever I want, and then I can call .collect with an optional argument called streaming to perform the lazy operation and bring it, materialize everything back into memory. Another thing, most of you know DuckDB. DuckDB is another great framework. It's basically an embedded data set. They want to be SQLite for OLAP processing. Basically, Polars can do is basically the same, right? And it is great, and it has much more support for SQL API. DuckDB is great, and it is basically in the same, lies in the same order of magnitude as Polars. But Polars can also work with SQL as well. So in case if you're interested in supporting or exposing a SQL API to some end user for them to query your data, it could work. Basically what happens is that you register, you create a new context, and you can register as many data sets like Polar data frames inside of it. And then you can just call context.execute and slam some SQL inside it, some SQL syntax. I'm not a fan of this because you do not get all of the IDE completions that you would get normally. But I get that some people prefer to write in out plain SQL. So that also works, and it is really great. Right now, the support is not great because, for example, you need to build from source this Polar's CLI. But you could technically also use Polars from your command line just to do an analysis on the fly, as much as you would do with DuckDB. And this is a lot of stuff, and it's really great. And you also see, I couldn't show them because I would went overboard with the slides, but you see that it also offers like a really nice representation in ASCII art, where you see also the data type of your object, which is something that you should not underestimate how useful that is. It has an amazing community. Like the best thing that I read about Polars is that, and I found myself wondering, chatting in the Discord, is the amount of competence, of dedication, of openness of the people that are building it and want to spread it. And even the maintainer of Polars found out that sometimes Python community might be a bit toxic, and he didn't find that, and didn't found that in the Polars community. And it is a great place to get started. The docs are great though, so you should definitely check those out. And there is also a user guide to get you started, basically like a more extended walkthrough of this. But you can also jump on Stack Overflow, especially if you know something about asking the question. You can reach out to me. I will be really glad to have feedback on this because it's a new technology and I would love to hear how you put in production. But in general, I hope to see you in Milan if you happen to pass by and organize something. I was Luca, and you can reach out to me in any case. And if you have questions, I will gladly answer those, even in private afterwards. Thank you.
So do we have any questions? All right.
Please be kind.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Luca, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you please go back a bit to the slide when you, one more? Yeah, here. Yes, this one. So I'm wondering, well, you create the variable Pokemon and you don't use it later. Yeah. So how is it connected to context to?
Oh, yes, that's the magic. Basically, what's happening here is that normally
I see.
you would pass a list of strings of the data frames created in Python that you want to make available inside the context. But if you call register globals and set it to true, basically every data frame will become available inside the SQL context. So so long as they share the same name, this Pokemon here from Pokemon is the same as this one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Looks like the magic.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. I sometimes get very frustrated with pandas, and this seems like it has a lot of advantages. I have a question in two parts. So first of all, I would like to know, in your opinion, what is like one or two of the greatest advantages that Polars brings in relation to pandas? And the second part is, sorry for being a little bit mean, but what are some things that pandas does better or that Polars cannot do yet?
Okay, to answer the first question, what does Polar bring on the table? As an end user, the syntax, I just love it. I think it's much more natural to use, much more extended. I get that the functional approach isn't great for many, like people are thinking in terms of object orientation, but it does save you a lot of time. Especially like having to write custom function and pass those into other ones. I think this is great. It has great support for nested data types, working with arrays, with dictionaries. You can read the JSON and it will be parsed in part as structs, and you get the same performance that you will get from working on not unnested data types. Performance is sick. It's insane, okay? Like the performance gains you get are outstanding. I had a guy, a friend, works for a publisher, an open access publisher, and they switched the whole data ETL pipeline from pandas to Polars plus Airflow, and it went down from 1 week to half a day. Of course, there's a lot of serialization, exchanging data, blah, 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 of course that, but still, these are the kind of games you have to work with. Most of these data that I show like a demo, like, this is data that I actually had in my job, and it was a 16-something gigabyte of zipped JSON and DJSON data I read in with Polars and was working on this machine that has 8 gigabytes of RAM and could do all the ETL pipelines for that. This is something that I couldn't have done with Pandas. I would have had to read in chunks, work on chunks, and chunking support is great. This brings back to the question. Some things I think work better. For example, Polars is a bit less stable. The latest release, or 0.19, they changed the group by from being group by to group underscore by, which is the name that should be used. They kept it at first for compatibility with pandas, but they just say, okay, now we just go to the proper way of doing that. But still, like sometimes here and there, a breaking release might happen. So just pin your dependencies, maybe, or just do not test in production. And I had troubles reading these nested NDJSON data, but that's because, of course, I was not supposed in the first place to have such deeply nested objects. I should have done like a different tool. But aside from that, I think that anything you can do, it works, especially because now even plotting libraries would natively work perform the conversion from polars to pandas. You can do that basically at zero cost if you can call to pandas on the data frame object. So if you're working on the numeric ecosystem, for example, as I am with scikit-learn, I do the data preprocessing and then switch back to pandas because, of course, the scikit-learn estimators are compatible. Even though, and this is the last thing that I'm sorry, but this was a really too good of a thing not to tell you. There is a work going on the so-called data frame consortium to build a minimal set of APIs for all data frame libraries to implement so that the developers of plotting libraries or scikit-learn can use a data frame agnostic code to perform these data operations without having to depend on any of these libraries so that your polars code can work with scikit-learn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that's all the time we have. Sorry.
Please feel free to reach out. I will be still here, so I will gladly chat over that. Then, thanks again.
All right.
You're wonderful.
Abre a tua apresentação. Primeiro. Abre ela lá. Tá aberta? Vem aqui, vem aqui.
Hello, 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 hello. Maybe this is a.
All right. Friends, our next speaker wrote some Python code, and eventually he needed to make it faster. And so he went from being a boy to a man. Please welcome Murilo Cunha.
Hello. Thanks for the intro. That's when I grew the beard too, you know, I was like, I'm ready. All right, let's do it. So now it doesn't work. Huh? Okay, there we go. So just a quick intro. So what are we going to talk about today, right? I'm going to do a small introduction. Is Python slow? What is slow? Then the experiment that I did to try to benchmark these things. Then I have a tour of different approaches, 311, PyPy, Cython, MyPyC, bindings with Rust, Mojo, and then some closing thoughts. Cool. Are we all ready? Are we excited? Well, thank you. All right. But first things first, right? Let me just some few words about me. So my name is Murilo. If you haven't guessed by now, I am Brazilian. How many Brazilians do we have here? Oh, okay. Actually, less than I thought. I feel like it's my first time in Portugal, actually, and I feel like there's so many Brazilians here. I never see so many Brazilians, and I lived in Brazil, so I was like, okay. But I live in Belgium now. I have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering at a university in the US, Purdue University Northwest. And then I did not like it. I switched gears and I went to artificial intelligence at a university in Belgium. I have some certifications as well, not super important. Some fun facts, my main language is Python, duh. But also I've been started to get more interested in Rust, right? So I'm not a Rustation. Whoa, okay, I like the excitement. Huh? But yeah, so I started like playing a bit with it. Seems interesting. And the last thing is that I think that everyone should have a chicken at their house. Chickens are great. They eat your food, you give you eggs. Just a side note, that's the kind of guy I am. I'm also one of the organizers of the Python user group in Belgium. And my day job is a tech lead for the AI business unit at DataRoots. So we're a consultancy company around data and AI services. So just some quick things there. And this is where I touch most with Python, right? So Python is a language that I deal with on a daily basis. And I must say that in the beginning, I was a bit confused, right? I learned programming mainly when I was doing the master's here. And you hear about AI, machine learning, that you need a lot of data, need a lot of compute. But on the other hand, you hear that Python is slow, right? So that always like confused me. Now I know better, but maybe curiosity here. Who feels that Python is slow? Okay, few hands. Okay, some wiggle there. Okay. And who heard that Python is slow? Yeah, okay, everyone, yeah. Because that's pretty much what I heard all the time, right? Just trying to do your thing and it's just like, oh yeah, Python is slow. Okay, but how slow is it, right? So I look at some benchmarks. This one here, they went through this formula a lot of times. And Python actually comes here at the 4th from bottom up, right? So apparently it is slow. But I wanted to see how slow is it really, right? So I did a small experiment. So this is the good disclaimer that I'm not an expert in these things that I'm going to show now, but this is my curiosity that drove me to try these things, right? Another fair warning that all benchmarks are wrong. But what I mean here is that benchmark is going to test some things, right? But it's not going to test the whole language as a whole. It's kind of like SQL benchmarks. We were talking about polars. There's a famous benchmark on that. And then it's like, oh yeah, if you have 1 terabyte of data with 1 group by and 2 where clauses, then polars is the best. Otherwise, DuckDB is this, you know, like it's a bit iffy, right? So this is just to get a feel. So take everything with a grain of salt. So 2 small experiments. One is the Fibonacci. And also the other one is calculating the number of triangles in a network, right? So the Fibonacci, if you're not familiar, basically the Fibonacci number is the sum of the 2 previous numbers. There's recursion there, some repetition, and calculating the numbers of triangles in a network is literally like you have a network like here, and you're trying to see how many triangles you have, right? So there's a lot of iteration. Graph algorithms are not super easy to do. They don't scale that well, right? So I wanted to give it a try. So something that is not, this I saw in documentation of some of these frameworks that I'm going to show. This one I didn't. So I wanted to try something that is not the happy path, right? All the code is available. I'm going to share the code. This is my GitHub. It's going to be there. Excuse me. And this is kind of the project structure, right? So this is my terminal recording, okay? The reason why it's messed up is because I wrote the integration with the slides thing, and it's in JavaScript. So of course it didn't work well, right? But when I hit play, it's gonna hopefully resize and everything will be there. So how slow is Python, right? This is my baseline, this is 310. So I just activate the virtual environment and I'm just running here. So this script actually takes some arguments. So basically it's just like you have like I shown before, you have the Python, you have a Cython, which is a bit different, and you have the Rust one. So I'm just running the Fibonacci number with 40, right? Calculating the 40th Fibonacci number. And then this is the number and it takes 31 seconds. This is on my machine. The code is going to be available. So if you want to try later, just so you know. Okay. And then the triangles, same thing, activate the virtual environment. You see here, there's Python 3.10. You see here, there's Python 3.10, and it takes 133 seconds, okay? So this is just to get us started, all right? So maybe before we actually talk about all these things, right? Like, can we make Python, like the actual, just the Python faster? And yes, we can, right? Like, if you follow the Lucas Lenga or on Twitter or now X, right? There's some noise about no-GIL Python, right? So Meta, Facebook, I feel like all the tech companies are changing their names, huh? But anyways, they dedicated like some Python developers to work on the no-GIL Python, right? When I shared this with my colleagues, their first reaction was, well, does it matter? Actually, everything that needs to be fast is already written in C, right? Which is a fair point, but what I think, well, so maybe the question here is like, do we really care? I would say yes. I think that some things are like, if your user needs to wait 1 second, maybe that's acceptable. But if you wait half a second, it's even better, right? So performance is not like a yes or no. It's like more of a spectrum, right? And I think no one would say, oh, no, this script is too fast. Oh, I hate it, you know? So I think if you can make it faster, why not, right? Let's give it a try. And the other thing is that there is a cost of writing these things in C and then binding it to Python, right? So there's a developer speed as well. This is also a trend that I've personally seen. I personally seen on Python, right? 3.11, it was known as the faster C Python with Mark Shannon and whatnot. And then you have the no-GIL Python, which is what is referred here on this tweet, which is tentatively on 3.13. Okay, so let's see how much faster is Python 3.11 for these two use cases. So again, I'm just activating the virtual environment. It's a different Python. It's Python 3.11, so it's a different environment. And I'm just running the same code here, right? 3.11. And you see that we go from 31 seconds to 19 seconds. So it's a bit better. If we look at the triangles, though, it's not going to be a very big improvement. So same thing. And it goes to 123 seconds. Maybe just a disclaimer, right? Like this, the idle time I cut off of the recording. So just so you know, so you don't have to wait so much. I'm not an expert. I know that there was a talk earlier today about C Python and whatnot. So maybe I should disclaim as well. I'm not an expert, but this is some things that I gather playing around with it. Why is Python 3.11 faster? How do they actually make things faster? At least one way, right? So just as an experiment again, activate the virtual environment for Python 3.11. I'm actually gonna just make this bigger so I can pause this all as well. And I'm using the disassembly module, the dis module, which also it was mentioned yesterday as well. I create a simple function, this foo function here, and then I'm looking at the bytecode instructions. And the thing to keep track here is this binary operation here, right? Now, if I actually run this function 100 times, and I actually look again at the bytecode instructions, you see here that this got specialized to the integer type. So basically, Python sees like, okay, you're running this a lot, so let's optimize this, right? This is important. This is performance critical, right? Now, if I have a different function that instead of actually multiplying numbers, it would actually just check if an element is inside iterable, right? So this is what I'm doing here. And now, if I do the same thing, so I check the instructions, you have the contains op, you have all these things here. And if I run 100 times, we actually don't see specialization on this instruction, right? And this is, again, just to go back to my previous point, that Python 3.11 is faster, but it depends a lot on what you're using it for, right? Like there's no silver bullet. It's not like going to be faster for everything. And that's why I believe that the triangles example, it wasn't as performant as the previous one. Everyone with me? Yeah, so one none. Okay, I'll take that. So what if instead of doing this at runtime, what if we can analyze the code before and optimize the code for that? And that's what PyPy does, right? PyPy is a just-in-time compiler. I think there are some very small exceptions, but it's almost a CPython replacement, right? So if you just change the interpreter to use PyPy, everything should work. And actually, I haven't seen a lot of issues. When I tried, everything was really smooth, right? It's written in RPython, which is a subset of Python. It's reduced Python, right? And it's written for interpreters. It's not really for your code. And it's a JIT compiler, meaning that right before the code compiles, it will look at your code, see where the for loops are, see where the performance critical code is, and will optimize for that, okay? So pros is that it's much faster, and there's very little overhead. for me, my experience was really just installing PyPy and just running the same thing. You're going to see it later in a bit. The cons though, this is not for packages, this is only applications. So you cannot compile ahead of time, right? Like if you have something and send it to someone, I cannot send a compiled thing. And that's because PyPy, it actually uses memory addresses of the objects that are there, right? It's very specialized after you have the process running. So if you want to use PyPy, I basically need to send you the same code and you need to run PyPy with. It's probably not worth for short scripts. There's also a cost of doing this JIT compilation, right? So if you have something very short, it actually may even take longer. Of course, it lags a bit behind CPython, right? Because they're always catching up. And it doesn't play well with C extensions, right? So stuff like NumPy, and this is the reasoning from the documentation, right? That they use the CPy extension, which is slow, and then they try to have workarounds for this. Actually, also they mentioned that if you have something that is C and it's critical, you should first re-implement this in Python and then run it if you really want to go that route, right? So, but this is a big downside here as well. To illustrate the cons, I have this very short script here, right? So I'm just going 5 times, creating a random NumPy array, and then calculating the mean for that. And so it's a very short script. Oh, this is really small now. Is this better? Can people see this? The back? Yeah. Okay. So again, just running here, create the virtual environment, then I run the thing in Python. You see it takes 0.48 seconds. And then if I use the PyPy version, it actually takes 0.53 seconds. So it's a small difference, but also it's a short script as well, right? But this is just to say that it's not always going to be faster. There are some caveats here and there. All right. So now let's look at actual experiment, right? So I activate again the PyPy environment. So now I'm using PyPy and not Python. And then I run the same thing. And you see that the library or the code that I'm using is actually the Python code. So it's the same thing that I ran before. But instead of 31 seconds, it only takes 5.9 seconds. So a big improvement. Ooh. And for the triangles, you're going to see something similar, right? Activate the virtual environment from PyPy and run the same thing that I ran on Python 3.10 and 3.11. And you see that it took 5 seconds, or almost 6 seconds, right? So big improvement. But like I said, if you're building a library or something that someone else is going to install, you cannot use PyPy. So if you want to do that, one way you can do this is to use something like Cython. Cython is not new. Anyone who heard of Cython here? Okay, and who worked with Cython, implemented things in Cython? I see a wiggle there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I had heard about it a lot, and I was curious, and that's why I wanted to give it a try, right? And it's still, even though it's old, let's say, it's still under active development. They just they recently released the 3.0, and originally, well, maybe let me go see. The way I understand it is that basically from your Python code, you create a C extension that you can actually use in Python again, right? I'll show again once we have the experiments as well. It's also a superset of Python. So you have everything that Python has, but then you have also these different keywords like the cdef or cimport, right? And one of the things that they've been trying to do is to be more Python compatible. If you have a Python project and you decide that it's slow, you can still use Cython. You can just do it after the fact. You can augment these .py files with Cython types in a separate file as well. Once Cython also offers things for bypassing the guild. The idea is that once you're in that C level, the guild is not necessarily applicable anymore. So there are ways you can bypass the guild with Cython, but it has some small limitations. I think like tuple unpacking or something like that, that's also not supported. Just to illustrate this here. So this is the pure Python, let's say, if you want to use Cython as well. So you can just put this here as a type hint. And this is one of the things that they've been working towards. But you also have the Cython, right, which is not valid Python. And even the extension changes, but you have this double keyword, you have the cdef and whatnot. So they do offer these two things. Okay. The people that use Cython, how did I do? Okay. Well, no. Okay. Good. Okay. Got a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. So I also want to see what's the impact of typing in Cython as well. So on the Fibonacci, and it's just because the code is shorter. These are the implementation with the Python implementation, right? The normal Python, and this is using the Cython type. So the only difference here is that I import Cython and I actually use the Cython.int instead of using this. And just to be clear, this would also run on Python, right? This is a metadata. This doesn't get, they don't care about this at runtime. Okay. So let's take a look. I'm gonna make this bigger as well. So I create the virtual environment, and Cython actually comes with the CLI tool, Cythonize here, right? So you can run this, and I'm targeting the Python implementation. So with the Python types, And then you see that once you actually do this, now you have this C files and this binary files here. Okay, so that's what Python is doing. Now, if I run with the Fibonacci with the Python implementation, which is with this optimized Python thing, it took 10 seconds. And now I can do this with the Python types. So again, do the same thing. It's on the Python directory now, so it's slightly different. The structure is a bit different, but in essence, it's the same thing, right? And now if I run that, I actually get like even almost like 2x improvement. So my take on this is that if you use Python, the Python types, you still get an additional improvement over what you would have with just Python type-ins. Okay. So for the triangles, same thing. Activate the virtual environment, use Pythonize. Now you don't have to specify they're using Python 3 because on the 3.0 now it's the default, right? And using the same data first with the Python types, you get to 133 to 131. And now if I do the same thing with Python, I get to 127. So the improvement is again smaller, but there is a small improvement there. And I'm thinking that it's something similar to what we saw with Python 3.11. Okay. So my PyC. So who knows my PyC? Oh, okay. Just John, 2. Okay, yeah, imagine. And who knows MyPy? Okay. So MyPy is the static type checker, right? And MyPyC is something somewhat similar, right? I don't want to dive in too much because we have other stuff to cover as well. But basically, it targets many similar cases. Python, the way it does it is somewhat similar, but the approach is different, right? So the idea is that with Python type-ins, you should be enough for you to derive these things that Python wants you to do explicitly, right? So it's more modern, I guess, in a way. They even go as far as suggesting a workflow where you use Python interpreter when you're developing. And in CI/CD, you can actually build these extensions which are optimized, right? So let's look how we work in practice. You just, again, activate the normal virtual environment, and I just use the Python. So I'm just MyPying the Python thing. You get the .so files, the binary files here. And if I run this with, again, the Python normal type-ins, I go from 31 seconds, which was the baseline, 6 seconds was in Python, to actually 1.68 seconds. So much faster, right? And the same thing for the, well, triangles, but I'll let you see. I don't want to spoil anything here. Yeah, so 117 seconds. All right, so we were talking now about using C, basically in Python and binding it, right? So let's just talk about binding. So like right now, the strategy with MyPyC and Python is you write code in Python, it gets transpiled to C, and that's an extension for Python back. But you could just write it in C, right? Or Rust, actually. So when I say bindings, is everyone okay with that? Everyone knows what I'm talking about? I'm gonna assume no, because I also have this bullet point anyways. But the way I see this is kind of like integrating Python with other languages, right? Python, one of the reasons why I believe Python is so popular is because it plays really well with C and C++, right? And this is also what you see with the machine learning libraries, right? This is the thing that confused me back when I was learning Python. There's things like TensorFlow, PyTorch, or actually NumPy are basically C++ with a layer of Python on top, right? And recently, we see more Rust stuff, right? Rust coming to Python. That's also how Rust started to catch my eye, right? Things like Polars, the previous talk, which I didn't know was a previous talk, but a good segue, right? Or Pydantic v2, which was also now written in Rust. So it's Rust with a layer of Python on top, right? So the experiment that I did is actually with Rust, right? I'm also trying to learn Rust. I'm trying to find excuses to do it. The way that it works, as I understand it, that Python has this libPython. It exposes the libPython, which is a C extension, and Rust, not an extension, sorry, the C core. And Rust actually has a FFI, a foreign function interface that plays really well with C. So what they do, they take this and they expose this in Rust as safe types. So whenever you can run Python in a Rust program, basically they start a Rust process and you can run it in Rust, or you can actually have something in Rust that exposes the application with the C API that Python expects, okay? All in all, you can run Rust on a Python interpreter. That's what you need to know. So, and I know yesterday there was a question on this as well. So first thing I'm going to do is activate the normal virtual environment. And then here I'm using Maturing, which is a tool, a CLI tool from Pyo3 to actually, well, if you run Maturing develop, it will first build a Rust project and it would actually install in your current active Python interpreter. Okay, so that's what it's doing now. And you see here that it's installed. And then now if I run the script again using the Rust, now I'm actually using the Rust with the Python binding on top of it, okay? And again, I know this is very fast, that's why I'm pausing. And you see that we go from like 31 seconds to 2 seconds. But we can do even better, right? We can actually pass a flag, the release flag, which is what cargo, the pip of Rust kinda-ish. Well, I'm not gonna get into that, to actually optimize the code, right? And then same thing, installs in your current active Python, and we go from less than 1 second. So pretty good. And with the triangles, I'm gonna do the same thing here. So first go to the Rust project, use maturing to build and install. And also maybe the question yesterday was about PyProject.toml. I don't remember who asked it. Maturing also has a build format for PyProject.toml, that's what you will specify. And you see that after improving the performance of everything, we actually get to 3 seconds for the triangles. So a huge improvement there as well, right? And last but not least, Mojo. Oh yeah. Who heard of Mojo? Who played with Mojo? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I'm curious afterwards to hear your thoughts on that. Mojo, it's a separate programming language. Okay, that's the way I see it right now. And before you boo me off stage, because this is Pycon, it does is striving to become a superset of Python, right? So it's almost as if I'm talking about TypeScript in a JavaScript conference, which maybe you're not okay with that, but to be honest, I kind of did that already with Python, right? So I'm just gonna go with it. But it is not a Droplet replacement for sure. Like it still has a lot of very rough edges. It's still a very early stages. It came from actually the story behind is that the Modular, the company that created Mojo, they have this AI engine. And they actually started building this language to create this AI engine, right? And then they said, okay, let's just kind of keep going until it becomes a superset of Python. It's statically typed. Python is not. So if I say X is equal to 1 and then X is equal to high, Python is okay with that. Mojo is not okay with that. And it's also compiled, which is also not the same thing with Python, right? Currently, because of all these things, it basically feels like a different language with a Pythonic syntax. It has a high and low level. So the high level is like the Python or the Python replacement, and the low level is the superset part. Okay, I'm going to give some examples in a second. It has some AI features because of its history. It's very early stages, so there are no comprehensions. I know this next talk is about comprehensions, not in Mojo, sorry. It doesn't have dictionaries actually, so it doesn't have a lot of things, but the way that they try to bypass this is that it integrates well with Python. So you can have like a Python code and you can actually bring it into Mojo. You can even add to things like a Mojo object and a Python object. It would translate it, right? And actually, as of yesterday, anyone can just download and use it, right? So you have to register modular everything, but you can just give it a try. So, for example, there's no class, but they do offer, oh, sorry, maybe some examples. If you're also interested in more on how Mojo code looks, we have this awesome Mojo, which has some snippets, and we have actually this Mojo libc, which is a project on this, right? And again, if you open this, I think you're going to agree with me that it doesn't feel like Python. It feels like a different language. It's like, oh yeah, that kind of looks like Python, that small part there. But anyways, I digress. Mojo doesn't have classes, but they have structs. So this is just a decorator that basically tells you that this can be passed through the registry, not the memory. I'm not exactly sure what it means. I just read it in the documentation, but it has some lower level stuff that you can play with, right? If you use the keyword struct, then you also need to type your stuff. And I know this is capital F. This is how Mojo works, actually. And this var thing, which I'll talk in the next slide. And then you also have your methods here. So you have the dunder things, but you also have this fn, which I'll get to now. This is an example of the Euclidean distance written in Python. So pure Python and Mojo optimized. This would also work in Python, by the way, in Mojo, I'm sorry. But this is the optimized version, right? So let's go through the differences. First thing is that you have the fn keyword instead of def. If you have the fn, you actually have to specify the types. So you have to in Mojo. And again, the types are slightly different. These are all built in. And you see the tensor. So this is the AI feature. Variables you have to specify with either var or let. And the difference between them is that var is mutable, right? So here we're actually changing the value and let is not. So again, things that you tell Mojo so you can make optimizations. This, according to the blog post, right? This is from blog post. This optimizes 60 times faster than Python and 2 times faster than NumPy. For our case, basically we have the high level module, which is just like Python. And then the only difference between the two is that I'm actually using the type int that I have to, and the fn keyword actually. All right, so if you have Mojo, it comes with like this CLI tool as well. Oh, and then if I just run this here, first the high level API, I guess, it took 4 seconds, and then the low level, it took 0.36 seconds. And this is the fire emoji, which is a valid file extension for Mojo, just to say. Also, the baseline is a bit different because when I tried this, I tried in a dev container. It was a bit different, the setup, so I had to retime my baseline, but this is what it got. So the improvement is actually way more, relatively speaking, right? And for the triangles, I was actually not able to do it. So let me go through my list of excuses why I couldn't give you this information. And I'll just skip through the things. I tried different things. I tried to refactor. I tried to write the reading part in Python and just import it into Mojo. I tried to rewrite the CSV reading logic in Mojo, even if it's really dumb. And I had a lot of issues. And in the end, the current state is that they were like, oh, there's a C++ file. There's an assertion error. Please file a bug report. And I was like, so I was like, okay, let's just keep going, right? If you have any suggestions as well, this is open source. Feel free to create an issue, pull request. The code is available as well. So this is kind of it. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through this. These are just all the comparisons put together. And just some final thoughts, right? High level, we basically have either different interpreters or different languages interacting with Python. Always benchmark and test your things, right? Just because this is what I've seen, you're going to may have different experiences with it. So try to be pragmatic and methodical about this. My opinionated guide based on what I've seen, if I have to improve the performance, is first go to Python 3.11. If not, I'll go to PyPy. It was really just like a drop-in kind of thing. If it's an application, so if it's applicable, try MyPy in Cython. Actually, it's MyPyC or Cython. Do the bindings in Py03 or Mojo. Right. I was talking to a friend about this, and they were like, well, if you're going to do all this, why don't you just write in Rust then? Like, instead of using Python. And I was like, it's a fair point, right? But I would say as well that there is a cost of writing things in Rust, right? It's not as fast, like if you want to write C, C++, then writing Rust, right? So you also have to take that into account. And in reality as well, like from the beginning question, right? How many people think that Python is slow? Not everyone thinks that, right? Like, what is slow? Like, what do you need, right? So that's also a valid thing to think about before you start trying to optimize everything. So the way I see is like, you can write something in Python, profile it, see if it's slow, see what parts of the code is slow, and then just kind of optimize for that. And that's kind of how Python is set up as well, right? If you think of things like NumPy or TensorFlow, is basically the stuff that doesn't really need to be that optimized is in Python. And then you have the very specific stuff written in C++ or whatever, right? And the most important thing is that we're always stronger with friends. Okay. Thank you. This is the Git repo. It's also here. Feel free to take it or make a pull request, help me see the Mojo code. All the stuff is there. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Some Polar's questions, I guess.
Did you try out? Oh, by the way, thanks for the amazing talk. Did you try out Number?
No.
Thank you.
No, I didn't try Number. I saw it and I was curious, but I was like, that was also after I had prepared the slides. And I think there's so many things out there, right? That, but it is something that is on my to-do list. That's it. But yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we have time for one more question.
Okay. So thank you for the talk. I'm curious about that all the problems you have described is mostly a CPU bound numerical computational problems, but 90% of, for example, Python development, we are doing web sync, API or Django, DRF and other stuff. Do you have any kind of reference or resource? Maybe somebody changed some kind of Django internals to use these tools and it gains default improvements there, because usually what we act is IO bound problems and the framework itself burdens. So we use a tool and then I don't want, for example, optimize on top of the Django code or on top of this Flask code. So what about those kind of problems? Maybe one or two words.
Yeah, I think maybe, well, it's a good question. I think there's some things that you kind of hit bottlenecks as well, right? Like if you have network or stuff, latency, whatever. I think my context when I came is more from the AI, right? And I think those, it is computational, right? That's why you see those things, or like data transformations and whatnot. I think, again, I don't have a very good answer, to be honest. I think you have to go case by case. Why is your thing slow? Can we make it better? Like, is it like indeed a computational thing? Can you transform the data somehow in this function? Or is it just because your network is low, or maybe you just need to scale your API endpoint to more machines? Like, it depends, right? I think you kind of go case by case, and this was more to get a little taste of what these things can do in the computational sense, of course. Thank you.
All right, now you can clap.
I'm Gucci.
All right, now listen. The next guy is a troublemaker. He tries to insert mathematics into everything, and every now and then he's going to scribble dy dx on any surface he finds. So please welcome my friend, Rodrigo.
Hello, everyone. I can neither confirm nor deny the previous statements. So I'll just focus on what I'm here to talk about, which is comprehensions. Now, it's not only about list comprehensions. So we're going to be talking about list, dict, and set comprehensions and generator expressions, and they're pretty much up to some very important differences. They're pretty much the same thing. And I want to show you the commonality so that if you know list comprehensions, you kind of know everything else. So if computers are hard, okay, I have a clicker, so maybe I should use it. That's my face. There's also a face here, so feel free to pick whichever you prefer. You can find me online where I like to write about Python mostly. And essentially what I do is I work for a company called Textualize, working on a framework called Textual. It's really cool stuff. You should check it out. And I also spend way too much time writing about Python over here at my blog. So what is a comprehension? And to make it easier, let's start with a list comprehension, and then we will generalize. So a list comprehension is essentially a way to build lists. Please clap if this makes sense to you. That was a pretty weak clap, so I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see how it goes. So it's easier to understand list comprehensions by comparing them to loops. So let's do that. I have a loop here. Please clap if you understand what's going on. I see people who didn't clap. So that's fair. So let's just make sure we're on the same page. So there's a list here that's empty, and I'm going to go through the numbers from 0 to 9, from the integers from 0 to 9. And then over here, I'm computing the square of the integer I'm looking at, and then I'm storing it inside the list I previously initialized. So when I'm done, this list will have 10 elements, the perfect squares from 0 to 81. So there's going to be 0, 1, 4, etc., 81. So this is a pretty simple loop with an append. And I want to compare this to a list comprehension. So just let that sink in. Notice that there's similarities here. There's the num squared. You can see it on both snippets. And there's the loop over here. You can also find it in your list comprehension. So one of the things I really want to focus on this talk is that a list comprehension is kind of a simplification of the loop that I have above. Notice how I take the important bits out of the loop, the things that I selected with the rectangles, and I put them inside my list comprehension, and then I essentially I drop the fluff, the things that don't really matter. Like, why do I need to spend a line of code initializing a list? Okay, so that's pretty much like the key idea, or one of the main things that I want to stress in this talk. So if you're still keeping up, can you please clap? Thank you for the enthusiasm. That's what I'd like to hear. Okay. So this was a very specific example. I work with Python every day. I don't generally compute squares. I usually don't do it. So how do you write any list comprehension? So how do you generalize to any list comprehension? Again, let's start with a loop, an empty list, an arbitrary iterable. I'm going to go through that iterable, and I'm going to append to that new list, and I'm applying some function. I don't care what it is. I'm doing something to my element. So this is a pretty generic loop. Now, first step is you need a bunch of space in between the two brackets. So make sure to hit space a lot of times. Then you just slide in the function call, and then you slide in the loop. So this is a list comprehension, and whatever is left, you can just delete. All right, I'm not sure if you knew, but these two lines of code, this is not valid Python code. Do not try this. And you end up with a pretty nice list comprehension. So if you're starting out, I like to teach list comprehensions in this way. Just go with a loop, which should be simpler if you already know some Python, and then just, copy paste stuff. We're developers, we are great at copy and pasting, usually. So just do that. So that's a basic list comprehension. And now I want to show you how you can also filter data inside comprehensions. So again, let's start with list comprehensions, and then we will generalize. And then we will generalize to other things. Again, same thing. Let's start with a loop. And now it's pretty much the same thing, except I only care about odd squares. And so I added an if statement here. Now, will you please clap if you know what the result's going to be? Okay. So it's essentially the same thing as before, but now instead of getting 0, 1, 4, 9, 16, whatever, I only get the odd one. So that's going to be 1, 9, 25, 49, and 81. Okay. So I filtered out every other square. And to turn this into a list comprehension, we're going to go with sliding things into place again. So, except we're not. Let's start by English is hard. Let's start by comparing a list comprehension. Sorry, and then I'll show you how things just slide around. Because again, and I'm going to say this a bunch of times, so you can already fall asleep now. The main thing here is that the list comprehension is just a reordering of the loop with less stuff. And this side-by-side comparison is trying to show you that. Notice how the loops and the ifs, they're on the same line. And then what I did was I moved the squaring to the beginning. And so I'm essentially changing the focus. On the right-hand side, I have 3 lines of code, and I have increasing indentation. And then in the end, on the bottom right corner, I have the transformation I'm doing. I'm squaring numbers. And in the list comprehension, if my clicker cooperates, it's not mine. So yeah, if the clicker cooperates, we can see here that the transformation was moved to the top. So we are stressing, we are highlighting the computation that we care about. So that was, again, specific example with squares. Let's take it to the general case. Same structure, new list, iterable. A predicate is just a function that returns true or false. So it's me kind of asking a question, is this element whatever? And then we get the response. And then we append if the reply is true or if the result is true. So same thing, except because now we have too much stuff. Let's just move the final bracket. We move it to the bottom. Now we're going to align everything because OCD, you don't really need to. Python will understand it if you don't align it, but let's align everything. Let's drop the fluff, which was, there's 3 changes. I'm dropping the new list dot append, but I'm also dropping the colons. All right, so we drop the fluff, and there you have it. Will you please clap for this list comprehension? Yes, yes, awesome list comprehension, right? Lots of people already falling asleep, that's fine. All right, and then I hope you didn't clap because it was wrong. You need to reorder things, all right? Again, list comprehension, exactly the same as the loop, but with a transformation at the top. That's the main difference. Does it make sense? Is it making sense so far? Will you please raise your hands if it's making sense? Again, this is the main point, all right? So the list comprehension has a data transformation that comes first, not in the end, inside an append, it comes first. And then the second element, it's me specifying where the data is coming from. I cannot just create data out of thin air. So the data is coming from somewhere. And finally, there's an optional data filter. Can I point there? Yes, I can. All right, so 3 components to a list comprehension. And that's all there is to it. Like really, this is all there is to it. So if this is so simple, why would you bother learning and using list comprehensions? All right. And I would like to invite you to try and shout out at me the advantages of using list comprehensions, the ones you're aware of. Just shout. Yeah, okay, so I heard it's faster. Immutability. Okay, so that's interesting. So someone said it's an expression, not a statement. I heard it's faster, I heard it's shorter, I heard something else which I did not understand. Right, so yes, sure, also that. I also did not hear that, but I've got enough, so please don't give me any more advantages, otherwise you'll throw me off my game. So thank you for engaging with me. All right, so why bother? Yeah, well, sure, list comprehensions are faster than the loops, the equivalent loops, usually, most of the time. Again, benchmarking is hard. So usually, yes, list comprehensions tend to be shorter. After all, I literally showed you that you can take the loop, delete some stuff, you end up with a list comprehension. So it is objectively shorter. And I've added this one here. I don't think anyone said it, kind of. It's purer if you use list comprehensions properly. It's purer in the mathematical sense or the functional programming sense because the names, the auxiliary variables you create inside the loops, they don't come out of the list comprehension. Whereas in the loop, I think it was your talk, right? Yeah, we saw yesterday, if you have like a regular loop, the auxiliary variable of the loop will be a variable outside of the loop after we're done. And I actually had a pretty weird bug at work because of that. I just forgot that I had such a, yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, so list comprehensions are pure. So there's 3 good advantages that people are usually able to enumerate. But I don't think those are like that's not the point. I don't think, and this is a bit subjective, this is an opinion. I don't think the point of list comprehensions is any of those things. I think the point is that they are more readable. I wrote readabler because it went well with the pattern, but English is hard. So yeah, but they're more readable. And I'm no longer stating an opinion, right? So I said, so the opinion part was the big X here, saying this is not the main thing. Now I'm claiming that this is objective. I'm claiming that list comprehensions are objectively more readable. And now you might say, well, I thought that readability was subjective, right? Readability is in the eye of the beholder. And I'll say, yeah, but not really. And I'll show you what I mean. In this case, again, we're talking about comprehensions. We're not talking about everything in life ever. So let that sink in. Take a look at that. Can you clap if you think if this looks good? Okay, can you clap if you think this looks bad? I agree with you. I just did something. Okay, I agree. So now let me show you something else. Let me show you an equivalent list comprehension. Now, I'm not saying that this is good. Okay, both. What did I do? Oh my gosh, I just changed my pointer. Amazing. Yeah, so I'm not saying that either is better than the other. I think they're both terrible. But this shows two really important things. First, it really hammers home my point of notice what's at the top of the list comprehension versus what's really hidden inside the nested loops. It's the thing we're doing, the data transformation. The thing that actually ends up in your list at the end is going to be the thunk of V1, V2, V3, V4, V5. And in your list comprehension, it's right in your face. It's the first thing you read. In the loop, you have to go through, I don't know, maybe 10, 12, 15 lines of terrible code. And I was pretty nice, and I reduced indentation to a single space. So if this were 4 spaces, you would have to scroll right, unless you have a monitor this huge, this big. English is hard, again. So, yeah. And it also shows something else, which I didn't mention before, which is a list comprehension can have more than one loop and one filter. All right, you can actually nest them arbitrarily, as this example shows. And if you want to turn that into a list comprehension, what do? You get rid of the appends, you align everything, you delete all of the colons, and you move the transformation to the top. List comprehensions are so simple that you should be able to take a nested loop and just turn it into a list comprehension with your eyes closed. It's that simple because it's a mechanical thing. It's just align, delete, and drag. Does this make sense? You should know by now that you should clap. So does this make sense? Okay. At this point, I'm not sure if I'm just bullying you into clapping but yeah. So let's take a look at some examples of what I think are good comprehensions and good use cases, because it's very easy to go nuts and write terrible comprehensions like this one, and then someone on the internet will say, yeah, but this is readable because it's a list comprehension. Well, yeah, well, it is a list comprehension. I don't think it's great. So let's try to avoid this thing. So let's take a look at some things that I think, and then subjective stuff kicks in, I think are good examples. So let's go with this one. And these are not theoretical list comprehensions, all right? These are, who said freshly sourced? So this is freshly sourced from the CPython implementation of the email, module. So this is real code running in your computer. And this is a pretty simple list comprehension. I mean, what's there not to like? Would you rather have 3 lines of code instead of this? The complicated thing here is this thing, if we can call it complicated. I mean, it's just a loop over some integers, and then we do some string formatting. Why do I need to hide it after a for loop and an append? Like, what's the point? In here, I can focus on what matters, which is parsing this very old string formatting, right? So this is a good example of a list comprehension. It's a simple list, a simple transformation. You just go through some, I don't know, some range, some simple iterable, and you create some new stuff. This is the archetype of a good list comprehension. Now, another thing I really like is this. So let that sink in. Let's see if you can understand the mechanics of what's happening. I'll just pose for the photos now. Yes, excellent. All right, now one where I'm pointing. Can we do one where I'm pointing? Excellent, thank you very much. So, I mean, I gotta feed my social media, right? So what's happening here? Who can shout what's happening here? You were all distracted by my poses. No one. So what's happening here is we're flattening a list of lists. So if you look closely, exceptions is going to be iterated over. And then I'm going to iterate over the sub. Notice how sub came from exceptions. And then I'm taking the EXC from sub, and I'm just putting it there. So I'm flattening a list of lists. And I think this is a pretty neat way of flattening two lists. There's like a crazy quote unquote trick with some. It's quote unquote trick because it's not really a trick, but that's like a whole nother talk. So this is a pretty standard way. There's some other tools that do this like lazily from iter-tools or whatever, but this is a pretty decent way of doing it. And again, this is real code from async.io. So it's not like a theoretical example. This is actual code that runs. Everyone with me so far? You should clap by now. Yes, thank you. You're paying attention. Thank you. Alrighty, so one other I really enjoy. So self.flags is a dictionary, and I'm taking the items. And then I'm going over the items, and I'm taking the keys as sig and the values as v. And I'm just extracting the keys with a condition on the values. And the pattern I like here is me filtering data with an auxiliary filter. So essentially what I see here is two sources of data, which is all of the keys and all of the values. And I'm picking some keys depending on some values. And you don't need to have a dictionary here. You could have two different iterables, you zip them together, and then you keep the elements of one depending on what the elements of the other give you. So this is a pretty decent, what do you call it? Example, use case. Yeah. Again, so now tooting my own horn just a little bit. This is from textual, so this is code that I didn't write, but I've been close. So if there's a bug there, it's probably my fault. And this is a pretty standard use case as well. Notice how there's the underscore here next to the range. So the underscore here isn't doing anything magical. It's just an idiomatic way of saying, I don't really care about the current iteration I'm in, because I'm going to be doing always the same thing. And so what I'm doing here is creating a list with a bunch of things inside that are always the same. So if you need to initialize a list with a bunch of elements that are always the same, this is a very standard way of doing so. Personally, I use this, for example, when I need lists of random integers. Or I don't know, when I need to generate a random color, like an RGB color, I'll create a random color on the left and then go over range 3. Pretty standard pattern. And another one I like, and to me, again, subjective, to me, this is like as far as I would go with the list comprehension, which is, you know, maybe not a trivial iterable. So you're doing something to the iterable. In this case, I'm just reversing something. And I have a predicate here. Again, the predicate is hidden, but I'm not doing a function call, but I'm checking something. So I'm checking if the rule is here. And it's fine if your list comprehension spans over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. The point of list comprehensions is not to make it shorter, to have it on a single line, because it's very easy for a list comprehension to go over whatever recommended maximum width you go with, either 80 or 90 or 10, which is the minutes I have left. So it's not the point. The point is that the list comprehension dropped the fluff, right? So after you drop the fluff, you can make it span across multiple lines. That's fine. You're not charged, like, I don't know how it works at your job, but I don't make more money or less money if the number of lines of code I write changes. So it's not like I have a financial incentive to either make it span more lines or less lines. So just let your code breathe. So I like this list comprehension. Can you, now this is okay if you don't clap. Can you clap if you like it? Does it look good? Thank you. Some enthusiastic claps from the audience. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. They didn't go unnoticed. Alrighty. So now let's take a look at two patterns that I see often with beginners. And I mean, it's fine. I'm not judging you because you made it. I'm just letting you know that I look for this because I already know that people do this. And I already know that I have to explain them. This is not really the point. And I explain, well, this is not the point because. So what's wrong with this list comprehension? Yes, I heard both things. I would scream both things inside my head, but if I'm explaining it to a beginner, I wouldn't go, it's nothing or side effects. Yeah, but that's both the bad things that are happening here. So print has side effects. When you call print, something happens elsewhere. It might be in your terminal. You see something. And at the same time, like this list comprehension, whether you assign it to a variable or not, will not affect the final outcome. And the point of a list comprehension is to build a list. So if you're building a list and you're throwing it away, why are you building the list? So if you're only using a list comprehension for the side effects of the function you're calling, that should be a loop, period. And yes, it's subjective, but it's not subjective, okay? So if the point is side effects, use a loop, because again, and I'm not trying to be authoritarian. English is so hard. Yeah, whatever. I'm not. Yes, I mean, it doesn't. I work with English every day. I used to be good at it. Now it's just, it sucks. So I don't know where I was going. So maybe I'll skip the slide. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of, it's a contract. If I write a list comprehension, my teammates will immediately know, because we trust each other, that I'm not doing side effects, because the point of the list comprehension is to do a pure computation. It's like a social contract. So yes, it is subjective. You can use list comprehensions for side effects, but the vast majority of people will respect that contract and expect you to respect it because it makes life easier on all of us. And the second thing I don't like is this list comprehension. I see it a lot. It's not terrible. Like if you're a beginner and if you make this mistake, this is like the best mistake you could make because you're almost there. If you're writing something like this, where the only thing you're doing is taking the value out of the iterable, just call list on the iterable. It has the same effect and it's shorter, cleaner, faster. Yeah? Does this make sense? Thank you. So how much time do I have left? Not a lot of time. And it feels like we still have a lot to cover, except that we've already covered everything that matters because now everything just falls into place and I'll show you. Sit tight. So let's go over set comprehensions. And let's start by taking a look at a list comprehension. Let's see how to turn it into a set comprehension. You can clap now. To write a set comprehension. Set comprehensions follow all of the same rules and conventions, except you use braces instead of brackets. Does this make sense to you? It's the only child. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. You know the dynamics of this better than I do. Yes, exactly. So that's all there is to it. Really. That's all. Now, it's a whole nother story if you need to know when to use sets, and that's fine. That's material for maybe another talk. There's also a, what do you call it? A chapter. I have a free, sorry, let's not hide that. I have a free Python book because I learned Python online for free. So why not share some knowledge for free? There's a chapter in there about sets, so feel free to take a look. Now, dictionary comprehensions. Sorry, I'll show the QR code once more so you'll have time. Just have your camera ready. So let's take a list. How do you turn this into a dictionary comprehension? Well, this was faster, but it's also not that much. So I changed the brackets into braces. I'm sorry I couldn't keep your interest. It's a shame. It's fine. And so now what I'm doing is, instead of having a single element in my data transformation place, what I do is I can do something to create the key. So an arbitrary function, then colon, and then an arbitrary function to create my value. And usually you see this like this. You can, like, it's functionally it's the same, but it's easier to maybe see it this way. There's going to be something here, maybe a zip with something, you get values, and then some of them become keys and some of them become values. Does this make sense? And again, that's all there is to it. Really, it's that simple. Now, generator expressions, these are fun. I could do a bunch of talks on this, on generator expressions. And To turn a list comprehension into a generator expression, I just did it. Can you see what changed? The braces become parentheses, and that's it. This is a generator expression. It's the same as a list comprehension, except it has some other differences, but that's because of generators, not the comprehension part. And again, that's all there is to it. Really, thank you. Nice. All right, and generators are not that weird. There's a bunch of similar things that are built in, so you probably encountered any of these, and they're very similar to generators in principle. So if you want to work with these things, there's a workshop tomorrow that I'm giving about comprehensions. So feel free to drop in. We'll practice a lot. And I will be writing about generators in the book I mentioned. I just haven't yet because Python is huge. So this is the same QR code as before. I will have a chapter on generators eventually. And yeah, just to make this click, just practice, because that's how things click. You know, again, there's workshop tomorrow. I was afraid I might forget. I'm being bullied into stopping. And if you cannot attend the workshop, for the workshop, I'll be just taking a bunch of exercises from a book I wrote on this. So this is the QR code to the comprehensions book. I've been pretty obsessed about this topic. It's an interesting story. You can ask me about it later. Pause for the QR code. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Finally, thank you for your attention. Do we have time for questions?
That's comprehensions, really. So any questions?
I have one. Sorry, let me short circuit one of the most common questions. The slides were built with this. I have no affiliation. I just like them. So that's the name. You can take a picture or ask me later. And the slides will end up at this URL, slides, links, whatever. Everything's going to be there. Yeah, now other questions, please hit me up.
On one of the last slides, you showed some functions that take generators. Two of the functions are actually very interesting because I think they are redundant, as you can understand from comprehensions, which are map and filter. What do you think?
I think I didn't understand the question. So you said you were talking about this slide?
Yes. So essentially map and filter, as you can use them with just simple comprehensions, they seem redundant. What do you think?
I still don't understand the question. Like, what's the question? What do I think about what?
So you can have, like you explained,
yes.
You can have a comprehension that filters them.
Yes.
You can have a comprehension that does the mapping stuff.
Yes.
So why use map and filter?
Exactly. No, the question is the other way around. If you can use map and filter, why use a comprehension just to filter? So that's the way I look at it. So that's my reply. And this is going to be an interesting conversation. Yeah. So this is very subjective. I mean, if you don't like map and filter, feel free to use a generator expression that does like the same thing. Very important distinction, map and filter are not the same as list comprehensions, because list comprehensions build lists, they're eager, they transform everything as soon as you type the list comprehension. Map and filter are going to be equivalent to the generator expressions. And most people say that it's up to your personal taste, but in the more functional sense, if you have an actual function that's your predicate, use filter with your predicate. I would say that. If you have an actual function, use map. If you have an expression, then use the generator expression. If it's a comment, this is a very interesting discussion. Let's discuss it in the coffee break. If you have questions, please use this time now. We will talk about it later. Questions now. Yeah.
Why range is in this list?
Because range generates things as you go. It's lazy like generators. It's not.
But it is not a generator.
I didn't say these are generators. I said these things are essentially like generators. So the main point of being lazy is in all of these. These are not generators. If I said that, I apologize because it's not what I wanted to say. These are like generators. I just want to say you're familiar with the idea. Who knows range? By applause, who knows range? Okay. So yeah, if you can use range, you can use generators. That's what I'm claiming. More questions?
Right, any more questions? No? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo. All right, folks, I think it's just lunch now, right? All right, great. Food. Not lunch. Oh, well, I have lunch at this time.
Thank you, my friend. Of course. I think I turned it off. Yes.
Tá ligado?
Teste. Dois. Teste. Tá fixe? Top.
Test.
Yes.
Test.
Não. Já vai morder.
Isso é o que sabe.
Sim, 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 sim. O seu é I Silva? IF Silva. Ok. Pronto, ok.
Okay. So let's start. On top of congelou. Okay, okay. So first, a little bit about myself. I have more than 4 years of experience in this field. I mostly work at Evolutio, like it's presented here. And I also do some freelance jobs in my spare time. And it's mostly back office and management software. So I use these three frameworks: HTMX, Django, and Svelte. Okay. So here is some examples of my work. I have in the left, we have an event management software, and in the right, driving school management software. So as you can see, it's mostly lists and forms, the usual. So what is a back office for the people that don't know or don't are a part of the field? A back office is the part of an application that provides support for how we interact and how we view the front office or the presentation layer of the application. And it is usually a set of interfaces that allow us to manage the data, control how it is presented and which data is presented. So as I said, mostly back offices are just list and CRUD operations. So it's usually not very hard stuff. So CRUD, what is CRUD? For a data model, for a data instance, we have 4 operations: create, read, update, and delete. These are database operations that most of you are familiar with. Simple concepts. Django provides us already with some generic views that allow us to make these operations in a very quick and fast way. Create, read, update, delete, and list view allow us to create these interfaces without a lot of work and by exposing our models in a unique way. And even if we need more advanced features, we can also customize them or use third-party packages like Django filters. So here, when we need more advanced features, like multiple object manipulation, we can always use form sets. It's an integrated feature. They provide a layer of abstraction and allow us to use multiple forms in a single page. And we can post, or in this case, submit multiple forms with a single request. These forms can be added, removed, reordered at will, but they require that each action forces a page refresh. The solution offered by Django and other third-party packages is that we use a file called jQuery formset.js that is included in the code base. And what it does is DOM manipulation and duplicates or clones parts of the form, or in this case, changes parts of the form. In the image you see here, we have this list of forms. Each row has a unit name, unit description, and resident. Each row is a form. If we want to add 4, 5, 6 units at the same time without changing
without refreshing the page in this case. We just press add another and it will clone the last form and clear up the fields. What are the drawbacks of using form sets? The documentation is very poor compared with regular Django forms. They can be complex, especially for newcomers. Advanced customization using model form set factory doesn't work, as it is the preferred method given by the documentation to create form sets. They require the JavaScript and they create a jQuery dependency where we don't need one. And there isn't any generic class-based view for it. You need to make a function-based view or implement it yourself in a class-based view. So what is the common solution presented by the market? We need to switch the presentation all to JavaScript frameworks, serialize data with JSON, introduce another layer with Django REST framework, and the amount of time and complexity, and usually the number of developers and introduced by this new layer is not feasible for many, usually back office applications. So the alternative that I present here, and maybe you've already seen it online, it's the use of HTMX. HTMX sends the data as HTML instead of JSON. So you don't need to serialize it. And you also have access to operations in the data itself because it's using hypermedia. So as I said, HTMX is a recent JavaScript library framework, as you will. That is an alternative to using React in most cases. So it follows the original model of the web, and the last case or the upper objective of the original REST paper, that is sending hypermedia through the web. And the client doesn't need to know which operations. So like in React or Angular, you don't need to code the buttons or the handlers. The data itself sends the data and the operations it can perform on it. So you only need to change the backend to control the application functionality. How does it work? As many of you know, HTML forms and anchors only work, in this case, forms with get and posts, anchors with get. HTMX allows you to use any DOM element as an AJAX request handler. In this case, it sends AJAX request from any element with any event handler, and it usually expects an HTTP response that has HTML. In this case, it will have a target element that will be swapped with HTML that is contained in the response. Its entire syntax, it's mostly HTML data attributes. It has some event handlers and in JavaScript, but it's mostly for edge cases. And it's with HTMX, we can send AJAX requests without ever leaving the HTML or writing any JavaScript. And the loaded blocks that are received by the response, or in this case, sent by the response, usually if they have HTMX data attributes, they are parsed, so they can be reused, and it works in a recursive fashion. Some of the advantages is as I said, doesn't require serialization. You don't need to convert the data from the database or the ORM to JSON. The data is sent as HTML through the channel. If you need to upgrade, add operations, deprecate others, you just need to change the data structure. The state management is not performed by the client, so you don't need a context API or Redux, nothing like that. It's all performed on the server. The CEO problems caused by most front-end frameworks go away because you are just using HTML. And it provides a look and feel. If you know how to use it and you have a good designer, you can use it well to transform a page or a website into an almost front-end experience. So here we have a common example, a table or a list on a back office. Usually just use a list view. The example here is how to implement an active search without any JavaScript. We just override get query set to handle a certain get parameter. If it catches the get parameter, it will filter the query set. In this case, we are using name for searching like the name of a person. And if it detects the queue, we know we are doing a search, so we just want to send the table. We just want to replace the table and not the whole page. So also in get template names, we replace the regular template name by an alternative template. In this case, I've added it to partial template name. In the HTML, the only thing we need to replace is the action method in the method parameters in the form. Replace it by HTMX attributes. As you can see, Ajax get, it will perform a get request to the same page we are. It will swap the contents in the div with Ajax table wrapper ID. And it will trigger when we input something on the table search, in this case, that input down there with the class table search with a delay of 300 milliseconds, so it doesn't throttle, so it throttles and doesn't send a lot of Ajax requests. So next, how could we implement all that data altering operations in simple models using a single view instead of having create, update, delete views? We could combine everything into a create, update, delete view and sort the cases between HTTP request methods. So in this case, in a regular form, we just could use get or post. If you try to use delete, put, patch, it won't work. The browser won't let you. Anchors can only use get. And the workaround will be to use delete with a fetch call on an on-click event handler in the button. What's the best case scenario with HTMX? We can do everything with HTMX using Ajax get, post, put. We just need to select which method we want. And when the user presses a button to delete, it will delete the element by calling a delete method. We have a view assigned to it. In this case, that single view. That single view will dispatch in this case, it will be the code of the deletion. Yeah. So the deletion of the object, and it will return an empty string, for example, and it will remove a row of the table. Next, how could we solve the complexity of form sets? By using regular forms and HTMX. In these images, you can see I have a grid layout that could be compared to model form sets and an inline layout that could be compared to inline form sets. And the way they work is we have the data is sent over various views. We have a view to list all the items in the objects we want to alter. One that sends only the item we want, and the one that performs create and delete actions, and one to delete it. So when we press an action button like delete, it will perform a delete action. So it sends to the server a delete request. The server will delete the object, and the response will be empty. So HTMX will swap it by an empty div, and it will disappear. So it's very interactive and doesn't need any page reload. The same thing for create and edit. When you press the pencil button right there, it will open an edit form for that object, and it will display on the bottom page, the bottom slot. So as I said, you need a view that displays the objects and has the action buttons, some kind of detailed view, a list view, and a view or multiple views that handle with create and edit functions, and a delete function. And the last two can even be refactored like I showed you before. So here is an example. You have the four views, each one representing the operations, the CRUD operations. And in the end, the result should be a redirect or a render in this case of the detailed templates that is the card, the single card. So if we delete an object, it will send an empty response. If we edit the object, it will re-render the object with the changes we made. Here we can see how the HTML changes were made. We have two action buttons on the right. You can see the first button acts as an update form. When we press it, it will trigger that form. In this case, the ID room row new, that is the one on the left, that acts as the one below the cards. And the other one will trigger a request to the delete view, and it will delete the object, and that view will return just an empty response, and it will delete the card. So next, how could we iterate or operate over complex methods? Complex models when we need a good UI experience. Django models usually scale, especially in large projects. We have a high amount of fields, and we could achieve a better UI if we split that model into sections. We could split into sections and have a huge scrolling page, but that wouldn't be the best case, especially in models that modulate complex processes, and we need to have steps that split them accordingly. So we created a special view that handles route management, has next and previous handlers, so we can create some sort of tabs to navigate between forms. Each form has a subset of the fields of the model, and it creates a timeline or some sort of wizard that you can use to modulate your models and do create update actions. This is an example of that interface and how even can be improved with HTMX. So you basically isolate the templates and check for HTTP header. If the HTTP header contains any AJAX reference, in this case, HTMX sends an AJAX request header in the request if it's being used. So you can always check for that and send just part of the template. If you send part of the template, just replace it with the contents of the div, and you have a very special interface without a little work. So next, how could we present form data and not creating a detailed view or even presenting data of a form without having the need to create a special template and a special interface? We could use a generic view that just substitutes the fields, the widgets, by its values using a custom form renderer. As you can see here, this is a case for that. We have a view that uses a custom renderer that replaces all the templates with templates that include only the value of fields. And in the way, it retains the form structure and layout, so you can reuse the same templates to view objects or forms and to edit them without giving access to the user or needing to code any permissions. So in this case, you see in your left the original form, on the right it has the same layout, the same style, but it's in some sort of read-only mode and doesn't enable post or anything like that. So next, when we have more advanced UIs, something like sortable or reorderable objects, how can we do that? There are many JavaScript libraries. There is Dragably, Packery, Sortable.js. However, one of the best solutions for sortables, and we have been using this in various projects, is to combine Sortable.js and HTMX, and together with hidden inputs inside the cards that allow for order management. So each element will carry its order when they are posted via HTMX or very regular form submission. You have this example. We have each card as that holder here that allows it to be reordered at will. Each element contains an ID inside. That ID represents the object. When we post it, it will send the list of elements in the order that was placed. Finally, for even more advanced UIs, usually the solution for better or for worse will be web components. This will avoid writing hundreds and thousands of vanilla JavaScript lines. That usually is what happens when we need something very UI intensive. Web components, for those who don't know, are custom HTML tags that encapsulate bundles of JavaScript. And these are usually built with front-end technologies like React, Angular, Svelte, and others. Right now, we are using Svelte. It's a very fast and lightweight framework, easy to prototype, doesn't depend on virtual DOM like React, and creates very small bundles compared with Angular. Here is an example. This UI, it's a sortable, but requires a lot more interaction. We have a search bar. The search bar allows us to filter the available speakers. In this case, this is for event management software. We have the speakers, they scroll horizontally. We can add them, they will switch to the selected tab. We can reorder them with drag and drop. And if we want to sort them by alphabetical order, we just press the AZ button. Next, and the last topic, how difficult it will be to implement HTMX inside Django admin or some sort of hacky stuff. You can always copy the templates from Django admin and replace all the anchors with Ajax get and Ajax post requests. So we did that, and it really worked, but had some little problems. But in the end, it showed how easy and fast it was to change from an MPA, multiple page app, to a single page app with very little time and in a small budget. And that layout, the Django admin layout, it's very segmented. It's very simple in a way. It has common sections like the tables, the actions. So it's easy to replace parts of it. That's the point of the HTMX, just replacing parts of the page. So it's a demo. The page never changes. It's always /admin, but we are changing pages and entering forms and returning to lists without any interface. It will be better with an animation maybe, or a blur, something like that. So that's all. Thank you, and have a great Pycon.
Thank you, Lucas, for your talk. Thank you for your insights. Now we can open the floor to any questions that you might want to direct to Lucas.
Thank you, Lucas. Just one question. You mentioned that you use both HTMX and Svelte. How do you decide between which one to use for the page that you're working on? Do you first start with HTMX and only switch to Svelte if it gets too complex, or is there a different process?
No.
Sorry.
Okay. So I mostly use HTMX on back office interfaces. It's always HTMX, but when we have a lot of features at the same time, you can't coordinate. Like if you need state management on the browser, you can do that with Alpine.js or some stuff like that, but it's not very practical. You start to have a lot of stuff. You need to go back to JavaScript. So usually it's easier just to prototype something in Svelte and bundle it as a web component.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that made sense to you because it went over my head. There's another question over there for Lucas.
Hey, man, thanks for that. Question that I have is, how does HTMX exactly get model data from the website to the Python? So if you could go back to your code where you were building the handlers for your Ajax calls at the very beginning. Before that? Yeah. Okay. So can you just explain this part to me? Like where is it getting the data and how is it inputting it into that?
It's just a common list view.
Okay. So what is special about HTMX here?
It's just if you need to do an active search, for example, you need, understand? If you search something, you press enter, it will reload the entire page. and it will display the filtered data.
Got it. And you're mostly doing it through the HX stuff. So
Yes.
you're doing key up, delay.
I
and-
press a button searching for L, and it will only show L instantly. It will replace the element, and if you do an animation, CSS animation, something like that, 99% of the people will think that's React or Angular doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions in the audience? Because if not, I'd like to use my privileged position to ask you a question. So coming from a place of ignorance and not a lot of knowledge of HTMX, I have this weird feeling that I'm kind of cheating when I create hidden inputs to pass more information through HTMX. So is this like a silly feeling? Does it go away, or what do you have to say?
I learned that trick in college with a teacher. So if the teacher told me, I believe in him. So I think it's not silly. It's there for a reason.
Thanks. One more round of applause for Lucas, please. Excellent. So please do not leave your seats unless you really need to go to the toilet, because there's 2 more talks lined up. Then we have lightning talks, and then we have a party. And for the party, you are allowed to leave your seats. So it's going to be in this venue. I believe it's upstairs. So do we have the next speakers? Yes, we do. can I ask you something, please? Should I be entertaining you? Because if I should, that's not gonna happen. I mean, tell a joke. I mean, the people who know me personally know that I have a terrible sense of humor. Like when I teach a class, it's one of the first things I say. Look, I'm sorry. My sense of humor is terrible. You'll just have to learn to cope with it. So I don't think that's gonna happen. But I do wonder, how many of you know Murphy's Law? I'm not about to tell a joke, don't worry. How many of you know Murphy's Law? Thank you for the person that applauded. So is it working now? No, so I'll keep talking about Murphy's Law, right? So if I'm not mistaken, sometimes I confuse things, but I think Murphy's Law is the one that says that everything that can go wrong will go wrong at the absolute worst time. Did I get it right? Yeah? Right. So as a speaker, this is like the most dreadful moment. It doesn't matter how much you prepare. It doesn't matter if you have like the recordings of the demos you want to do, like we've seen in 2 or 3 talks ago, like everything's gonna go wrong. So we apologize for that. And like I said, I cannot entertain you, so I just have nothing more to say. But I do wonder if anyone would like to shout a story of like a technical problem that really went terribly wrong. That's me. I could lose a few pounds, but it's not too bad. Sorry, this was terrible. I shouldn't have made this joke. Sorry. Okay, so it's almost working. Am I getting bald though? Can you see that over there? I'm too young to get bald. I mean, I'm genuinely afraid of what's gonna happen in 10 years. It's not looking good, my friends. We'll see. Maybe I'll just shave my head and own it. I don't know. I don't think I'll like it. There's a library for what? For shaving my head? Right, that's also true. Yeah. By the way, who's a fan of XKCD? All right, so who's never heard of XKCD? I'm guessing, to be honest, I think there's only 2 types of people, those who've never heard of XKCD and those who are fans of it. There's no middle ground. If you've never seen XKCD, you look it up, XKCD. It's like they publish comic strips, and a while ago they published a comic strip about Python, like about a module called anti-gravity. And at the time it wasn't a thing, but now if you install a fresh Python and if you type import anti-gravity, you will get a nice surprise. So I invite you to do so if you've never done that. breaking news. I would like to request that Philippe shows up over here. So the next speaker, if they would be so kind as to move their talk forward one slot, we will go backstage and punch the other computer and see if it works. And meanwhile, we will welcome the next speaker. So we'll swap the two talks. I'm guessing you're the speaker? You're Philippe, yeah? Great. Please do not fall. All right. A warm welcome to Philippe, please. Worse than technical problems is being called on stage ahead of time. So we need to cut some slack. Philippe almost fell. I don't know if you saw that. Philippe almost fell. And there was a speaker. Yesterday we were supposed to have a talk. That didn't happen because the speaker broke her leg. So this was about to be terrible. I'm starting to feel it. I think it's happening. It's looking good. Philippe, are you good to go? All right, everyone. So we have Philippe on stage. Philippe is about to tell us about modern Python packaging. Last time I checked, it was a headache. So hopefully this talk will clear things up. I would like to get a very warm round of applause for Philippe, please.
Thank you. So this is a very introductory talk to Python packaging. The goal is just to tell people how to get started with Python packaging and clear up a lot of information that you are bombarded with when you try to get started, because Python packaging historically has always been kind of a mess, and things are changing now, and I think we are going to a better place. But in the meanwhile, there's a lot of old information that's kind of outdated and that you will find on the internet. People saying, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that," but a lot of that information is outdated. So I just wanted to explain a couple things and how things work, so that if you want to get started with Python packaging, you should be able to do that a little bit easier. Okay. So about me, so, I've been involved in Python packaging for around 3 years, and before that I was involved in Linux distribution packaging, and it has been for 5 years. And I'm also an upstream maintainer for PyPI build, which is a package called build, just build, that you will install using pip install build. and it's on the PyPA umbrella, which is the Python Packaging Authority. And then I'm also upstream maintainer for Python. I've been mainly working on the sysconfig module and the import system, the import machinery. And lastly, I'm a packager for Arch Linux. I've been mostly focused on Python tooling and hardware development stuff like cross compilers and FPGA stuff and stuff like that. But yeah. So before we talk about Python packaging, it probably makes sense to understand what packaging is in general, which essentially it just is a way to share code within people. So let's say if I write some code and now I want to share it with you for you to use, I have to do that somehow. And the way that I do that is by bundling it into something that I can easily share, which is what we usually call a package. Okay. Can you close that? And I can go with. It's a version. No. No. I don't know if that was there the whole time. No, okay, that's good. But yeah, so like I was saying, we have some code. You want to share it with someone. You essentially bundle it in some way, and then you give that to them, and then hopefully they will be able to take it and do whatever they need to do with it. So what is required for this? Well, generally the main thing really is a standardized format. This usually is some sort of compressed file, like a zip or tarball. It doesn't have to be compressed, but usually it's just some kind of bundle format. And in fact, Python, the format that we use in Python packaging is technically a wheel. It's called a wheel. It's technically a zip file with just some more information on that. But yeah. So this distribution format will usually, like I said, usually consist of a single file because it's just easier to share, and then it will contain your code, and then usually also some metadata like the name of the package that you are sharing, and the version, and maybe the dependencies and some other information. And additionally, you might want to have some other components to make it easier. And I think the key main thing is a package repository, so that you can then take your package, put it in a repository, and then anyone that is looking for your package can just go there and download it and then use it, instead of having to get it from you, or like from the GitHub page for your project or something like that. So what does this look like in Python? Well, we essentially have two distribution formats. The main one is the binary one, which is called the wheel. And then we also have the source distribution format, which we call slist. And usually it has a targz file. It doesn't have to be a targz. It might use a different compression, but yeah, don't do that. If you're hard, don't do that. Almost everyone uses targz. This is kind of an issue because this is one of the sort of things that were never really standardized properly. Just people just started doing it, and now we are here. And then we have the package repository for Python. We use the repository called PyPI, which is called stands for Python Packaging Index, and it's spelled PyPI, not PyPy. PyPy is actually a different project. But yeah. Okay, so you might tell me, okay, but I don't know how any of this work. I don't really want to understand like how what is the how does the format that we use work or anything like that. I just want to ship my project to users and then have them use it and do it in most simple way, the easiest way, so that I can just focus my time on writing my project and working on it and improving. So you don't need to. We have in the Python ecosystem, we have something called build backends. And the goal of build backends is just to implement the package generation for you. So you give it your code, metadata, and maybe some more settings or more configuration information, and then it will generate the actual distribution files. So usually, like I said, you give your source code to the build backend, then build backend will return you a file. Then you will usually then upload that file to the PyPI, which is the package repository, and then a user that just wants to get just wants to use your project just goes to PyPI and asks, I want the project with this name, and then just PyPI will return the file. Then they can just install it and or just use it locally. So before I talk about the modern Python packaging, it makes sense to talk a little bit about the way that things used to be done before, because this is one of the things that I always mention, that you will see a lot of information online, and maybe a lot some people here have also used this and are confused by what is happening right now. But yeah, so you have probably seen a setup.py file. As anyone here have written or used the setup.py file? Okay, not many people, but yeah. So this used to be the way that you package Python projects. And now I shall give a little bit of background. So it is a very, very simplified history. Actually, between the first 3 points, I think it's probably over like a decade, and lots of things happen. But yeah, so the way that Python, the way that packaging things in Python got started was mainly with the addition of this distutils module to the Python standard library. And this provided a way to just install a project on your system. But this had many issues, like it was slow to update because it was tied to the standard library. So the only way to update it, if there was a bug or something like that, the only way that you could update it was to actually update your Python version. And then, as you probably know, that's quite tricky. And this couldn't support all possible use cases. And because of that, over the time, a lot of different alternatives started showing up. And then eventually setup tools emerged as the kind of the de facto choice. Like everyone is using it. And then this got kind of solidified with when pip was created, because before that
there wasn't really any like package manager in Python. So Python packaging actually got started a long time before Python, before packaging managers starting showing up in Python. So that is something that we have to kind of play with and have to build on top of. So it's very difficult. But what we have done now is we have started standardizing an interface for build backends. This means that everyone can write their own build backend. You are not forced to use setup tools. So you should be able to just to write build backends that are specific for a certain use case and have that work really well on that use case. While setup tools will never be able to do that because it has to support everything, but it can never support everything properly as you probably would like to. So you will always run into issues kind of, okay, setup tools supports this sort of, but not that well, and you will run into weird issues and stuff like that. So the idea is to make it possible to have interchangeable build backends. So instead of using setup tools, I can use something else. And with this standardization, it made it so that writing new build new packaging tools and package managers, it made it possible to actually write alternatives to PIP or other different packaging tools, because now you are not tied to the way that PIP does things, because we have a standard, and then you can just look at the standard. You see, oh, this is how this thing works, and I know that it works this way, and then you can be safe about what you are doing. So this is kind of the double-edged sword of creating a standard and letting everyone write their own build backend, is that now that if you want to get started with Python packaging, there are like 30 different options. And I have some of them here. So for example, you can still use setup tools. It's a very good general purpose build backend. It will work on most situations, but there are also other alternatives like Fleet, Arch, Poetry, PDM. And there are, like I mentioned, some alternatives that are specific for certain use cases. For example, metering, which is very good for Rust. So if you want to write a Python package in Rust, you probably want to use metering instead of trying to use setup tools or other backends to compile your Rust code and then build you a native Python extension and all that. It can become quite difficult. So metering makes that really easy by integrating directly with Cargo, and just makes it super makes it a super nice user experience for a problem that's very complex. And then there's also some other build backends like Meson Python and Scikit build, which allow you to use a different build system like Meson or CMake to build your own native extensions, and just then they will act like a bridge. They will invoke either Meson or CMake and then generate a Python package from it. I think if you want some guidance, because this is a very complex thing, I think the best resource that I've found so far is the PyOpenSci packaging guide. So Leo Weber, who works on PyOpenSci, made this really nice diagram that shows when you might want to use each build backend. And and it makes it very easy to allow you to get started into packaging without having to think too much, or maybe choosing one backend and then down the road you see, okay, but this actually doesn't work very well for this specific thing that I need to do. So now I have to move to a different thing. So yeah, this would be my recommendation. If you need some guidance, you can also talk with people. I will avoid, like I said before, just Googling stuff. Because or if you are Googling stuff, please keep in mind and look at the dates at when that was posted, because things are changing very rapidly, and now and a lot of tools are showing up right now that will be maybe better suitable for your use case. So now for actually creating a project, I think that the first thing that you want to do is looking at the documentation for the build backend that you choose, and they will generally have some decent documentation about how to get started and how to create a new package. But this usually just the first step for all backends should be to create a PyProject.tom file in the root of your project, and then adding this build system table there, where you specify the build requirements that you have, so the packages that are required to build your project, and then the actual build backend that you want to use. And this the string that you put there will be documented on the documentation of your build backend. In this case, I'm using HLink, which is the build backend used by H. And then you will want to add the project metadata, stuff like the project name, version, description, authors, all that sort of things, the dependencies that your project might have. And there is a standard way to do that in PyProject.tom, but it's not supported by all backends. So you want to look at the documentation for your build backend to know if this is supported or not. But most, I think, actually, all of the build backends that I've discussed, I've mentioned before, support this. It will look something like this. You have a project table, name, version, description, requires Python, which is the minimum Python version. I mean, not necessarily the minimum Python version, but you can specify the minimum Python version there. License, and there are other fields that you can add that I have not listed here. You can find them at the declaring project metadata page in the PyPA specifications. Yeah. So after you have done that and you have your project, you want to build your package, and then you probably want to upload it to PyPI. And the way that you build your package, a generic way is to use the PyPI build tool, which after installing, you just run python-m build, and then it will create the source distribution and the wheel file, which is the binary distribution, on this folder. And then after that, you can upload that. You can share those files with people, and you can upload them to PyPI. And one way to do that is to use Twine, where you just do Twine upload and then the files. If this is the first time that you are doing this, it might make sense to upload it to the test PyPI first, which is a test instance of PyPI, which is not permanent. So you can upload it. You can upload your package there, make sure that it shows up, and then afterwards it will after a little while it will disappear. I should also note that some
build backends, like Fleet, Arch, and Poetry, also have their own CLI where you can do these tasks or even more, which is nice for the development experience. For example, yesterday someone talked about using Poetry, how that kind of helps. And this is something that you might also consider when you are choosing a build backend. So now I want to just have very small demo here. So for example, I have this project, which this is the data that I used in the presentation. Then I have my project.py file, which just has a simple function, and I have a license here, doesn't really matter. And then if I go to my terminal and then I run this, oh, okay, so that's happening. Murphy's Law. Okay, let's just try again. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so so yeah, if you run these two comments, you should be able to get and this is the simplest example that I've used in a presentation. Somehow it still managed to screw up. Yeah. But yeah, so does anyone have any questions? If you want, the slides are on my GitHub. And if you have questions about packaging or want to talk about packaging, feel free to find me afterward. I'll be happy to talk about that. I've been working on it for a while, and I've seen a lot of weird scenarios on that, so maybe I can help you. Or yeah. So doesn't anyone have questions?
We do have time for some questions, so
Okay.
I see. No, of course. Thank you. We have a question right here.
Okay, so first, congratulations for the 1.0 version of Build. And now the question I have is, when is the wheel package, which for me seems equivalent, going away?
The wheel package, it won't go away. What should hopefully go away, but I don't think it will, is you having to have the wheel package installed when you are building stuff with setup tools. But if you use any different build backend, you shouldn't have to do that. It's just like, that's just a setup tool specific thing, and kind of just background, like legacy stuff that we have to keep around. Because if we stop needing to have it, then things break for some people. So ideally, just yeah. But if you are using this like modern, if you are using by project.tom and we are specifying a build system table, I think it's from version 42 from setup tools and onwards that you don't have to actually add the wheel package here. When setup tools started supporting this was in version 40 dot something, and in version 42 they actually made it. They actually implemented it properly and made it so that you don't actually have to specify the wheel package here in your build dependencies, because that's an internal build system dependency. It's not specific for your project. Yeah.
More questions? Yes, more questions. I cannot believe you do not have questions, because packaging is not easy. Please.
Exactly. And my question goes in that direction. Um, is there any good package management for deploying an application? For example, my example is I write applications, not exactly libraries, and setup.tools and all the rest seems to be to deploy libraries, packages, right?
Yeah.
What about applications? How to install in, for example, Linux, user bin something that, and it's just a bunch of Python files, and then I just set up a unit file, a systemd, and start running the application background. So they are daemons.
Yeah.
Is there any good alternative for that, or am I missing something on the current packages?
So that kind of is it's kind of an outer scope of Python packaging, because that's not really Python packaging, that's packaging just for a specific system. So you could create a Python for a package for your system. If you are using like a Linux distribution or like Debian, Wood or something like that, you could write a package specific for that. That's not very nice. So what in those scenarios, when you can, what I usually will do is probably just use Docker or something like that, but I understand that's not suitable in a lot of scenarios. So either you have to install things manually, so you have to have like a makefile or something to actually install you can still have a Python packaging, a Python package and install it. But if you want to install the systemd service file, then you have to actually install something on the system, and then you have to do that some other way. I think a good recommendation, if you actually have to do this, you should be able to use Maven Python or scikit build, which have the ability to do this, but this way you will be installing it directly and not building a package from it and then installing the whatever you need to install. And then giving it to someone else. So you run like Maven on your root project, on your root folder, and then Maven install. And then it will install everything there. But yeah, that's a much bigger, a much more difficult question than just how to do Python packaging, because it's how to do packaging. Yeah. I mean, yes. I've tried to package for Debian, and yeah, it's not.
Alrighty. So feels like this is like a really long discussion.
Yeah.
So I think, Philip, if you're up for it, if it's simple, there's one more final question.
I don't know if it's simple, but if you think that it's not simple, we can continue, but I will just drop the question. So I am the maintainer of a large project that has a really messy build system within because it's C++, CMake, and so on and so forth. And first of all, thanks for everything you did with build. Love the thing. I ended up using it, but still for me, for my mess, it's a pain in the ass to try to build everything. So I have a combination of setup CFG, PyProject.toml, manifest because I need to fill some file. Is there any plan ahead, even if it's 2040 or something, to upstream some of the things that, for example, scikit build uses for CMake, C extension for Python, or some other like more flexible C extension or other language extension into build or hatch, for example?
So the thing is, the build tool, PyPA build, it doesn't do any of this. The only thing that it does is literally read the PyProject.toml file, see what build backend you specified, and then calling that. It also does for isolated builds. It also sets up the build environment, but that's kind of the only task of the build project, just building, which is just calling the build backend. From what you mentioned, I don't think so, because like the things that CMake and Maven do are very like
tied to CMake RMS and are very like tied to a build system. It's not something that we can really upstream. I mean, I don't know, maybe someone could write a packaging tool that does everything.
You are completely right. We need another packaging tool for solving that.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So I think that's it for now. Please, let's give one more very warm round of applause for Philippe.
Thank you.
Now, fingers crossed, we will have our last talk of the day. Then the organizers would like to give like a quick notes. We have lightning talks and then party. So let's see how that goes.
Sim, sim. Não, eu estava à procura dele, por acaso. Sim, é preciso do código novamente. Ah, peraí. Ah, será que tem que
I have a good feeling about this.
Só fazer isso 1 minuto.
Passa só um slide só para saber se vai.
This is recursion in the real world, by the way. Did you mute yourselves over there? Is it everything's good to go? Everyone, we have the last talk for the day. It's my pleasure to introduce Tiago and Pedro to give you a very precious talk about emerald, sapphire, and other things. So please, a very warm round of applause for them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiago. My friend Pedro and I are here to talk about emerald and sapphire. And what is this emerald? And basically, it's just the newest kid in the town in Python web frameworks in a synchronous fashion. Sapphire is younger cousin ORM with a very familiar interface. They're also built on the top of SQL Alchemy Core, and basically is helping any project that is with Emerald or even not Emerald to integrate with any SQL database of your choice. So for the agenda, as you could probably see before, we had some technical issues. So I'm going to try to speed up here a little bit. Pedro will be talking a little bit more in detail. And then in the end, I will be doing some, well, because I already had some technical issues, I don't think I'm going to do live coding because what could possibly go wrong. But we have some prepared code that we can show what is this that of Emerald that Pedro is going to talk a little bit now. And then we'll be open for any other questions, which I really hope you do have questions.
As Tiago said, Emerald is a Python development framework. It supports both sync and async. And we go now talking details, the features that the framework has. Okay, what can you expect from Asmo? It's high performance. It's built on top of already stable solutions such as Starlet and Pydantic. It's quite easy to learn. You can read the documentation and get it started. There's plenty of examples, and it's quite easy to deploy as well. You're gonna find some things familiar if you're already used to certain frameworks like Django. And what it consists the entire ecosystem. Esmeralda is built as both a sync and sync web server. One of the things we wanted to achieve is to have a clean framework. So we built it as using Pydantic to make the typing and the code a bit cleaner. Another thing that we decided to inspire on Django is the directives. Essentially, they are command line scripts that help us speed up the project creations, and other routine tasks that usually people do during deploy or project development. Esmeralda is easy to learn. Take it from me, I just picked the framework, and in matter of a few hours, I could already develop an application. It's the syntax, it's quite friendly. And if you're used to Django, Flask, or Fast API, you're gonna find it very easy and very familiar. The documentation. This is the focus point of Esmeralda. We wanted the documentation to be complete, full of examples, and above all, with the guidelines, the do's and don'ts. Last but not least, when you develop an API in Esmeralda, you may generate automatically API documentation in Swagger, Redux, or Spotlight elements. Now, the routing system is another piece of Esmeralda that is really powerful. Despite being simple, we allow for nested and very complex routing systems using either the gateway, which is a specific endpoint, or an include, which allows you to point to other URLs without having the need to import the package of the sub-applications. One of the things about routings is that it's extendable. None of the objects suits you, you can create your own. You can even create your own to import another WASD application. For instance, you already have a full functioning Flask application. You can simply integrate it in another router and it will work. Settings mechanism is for those who are already used to Django. It's pretty much the same. It's heavily inspired, decide to have everything in a Python class. You can have it pointing different settings for different environments. And a particular thing is when you have plugins, the plugins can have their own settings file, inheriting from the parents, and then customize specific ones. Esmeralda has come with built-in middlewares. You already have more than 10. These middlewares are built on top of Starlet. So you can, if you want to build your own, you can build on top of Starlet middleware or extending one of Esmeralda's middleware. One of the things about these middlewares is that they can be applied in multiple levels. They can be applied to a specific route. They can be applied to the whole application, to a set of API endpoints. It's versatile at this point. The interceptors is a specific thing that we decided to develop for Esmeralda. Is when you want to add a functionality, let's say you want to create a login, but without having to modify the API endpoints. Interceptors allow to be placed without changing the endpoint, and you can put logic there. Just like the middleware, you can apply it at the application level, a specific set of routes, or even at the endpoint. With a few details. It's request only, it's not applicable to a response, and you can't modify the request. It's only a read only. You can check it, you can do things outside, but you can modify the request itself. Emerald has also been designed to be extendable. Essentially, you have two ways to extend Emerald. You can either develop a single plugin for a specific functionality, or you can develop a fully standalone Emerald application and integrate it as a plugin to another Emerald application. And both can work separately or as a part of another. This is the case where the settings can be either inherited, or you can have the child application, as we call child Emerald, have its own set. Many more things you can find in Emerald, in documentation, exception handlers, protocols, its own scheduler system, dependency injection, and plenty of more stuff. And because Emerald does not work alone, you're gonna find it that it has an entire ecosystem that you can integrate with. Sapphire and Edge are two ORMs focus on different aspects. Essentially, our schedule database is a utilities for database integration. And of course, Emerald is the crown of the jewel. Now, Thiago here is going to give you a live demonstration of Emerald and dive a little bit.
So a lot of things, a lot of text was there and a lot of information was passed, and kind of does not make any sense unless we actually see this working in the code, right? So the best way to make this happen, and I really, really hope this time the laptop doesn't stop like it was before, is to show you and explain exactly what is. I thought it was God. No, it's working. Sorry. Okay, so let's put these middlewares, routings, these open API generators. For a lot of people here with experience with fast APIs, Django's, and other frameworks, this will be nothing super new to you. What is new is the way we do the syntax. So, without further ado, so Sapphire, like Pedro mentioned, is an ORM. An ORM that was built to solve a specific issue where, for instance, for those who use Django, one of the best parts is actually, oh, sorry. Okay, so Sapphire itself was heavily inspired on Django in terms of syntax, in terms of interface, in the way we declare models, the way we declare the fields. The problem of Django is only works with Django, so we cannot just extract the ORM and build something on the top of it. And this was one of the issues that I found when I currently work for the Bank of England, and they were actually struggling a little bit to understand how could they just do an easy integration, because SQL Alchemy, for instance, is powerful, but it's quite hard to get it there, to get it right. So building Sapphire was to bring the Django feel in an asynchronous fashion into SQL Alchemy core. But before showing any of that, let me just, Pedro mentioned a thing called directives. So directives are something very, very similar to what Django calls management commands. So that's why actually we got the idea. We just didn't want to call management command because we thought it was too much of a ripoff. So one of the things that actually, okay, but can I show? Sorry, can I show the whole screen, or it needs to be stopped? Sorry. Okay. Now I think it's working. One of the directives of Esmeralda is when you start a server, for instance. If you're familiar with Django, you have the run server, which is their internal management command. So we thought, well, let's give the same name. Of course, internally is different, but let's give the same name to have the same feel. So to start a project in Esmeralda, you have a client, and you can just do Esmeralda run server as well, and automatically it will start the dev server. Now, what is this directive? How can I know which directives are available in Esmeralda out of the box? So, like every other client, if you type Esmeralda help, it tells you what you can, you cannot do, including Shell Plus and some things that can actually help you with your development process. So let's start with Esmeralda run server. We built, well, it wasn't entirely a blog because blog is a little bit bigger than that, but we built some models to simulate a blog. So some articles, some users, some posts, just to show what happens when you start a server. So out of the box, as like Pedro mentioned, bring Swagger, redoc, and stoplight. So you don't even need to worry about that. Again, you probably are familiar with these, with all the frameworks as well. We just thought it was really okay for us to basically build these APIs. We'll go through the APIs in a second, because this wasn't just, a print screen. This one here, as you can, like in normal development, when you generate the documentation, when you just build the APIs, you would pass the information there about your API information, but this is just normal documentation. So in this case, when I query the database right now, like this, for instance, I think is the users, isn't it? Yes, no, the articles, okay. If I try it out, was actually quite fast returning. And actually this is Sapphire. Sapphire is actually give you this is in a synchronous fashion. So again, databases, right? And of course, I could go through API by API, but I don't think great talks were today about the CRUD. I don't think we want to go through the CRUD. Well, at least I hope. But if you do, just let me know, and we can just all fail together in any validations. Now, going back to the code, Esmeralda has there was something very, very disturbing, but every time you need to start a project. So I'm almost sure that a lot of you struggle with how can I start a project or start it fast? On which structural folders should I have? Is the usual, how can I organize my code? Because I need to maintain it. So Esmeralda is not opinionated to the point you can only have this in one way, not in any way, shape, or form. You can build it whatever you want. But we provide a directive that generates projects and generates what we call apps, like Django. Although it's not an app, it's just a Python package in a specific folder. So now I want to really for some. Okay. Okay. No, not okay. Okay, so I'm going to generate, of course, I'm not going to code the whole thing. Again, I don't want to fail in front of you. You were a lot of people. So I'm going to generate a project here using one of those directives. And let's call, what do you want to call? Okay, anything. Okay, so let's create a project called anything. And not found, obviously. Obviously, because we're not. Done. So this gives you a scaffold of how could be a project for you with specific files, specific built-in inside the routing system. Of course, you still need to build your own APIs, and but it gives you like a heads up, saves you a lot of time already it saves you a lot of time already when it comes to starting a new project. And one of the files, again, this is not mandatory. You don't need to be like this. You need to build any of that like that. We just generate what we thought was a good idea for a project structure, nothing else. So Pedro mentioned something that I really liked. So I will actually show here. This is the main file, which has a nice message here, which the version of FESML used. And one of the things that Pedro mentioned was the complex routing system. And this is actually probably one of the most powerful features of FESML. What does this include? We never had problems with Python imports, mostly MROs, right? Ooh, this is a partial import. You're laughing, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? Exactly. And this is the problem that I found as well when I was developing this. So I kind of got upset with myself, and I thought, yeah, I need to find a way to not having that issue. And one of the issues you might have, and I'm 100% sure you already had this, again, nice man, you're already laughing, is I want to be able to put my code in any part of the code base and import it, and basically not cry because I cannot import the file. And one of the things that I thought was, but how can I make this dynamic and intuitive enough to be used and not too verbose? For those who are familiar with the Django URL pattern was something very similar. So the include object, which now, if I go to the real project blog, the include basically tells me you can do in two ways. All of this is documented and it's in the documentation. But you can say, I want to import directly a list of URLs, which we call gateway, or you just tell me a string of a namespace where the URLs are, and I will import them for you. But then you need to understand, but how can we identify and try to explain which pattern should we use here? So the same way Django has URL patterns, we have a thing called route patterns, literally like this. If you have this in your file, in your URLs, any URL, the include of FESML will understand automatically which URLs you have there inside and will perform the imports for you and all the routing system for you automatically. And you can have nested imports. You can have an include, and inside the URLs, you have another include, so you can have as much nested as you want, because this does not affect performance in runtime, because it was built on the top of Starlet, which means the routing system, once the server starts, everything is you can access you can access as fast as you think you can do. Is not try to identify which type of URL needs to access. Everything is already assembled by the time of the server go up and running. So this, if you can see here, I have accounts, articles, and posts. The same way we have ASML create project to generate the project, we also have another one called create app. So the create app, we placed here inside the folder called apps because we thought this was a nice organization. So I generated an app and I call it accounts, and automatically generated all of this for me. Again, this is not mandatory. It's only if you don't want to waste your time. And one of the things that we understood, as you can see here, accounts view one URLs. This is important because if you go to the accounts view one URLs, you can call the URLs, but you can call routes, whatever you want to call it. It's a file name anyway. Automatically, it will import all of the routes. Well, in this case, connected to the accounts, and append the prefix accounts on the top, in the back, sorry. And that's why you have this API view one articles, API view one users, API view one posts. You have basically everything is added there. And what is this API view one coming from? Well, in one of the scaffolds, obviously generated by ASML, automatically did imports, and I put it somewhere here. So again, generated all of this for me. This is how you start an ASML application. Quite simple, quite familiar interface, right? So this is nothing new. And what Pedro was referring as levels, this is quite of a concept. What is a level? So you have the application, you have the route, like an include, you have, or in this case, the route, a container of routes, like an include, you have the route itself, which is a gateway, and then you have the handler. get put post delete. Doesn't really matter, just a normal CRUD. Each level allows you to put its own permissions on an application level, on a route level. It doesn't really matter. It's your choice. It's entirely up to you. And then you can have like Starlet had. You can have the on startup, the life cycle events. So the on startup, if you should happen something, on shutdown, if you should happen something else. In our case, we want to make sure every time we start the development server, the database connection is triggered. And this where I've been told I'm running out of time. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time as I would like to, but basically this, okay, I change here. Nope. And here is like Django. We thought, let's create an abstract user as well. So this is how you declare a model in Sapphire. Of course, you don't see anything here because you don't have any fields, because we are inheriting from a country built in from Asml that integrates with Sapphire, and we have the same for Edgy. So, like Django, once this opens, there we go. The interface is very familiar, isn't it? Looks like Django, but it's not Django. And because it's not Django, we just thought that Django was actually doing really well when it comes to easy interface with the databases we designed in the same fashion, literally same fashion. Char field, integer field, foreign key. The difference is, and again, this is in Sapphire documentation, you need to add some extras into the meta class, where you need, in this case, need to say, by the way, this model of this table is in that database. So just database location. All of this, of course, Asml gives you a lot of built-ins, a lot of stuff out of the box. We just thought, yeah, let's provide some out-of-the-box models if you want to use them. One of the middlewares is the JWT middleware authentication, which is basically built and designed to integrate with Sapphire and Edgy in our own very personal, opinionated way. Again, not mandatory. You can do in your own fashion. And because I know when I'm running out of time, I'm just going to share quickly here what is that documentation I'm talking about, because I think I forgot to add the URL into the slides, but this will be available. I will talk to the host and it will be available. So this is the Asml documentation. This is how you start a project in a nutshell. Simple as that. Just this. It just works. And the documentation, once we go inside, obviously, is, like Pedro said, is full of examples, do's and don'ts. And my internet is not necessarily fast here, but you can go through all of this documentation. This is being is basically just super extensive. And you can see every questions, more complex cases, how to integrate with other third parties, possible WYSIWYG applications, like what if I want to use Django inside Asml? Can I do it? You can. Same thing for Flask. There is no, oh no, because no, this is now ASCII. It's not going to work. No, it doesn't work like that. It does work, and it does work really well. Now, unfortunately, I cannot go through all of this video, or else we'll be here until tomorrow. And I think you want to go to the party tonight. And in that way, I will finish the presentation here. And if you have any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you for this talk. If I don't need to say anything, we already have questions over there.
Thank you for the talk. First question is that you mentioned Django a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. But as a sample example, this is somehow an API shown. Does it mean that you are going to drop in replacement DRF? Like you act like a API-like framework, or but Django places it as a full stack?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
Very good question. I think the answer you're looking for is Django Ninja for that one. It's a very nice one as well. The reason why I mention Django a lot is because Django is by far one of the biggest inspirations in a Python world. And I think what they do really well. And what they have in simplicity of syntax, the way you build a view, is great. So let's not complicate that. So that's why the inspiration of Django. We have probably one of the most powerful used social media networks in the world built on top of Django, Instagram or YouTube. So we cannot deny the existence of such a great framework, but that doesn't mean the world cannot evolve, because Django, although it's changing because it's a big code base, right? Almost 20 years, is still limited by its own technology, by its own legacy code. We needed something to solve other problems, business oriented and fast.
Okay, clear. Maybe I can quickly inject second question, no? I looked at the Sapphire documentation. There's a declarative language of the database models, but SQL Alchemy has also this imperative when you have domain models mapping imperatively to classic mapper. Do you have the same thing? Because I can.
So I'm trying to understand the question. Okay, I couldn't hear properly.
Okay, maybe afterwards I can show you.
Of course, absolutely. But I think I'm understanding regarding mapping. You might have something. Yeah, let's talk India.
Yeah, man, that was really cool. So listen, I want to know more about Sapphire. How did you craft the query language behind Sapphire? Because to me, that is, for me, Django models are excellent. But one thing I really liked about, say, other ORMs is that the way that we query. So could you just show me quickly how you query in Sapphire?
Yes. Because again, I need to quote Django again. It was inspired by the same syntax, because, like you said, it's great and it does the job really well. So, yeah, let me show you a quick query. It's better if I show you properly the example we had here. Although the documentation will give you more insights, but here we have DAO in our DAOs, because that's something quite unique in Ezreal. This is how you query everything. The difference is in Django you have the objects. We just thought, let's call it query because it's more intuitive, because I'm actually doing a query. I know you're returning objects, but the same way you have managers, query sets, the whole thing you have in Django, you have in Sapphire. And it's asynchronous and integrates with almost every single database, because one of the tools that Pedro mentioned is the databases, which was built on the top of another tool, the original tool from Tom Creasy. But they weren't maintaining so there's some time constraints, and integrates with SQL servers. No, don't kill me, please. Postgres is the way to go. SQL servers, Postgres, MySQL. Almost every, we are now thinking about maybe bringing some Oracle, because, well, Oracle is still powerful anyway. And yeah, we keep growing. It's just a normal SQL integration. And if you like Sapphire, you should look at Edgy as well.
Awesome. And with that, another round of applause for them. Thank you very much. We're going to go straight into lightning talks. So if you jotted down your name, please come on down. Today, the format is going to be slightly different. So it's going to be rapid fire talks, except that I have to time them today. So I'll be setting a timer for 5 minutes. If the person is done in less than 5 minutes, well, that's excellent. When the timer hits 5 minutes, I will start to clap, and you will join me in clapping to invite the next speaker. All right? I know it sounds mean, but it isn't. It really is just the way lightning talks are wired. All right? So again, if you jotted down your name for a lightning talk, please come on down.
Oh, I'm like this.
Where's Roger's here? You're here, Andre. Where's Vyacheslav?
I don't know if you need to put it in full screen.
Who's Sarah? Are you?
A presentar. Perfect. There's only 3, so 3 slides. So it's simple.
It's very simple, very fast.
Where is Sarah?
And no,
No, Sarah?
It's not. It's a global conference. Yeah. Well, okay. They will. He's sharing, but yeah.
All right, everyone, let's get started. When I start to applaud, you can join me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Jose.
My name is Cristian.
And we are, sorry. And today we are going to talk about PyLadiesCon. If you're not familiar about what is PyLadies, okay. No, maybe. Well, PyLadies is an international mentorship group where we try to support each other around the world. There are many chapters in all the around the world, and we are very focused in try to help women to be very active in the tech community. The mission is promote, educate, and help to each other. And this is one of the reasons why we are here talking about PyLadiesCon.
So yeah, the PyLadies initiative has been a long time out there. If you're maybe you have heard about all the chapters per city. There used to be a Lisbon chapter. I'm not sure if we have any PyLadies Lisbon here. It's quite inactive sometimes, but this is the moment in case someone here wants to restart Lisbon or Coimbra chapter. This conference, it's online because there are many chapters in Asia, the South America, Europe, Africa, and many other countries. So it's the first time that it will be one. The call for paper closes in a couple of days. They might be a couple of extra days. So you don't need to be only a woman. This is focused on underrepresented groups in tech. And as you see, I am standing here because I'm also helped one of the organizations in Berlin and also in the conference. So if you're a man and you want to participate and enable other people, you can join this event as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, that makes my job easier. Now we have Roger that's going to show us what the RoboRaspbian is. Let's just connect the slides. You know the drill. If I start to clap, it's because I want you to clap with me. Hopefully we don't need to do that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Roger, and I'm going to present you a small side project I did a few years ago. It's called RoboRaspbian, and I'll show you why and quickly how it is done. I started in computers and programming about 45 years ago as a hobby, and then I converted this hobby to a full-time job. Right now, and since 27 years. I've been working for Sanlam Group, a large insurance group in Africa. And 3 days ago, we made a joint venture with Allianz Africa, which makes us today the largest group in finance, excluding banking in Africa, in 27 countries. Robo Raspbian is based on a toy robot, which I stole from my son. Robo Sapien is his name. And Raspberry Pi, which I had from another project. And it's also my first Python project. Here's Robo Sapien. He's about 30 centimeters tall, and he responds to an infrared remote control. The objective was to replace the infrared with a Raspberry Pi, which was to be attached to the robot in order to increase the number of commands that the robot would execute, mainly loops and sequences of commands. Here's the Raspberry Pi and the interface I used in order to connect new sensors. Poor robot incurred some surgery. And also Google helped me with some reverse engineering in order to get all the codes and the protocols that I needed to emulate. So it's a very simple project. The mobile phone would connect to a web server. The web server is hosted on the robot in the Raspberry Pi. The web server talks with a command module which interprets commands and allows it to do sequences and loops. Then every single command is sent to the robot through the hardware interface. So I added a backpack to the robot. In the backpack, there was the Raspberry Pi and the interface module, and also some sensors, ultrasound, flash, LED, and a camera. Fortunately, the patient survived. So that was his first reaction after the surgery. Then a few hours later, he wanted to express his joy and happiness. Thank you.
I think there was no better way to end it. So up next, we'll see how Henry is going to show us how to make blazingly fast applications in Python. And we have a couple more lined up. Carlos, precisamos de permissão para partilhar o ecrã. That's Portuguese. I was not insulting anyone. Obrigado, Carlos. All right. The floor is yours, Andri.
I will use this. So let's look how to make blazingly fast applications in Python. I heard this word words blazingly fast a few times on this conference. So let's look into this. So what means blazingly fast? Any ideas? Exactly. Anything else? I guess that's enough. So, and let's do it right now. So I'm going to make dir. We have to be careful here and don't accidentally write something we're not supposed to. And yep. So I have installed Rust and Cargo, and I already have the Python 3.11 environment here. So I'm going to do Cargo new. The name of the model will develop, and it's important --lib. So we're creating a library. Let's see what it gives us, and let's see already. Let's quickly change the a bit configuration, so we never return to it. So this is how the project looks. We're gonna need here a lib, and let's use the same name. And yeah. And create type, which is cdy lib, and it's also a list. Something like this, and we should be good. Let's do some actual coding. Let's create our library. So this is, we can say, hello world. And yeah, so here we will need to add this decorator thing. It looks like decorator thing. So no mangle. And yeah, so it actually don't change the name of the function when we make it usable in Python. And we also make it extern C. So yeah, and let's also make it print some message for us. Okay. Yeah, and let's also do some tests for it. Let's just print this. Oh, I didn't print it in the right place. Wait a second. Yeah. Okay, it should be good. Right, and yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go inside our module first. And yep, it works. Let's see if we can see our message. Yes, hello Coimbra. And now let's use our newly created library in Python. For this, I prepared some Python script. I'll just copy it here. And here it is. So we have here import C types, which is and default library in Python. And we're gonna provide the path to our created, oh, actually, I didn't explain this. So we have this oh, we didn't build our code. Yeah, I wanted to do it faster, but no problem. No
Life's
problem.
difficult, folks. So let's now welcome Vyacheslav, I butchered that name for sure, to the stage. Please go and correct my pronunciation. What's happening? Oh, things were happening. I am not that powerful, apparently. So, all right, let's welcome the next speaker. You can start uploading now.
Thank you very much. Screen sharing, por favor. Oh, no. Oh, not. No. Okay. Okay, so okay, slideshow. Okay, and then okay, yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for for still being here. My name is Vyacheslav Medvedev, but you don't need to remember this name. Shortcut for my name is Slava. And in some sense here I'm kind of a minority because I didn't ever earn any dollar or euro by writing code in Python. That's my main language for many years was Java. And like, since I'm here with you today, I'm like for last year I'm having a lot of interest in Python, and by coincidence around the same time ChatGPT became like an industry changing thing. So I want to share some examples of my personal use cases with ChatGPT, including some stuff that I tried based on things that I've seen here during past 2 days. Yeah, so if you ChatGPT, as we already discussed a lot, like here and there on the coffee breaks, is just a tool that we can use to write and get good results if we use it right for right things. And yeah, since we're going to use ChatGPT as a friend, yeah, I'm at the moment I'm not. I will use a free version because it still performs pretty well. Yeah, and I will keep introducing myself even more because I have 4 minutes left. Yeah, and there's a good phrase. I don't know who's the author. Like, use right tools, use tools right. So before ChatGPT era, like we all probably used the option on the left, to solve problems, to to copy paste code into our production code. And yeah, for a lot of simple tasks, it still works pretty good. But the thing is that Google and Stack Overflow, they are databases, they are indexes, and they just can show you what they already have, but they cannot, they cannot generate new content. And ChatGPT, it's just a language model that's trained to predict next token based on what it has seen so far. So yeah, I want to do some examples of. Sorry. Oh yeah, here it is. It works. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. So example number one, like from Java guy who tried to learn Python in a hard way by joining as a volunteer to a project with Django admin, ORM, and blah 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 other stuff, and with some bug assigned. And also the guy who doesn't want to share with ChatGPT any sensitive information. So I used A, B, and foo, just to as a placeholders. So let's give it a try. So yeah, actually use this code. I like several weeks ago, I fixed my first bug in a Django project. Yeah, like for me, it's pretty impressive and greatly decreases time to to learn new stuff, and it almost feels like I have a human being who is an expert who can help me. Yeah, I'm feeling that I'm running out of time, so I will use a example that I've seen, I think, yesterday. So first, I will ask ChatGPT to generate OpenAPI specification for ticket service for Pycon 2023. Well, it looks valid.
Right on
Okay.
time, folks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Sarah. I should. Hacker camps, what, who, and why? Please do not break anything. Typing URLs is hard.
So it's coming.
Alrighty, warm up, applause, and then we start.
You only really notice how hard technology is doing that. Awesome, thank you very much. So it took me all day to make those slides. It turns out when you're really, really hyped about something, it's almost impossible to fit it into 5 minutes. But I'm gonna try to, do I need to use the mouse to go forward? Yes, I'm gonna try to explain to you very quickly what hacker camps are. So if you have ever been a scout, or if you have been to a scout jamboree, or you know what a scout jamboree is, it is basically like that. And then you add a lot of high-speed internet. It is fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying, but it wasn't working. No, it doesn't. It doesn't wanna, maybe. It is fine. So yeah, and if you add high-speed internet here as shown in a so-called Datenklo, it's not a toilet. It provides us with internet. Then you get a lot of relaxed nerds hanging out in hammocks and hanging out in tents and generally having a good time. There is hardware. We have batches. These batches are little PCBs, programmable circuit boards. Most of them are programmable in MicroPython, and they have sensors and all kinds of stuff. You can see one in the top that was somebody on the way back with the train showing how fast the train is going with their new badge. There's some NFC badges. There's all kinds of stuff. There's Bluetooth, you name it, and you're going to find it in form of a badge. There's robots as well. You can see some chilling here, hanging out after a long day of playing football for our entertainment. There's the little world of Techno Robot. It plays techno music that gets generated based on its geographical location. We have radio people, we have retro computing, we have obscure devices. We have pretty much everything. We also have software. You can see here the screens in the bar that are driven by our fantastic point of sales that also shows statistics and sometimes the hot tub temperature. In the years we have a hot tub. Yes, and it's generally updated while you're trying to bartend, which leads to a lot of great situations. We have software, we have game jams, we have all kinds of different things that you could be sitting and hacking on. What you can see in the middle is a so-called pixel flood. If you know what Reddit R place is, this is a little bit like Reddit R place. You get the more servers you can master. If you have a big Hetzner machine, then you can fight for your pixels and you can write scripts that place your pixels directly with TCP. And that's just about having as much server power as you can, really. To the right, you can see our point of sales again. We have lots of screens. Oh, light. This is one of the really, really big hacker cams. You can see it looks a little bit like a Burning Man without the drowning. There's tons of people there. Most of these things, like you can go and you can ask to the people who have set it up. And sometimes you can even hack on it. You can jump in on those projects. There's also daylight. In the daylight, there's a lot of art. I don't know if I have time to quickly jump to the program. Maybe. No, the link doesn't even work. There is a lot of talks. So it's like a music festival. And if you take away the music and you add talks and workshops, then basically you have a hacker camp. And there is all kinds of program that might be entertaining or informative or whatnot. Yeah, if you say now that, but I'm not a hacker, but I'm not breaking into systems, what should I do there? Hacking in this case is more like you know it from hackathon. That's the MIT definition. If you're interested in technology and you want to know how it works, or even in wood, and you want to know how it works, this is sort of how we sometimes return the rafters to the scouts, but they have not complained yet. You could be hacking language. This was a very exciting one. Tuki Puna, tons of linguists and language nerds. You could be hacking beer. You can see, oh no, this really old Cisco router here that has been built into a beer routing system. Come talk to me at the party if you want to hear more about hacker camps, but careful, I don't shut up.
So thank you for that, Sarah. I think ending at beer was also a great place to end at. Now we have Maxime, and up next we have Sonia, and then we'll see. Yeah. Alrighty, applause, and then Maxime can start.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maxim Danilov, and today I want to tell you about some suggestions how Python don't care about your types and offer you also don't care about typing in your code. Who I am? I'm Maxim Danilov. I work around 25 years with in software development, and I work 9 years with Django and Python. And last 4 years, I work with Vue.js, Next.js, and I was also charmed how works React and Django Fresh. All my examples you can find in the repository. And before I start, I should say thank you for my family. Thank you for my wife who support me on every my conference. Thank you for my child. They wait me at home. And thank you for my tear. This is simply joy and love. And I want to say company, thank you for company who support me. Nobody support me here. And yesterday we have one brilliant talk about weird Python. And I thought probably I can also add something to this talk. And I have collected some information in preparation to PyCon the year 2023. I was created talk, what do you yield from, about generators. Today we are perfect talk about list comprehension, and I speak about next step, about generator in our life. And in this preparation, I found some interesting feature, not bug, feature in Python. For example, if I want to unpack something to use, I create my tuple. I want to unpack my tuple in code to use something from this tuple. And if I print already unpacked data, instead tuple, I receive list. Okay, list. Okay, I can live with that. But what if I create some function and I send in this function some data, and after that I want to unpack this data back. I send in this function list, and if I unpack result back, I receive a tuple. In the same functionality, Python works different. I know why, but this is weird. This is stupid. It should be changes. And I don't like how it works, especially if I use generators. I try to change it in next version of Python. And the next step, if I start to work with list and tuples, I in fact simply in code, I create one variable, hello, I pack this variable in list, and after that I create other variable in tuple, I pack it in tuple, and if I want to print, I receive the exception. It's okay. Who agrees with that? Please, clutch. It works. But if I take the same variables and if I use iterations protocol, it works completely others. It works. And this also is a little bit weird for me. Okay, and we can go, it means for me, this example, it shows only Python don't cares about your types. They cares about interfaces. And also, I know many people who cares about typing. We should write typing everywhere. And after that, I see those example from PyTest and simply assert something. But if I compare PyTest with unit test cannot give me simply possibility to check something. I should directly write what I want to check. And in this case, unit test cares about typing and PyTest don't care. Thank you. And see you tomorrow.
That was great. I don't know if you noticed, I scratched my head and Maxi. Yeah, so now please, let's welcome Sonia and then we'll see what happens. Let's put our hands together for Sonia as we get ready. Okay, I think that's it. Let's do it again, please. Thank you.
So, hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying so far. So, thank you. I apologize in advance because this is my very first time in doing a talk in a conference. Yes, thank you. So, yeah, and the topic it's not technical. It's more philosophical thing, I guess. So I said, why not? Because I have a story about it. So, yeah, by the way, my name is Sonia Gonçalves, and I also have a Mandarin name because I'm learning Mandarin. It's Gonsoya for Mandarin people or people who wants to learn. I'm sorry, I typed something wrong. Sorry. So let me ask you, do you know what's 42? Just yes or no? Yes? Yes? And can you please raise your hands? Who knows about it? Who heard about it? What it means to you? Okay, thank you. So it's not working, sorry. Oh my God. This is really the first time. Okay. Oh yeah, thanks. So a little bit about me, very quickly. So in my previous life, I was a biologist. In my current life, I'm trying to enter the field of IT computer science. I studied about it, and I'm also passionate about natural languages. Like I said before, at the moment, I'm learning Mandarin. So before asking what is 42, I asked myself, why 42? Because when I gave my first steps in this area, I used to attend lots of conferences, talks and meetup groups, mostly in London. And I used to see a lot, the number 42. So somehow, somewhere, we are talking about it. And at the time, a computer scientist told me the story around it. I think, yeah, and I thought, I had two thoughts at the time. Two thoughts crossed my mind, that after all, tech people have good sense of humor, and they do other stuff like reading and watching films. And again, we are talking about stereotypes in this community, but now it's a bit different. So again, what's 42? Let's brainstorming it. And this reminds me, when I was at secondary school, I had a subject philosophy, and my teacher, great teacher, Vincent, he used to do this every now and then he used to brainstorm concepts, words, and it was amazing. So I'd like you to participate. And for you, what's 42? Anything? Sorry? One answer, thank you. Another one? Perfection. Wow, that's an interesting one. Anyone else, please? Thank you. Favorite random number? Please, Margarita, can you? The same. Okay. 6 times 7. Perfect. Yeah, that's an answer. I don't know if I got that, sorry. Prime numbers. I have to think about more about it, sorry. Yeah, so I'll give you some answers that occur to my mind. Well, a number, natural, even number, integer, a value, could be a literal, cardinal, a result, for example, 21 plus 21, or other subtraction or, well, mathematical operation. Answer, 2 digits. I can see 2 digits. Could be an age, could be a size. Actually, a while ago, I realized it's an atomic number of, I'm sorry, there's a type here, molybdenum, if I'm saying it right. And it's a number that follows 41 and precedes 43, right? So these are some questions. And actually, this is the answer. My thoughts about it. Let's continue the discuss next time. I hope to see you again soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is about to get really interesting. No, I cannot time myself, so can someone help me? Preciso de permissão para partilhar o ecrã, por favor. That was more Portuguese. So can anyone time 5 minutes for me, please? Please do be ruthless. Yes.
I have 4 minutes. Fair enough. Let's do it in 4 minutes. I'll just cut some corners then. Can I share my screen now? I cannot. I think now I can. I can. Let's go. So I can share my screen. What do you see? Exactly what I needed to see, and I have way too much stuff in front of me. You can start counting time already. Okay, so because I have 4 minutes or whatever, I'll cut some corners. So the point here is to do some more animations. We're going to do something different. I tried to come up with a more different topic. I couldn't because I like imagination. So yeah, let's go with that. And also today I have a little bit of boilerplate. It's this class point that allows me to work with points in 2 dimensions so that it's just easier to add and subtract points. All right, it's the only thing that I'm doing behind the scenes. But we're going to start with the same. If I knew I only have 4 minutes, I would have typed this beforehand, but just some colors. And you all believe I can create a black screen, so I'll skip the step of showing it. But again, if we are drawing something, we need a canvas. So this creates the canvas. And then for animations, you need some kind of loop that tells you that time is moving forward, you know, throughout the frames. So in here, we will update our display. So the idea today will be to draw a triangle, make it rotate, make it zoom in, and have other triangles inside. So the first thing we need is to know how to draw a triangle. All right, so let's do the following. Let's say we have the 3 points of the triangle, and what we need to do is go over each set of 2 points and draw a line between them. So we can go over range of 3, and we can do pygame.draw.line. And so we're drawing on the screen in white, and so the point we start with is going to be 0.0. Now it's the class point, so I actually need to access the values, and this is not 0. This is going to be idx -1, and this is going to be idx.values. So this, I like it better this way. So this draws edges. And so if I do something like draw triangle of screen triangle, all right, and now I just need some points. It's going to be 200. These, I'm not making them up on the go. I took a look. These look kind of decent for some definition of decent. And now we should see some triangles. 1 triangle, actually. Let's just make sure. Okay, so this is 1 triangle, right? And now what I want to do is draw this recursively. And this is easier than you might think, or it's just as easy as you think. So if you have a screen and the points of your triangle, what do? So the first thing you do is you check if the triangle is too small to be drawn, because we're going to be recursing into this, right? So if it's too small, if it's, I don't know, maybe less than 3, we just skip it, okay? Now, do I have time? I'm not keeping track of my own time, which sucks. So we draw the triangle. And now we compute the midpoints with least comprehensions because I paid attention to my own talk. Thank you. You can applaud now. You can, yeah, you can. Thank you. So to recurse, what we do is take 2 points, we find the middle point, and we do this for all sets of 2 vertices, and then we get a smaller triangle inside. So we do this 4 points, no, 4. This is points, and this is IDX in range 3. Can someone shout how much time I have left, please? 1.5 sucks. Okay. So let's just draw the midpoints. I don't think I'll have the time to adapt it. I really wanted to show it. Wait, yeah, I need to call the correct function. So this should be the recursive triangle. And now this should be recursive. Okay, so this looks decent. Okay, so now I'm going to cheat like for real. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy the. So what's changing now is we have the draw triangle, and this is the recursive function. Never mind the name because this is not actually true. I'm lying. Now what I'm going to do is just change the way I represent the triangle, which is reflected here. So I no longer keep track of the 3 vertices. I keep track of 1 of the points, and this will make it easier to rotate. So if I run this, yeah, it's going to rotate, and this has the potential to run indefinitely, but it actually hits a recursion error. So it's a challenge for you to fix this recursion error if you just keep watching this. So like yesterday, I have a written version of this. Thank you.
So, today, although it's the second day of the conference, and tomorrow we'll have the workshops, it will be the last time that we are all together in the same room. So I'd like to go through with you with some numbers. But first, I would like to invite all the volunteers to the stage to join us. A lot of green t-shirts on stage, but these are not all of them. There are some people that couldn't make it here and are watching online, and they participated in the code of conduct, the program committee to select the talks, and everything else. And this is the second edition of Pycon Portugal. The first one was last year in Porto. It was just one day. This year we moved to Coimbra, and we are still figuring out where we're going to do the next one. So if you have some university, some venue, or just a big house with a good amphitheater, we'll take it. But yeah, definitely come and talk to us. We are more than open to ideas. And I'd like to thank to Coimbra Business School for hosting us in this wonderful venue. And now just some numbers. We had more than 150 attendees from more than 25 countries. Some people had to take like a 10-hour flight to get here, which is a lot. And out of these 150 attendees, we had 60 Portuguese attendees. So it's definitely a very diverse group of participants. In terms of grants, we offered over 9,000 euros in opportunity grants, and this reached over 30 participants. In terms of the content, we have over 100 submissions. Out of those, we have 2 keynotes, 20 talks, 8 workshops, and 10 lightning talks, and which makes a total of 34 speakers. And in the code of conduct so far, we have 0 incidents. So thank you all for being great and being kind with everyone else. That's really appreciated. And yeah, let's give it that way. You can still buy your t-shirt if you don't have one. We are out of stock now, but we'll produce them and ship them to wherever you are for free. You don't need to pay shipping. You can buy the t-shirt at the website and the same place where you bought your tickets.
And last but not least, we would like to thank Coimbra Business School, which allowed us to have this amazing space. Coimbra municipality also helped us quite a bit. In terms of grants, all of that money came from Python Software Foundation, EuroPython Society, and Django Software Foundation. Logi also was our sponsor. And Evolutio is basically the company that is the safety net of this conference. We rely highly on volunteer work, but anything that cannot be done by volunteer work, we take upon ourselves. So round of applause to everybody. And last but not least, a round of applause to all of you guys that attend this conference. Without you, this wouldn't happen. And now, and this is the picture from yesterday. Let's get party. The party will be right outside where we have been having our coffee breaks and lunch. Please join us.